Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. I'm Captain D-Trag. We got a special show for you today, although it is worth pointing out I have a couple of programming notes I want to update you on. Today, we are going to be showing off two rare Wii Kiosk demos, kind of. But it's also a case that I was going to have guests for this one. It was going to be Ultra94T and his girlfriend, but unfortunately, I got an indication from the other day saying, hey, they're not going to be able to make this. Something came up last minute for the purpose of them. So I said, okay, no problem. We adjust on the show as we have to. If you're going to be joining our show, for sure, we're going to let you, figure what's going on. Like, hey, if you have to do something, that's more important that way. Just take care of yourself. Everything's good. Everything's going well, so it's not a concern, anything about that. But I did say, all right, how do you want to handle this? Do you want to push this back so you can join us for this, or do you want me to go ahead and do it on my own? Ultra94T chose the latter option. He actually came to the Super Old Game Saturday studio a little earlier today and provided me with both of these discs as far as what they are. These are actually rare demos that came out or put into stores in 2006 and 2011 for the purpose of The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess. But then I realized something else, which was, okay, I had to do the checks on everything, which obviously we do, make sure everything is good. But when it came to the demo of The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, it didn't work. In fact, I'm going to show you it not working. So, it's an interesting disc. I'll show it to you as far as like the picture when I edit, but it's also a case that I put it into the Wii. We were on the Wii, of course. I do everything on the Wii channels that's kind of going sort of adjacent to Zelda. The only thing Zelda I have on the system that's not Skyward Sword on disc, that being the patch channel that they added for fixing a bug in the game. There's other stuff like Princess Tomato and the Silent Kingdom, Final Fantasy 1, East Book 1 and 2, and Landstalker. Here's the deal. I put that disc in as far as the Twilight Princess Kiosk demo. Unable to read the disc. Yeah, this costs a lot of money. It's worth pointing out these discs. They didn't sell these. After the era of the Wii passed, and I guess after the time of these games being new passed, they just kind of gave these away, or people found them, sold them, and put them online. These go for quite a lot of money. Based on what Ultra94T was telling me, for each of these two, he paid about $100-something for them a couple of years ago, but now they're well over worth $500. So I said, okay, what am I going to do? Because I said, this is not working, and I tried off-screen before I did the show day, or started now, to try and get the Wii to read this disc, but I had no success. It's also pointing out, as I'm going to go and eject that disc, because unfortunately we're not going to be able to do this, but I have a backup, because the one thing we say on this show is we're very adjustable when it comes to our guests, or in terms of anything, and when something comes up we don't expect, what do? We improvise. So, before we talk about what we're going to do as far as taking a case of that, I do want to explain one thing. I don't know if this is a case or not, and I've actually not talked to Ultra94T about this. Because as soon as he came by early this morning and provided the discs to me, I said, okay, get everything set, ready for the show. But then I said, all right, these cost money. So I said, for this Twilight Princess one, I didn't want to be, doing what I normally do if this was mine, which is saying, hey, I pulled the disc doctor out and buffed the disc, and we might be fine. Looking at the disc, it looks like there's some scratches on it. It also looked a little dirty, so I tried a couple things, as mild as I could as far as kind of getting these things ahead. First thing I did is did the most mild disc cleaning I could on this, which is taking your good old isopropyl alcohol and putting it on a Q-tip and then rubbing it across the disc very slightly, but enough to get a sense of like, hey, get rid of the dirty spots, and then wipe it down with another Q-tip because they don't have lint to it. So, and I'll let it dry for a little while and then put it in. It still gave you that disc cannot be read case. Then I said, while I was waiting for that to dry, I said, do I have anything else on Wii that maybe would have a disc read case? Because in all the years I've owned the Wii, which admittedly is not as many as you'd think, I've only owned it since 2012. I looked through my entire Wii collection to see what do I have on here that maybe could give me a sense of seeing what's going on here. Maybe something will give me an issue. That's one of those weird cases I want my Wii to give me a problem with a disc I put into it. So I went through my entire collection, which the two that were the worst off as far as what it looked like on the disc were Mad World, which was from 2009 from Sega and Platinum Games, and Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, which came out in 2007 from Nintendo and Retro Studios. I looked at those discs, they seemed a bit dirty, so I put them in the Wii without any cleaning or anything to see what happened. They were fine. Every disc I put into my Wii that I have that goes to that is fine. Starting from Alba You Can Dance all the way up to Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort. the disc that came bundled with my 2012 Wii, it's worth pointing out. Which, it's the thing about this is that I don't know if this has anything to do with it. I'll talk to Ultra94T just to get a sense, because he's probably thinking, he said to me, you know what, I want to see this shown on Super Bowl Game Saturday before maybe I sell these things. But my question is this, is that Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, we'll get into this when we show it in a different way. I have a way we're going to show it. It's actually going to be a bit of a preview program, as is this whole show, showing off Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword a little bit before we get to them for playing for full sometime down the road at a date I do not know at this time. But since Twilight Princess was a launch game on Wii, my thought was maybe because I have a newer Wii, there's a problem with that, but I don't think so. It's worth pointing out the Wii I have from 2012, it is the Wii Sports Resort bundle that includes them on one disc. It comes with a Wii Remote Plus, which we do need for the purpose of Skyward Sword, either the demo or the actual game. I do have the actual game also on Wii. But this one does not have GameCube support. It took out the controller ports for GameCube, and also if you put a GameCube game in there, it spits it out. I put in Super Mario Sunshine. Apparently, the Wii's not a fan of Super Mario Sunshine, at least not mine is. So I don't know if maybe this is a disc that will read on earlier Wii consoles. But then again, it doesn't look that bad as far as how the disc is. So I'm going to basically ask Ultra94T when I see him and give him these back to him in a couple of days, saying, have you ever seen a problem with Twilight Princess as far as this? That's also why I have Skyward Sword in here to start as far as the game description of what we're playing. Because we'll start on that one. As far as Twilight Princess, though, I do have the rarest version of the game, which is also the original version of the game, technically, in terms of how it was developed. That being on the GameCube. We're going to have a preview of the GameCube version, which is going to be the version we're going to play when we get to this game sometime down the road. Again, don't know when we get to that point, Ultra94T and Gemini96, who both love that game. I don't exactly, but there are things about it I do admire. And maybe it's one of those cases it deserves a second chance from me. It's one that they're going to be involved with when we get to that point. And also, it's been a while since we've done Zelda, so like, yeah, this is the time to do Zelda. And even though the guests I had were not going to be able to be here, I said I'll keep the show time the same, which is usually what happens. And we'll show off what we can show. So, what we can show to start. We're going to show off the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. We're going to show the Kiosk demo of this. Depending on how time goes, I might show off the intro of the game. Because the intro of the game is actually really cool. And personally, I think this is the better of the two Wii Zelda games, if you ask me personally. Although I know I'm in the minority on that one, I think. We might take a look at that, but to start, we're going to take a look at the Kiosk demo. Let me put the disc in the console. And as I do that, this one will work. I did test this, and it's working no problem. But yeah, the one for Twilight Princess did not. So yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a disappointment. It also means that, hey, Ultra94T, when you figure out what's going on, he can come in to show off the Kiosk demo of that one. Because he said to me, just to give you a little bit of an indication, as I'll load up the Skyward Sword demo, which as far as the intro, as far as the Wii screen, it is basically the same as the final game, I believe. I'll get to that in just a second. But he mentioned with the Twilight Princess demo, they released the Kiosk demo that I wish I could show. And this is unique to the Kiosk demo of Skyward Sword, that intro or that animation of the Triforce on the loading screen. The Twilight Princess demo came out on November 23rd, 2006. It was provided to stores a couple weeks before the November 19th, 2006 release of the Wii console and that version of the game. Came a month later on the GameCube, and then came out in 2016 for the Wii U. We'll get to that a little later. But he said, hey, the Wii motion controls in that version were even more sensitive and even more primitive, if you want to put it that way, than Twilight Princess was on the Wii itself. I guess a case where, hey, going back to Wii controls, that being a weird one for it. We do have a Skyward Sword's demo. This one, from what I understand, as I have the Wii Remote Plus on a flat surface, you have to have it calibrated. And then you point the Wiimote at the screen and hit the A button. And you can recalibrate any time because there's a lot of weird stuff going on sometimes with this. And I'll explain that in just a second. But as far as Skyward Sword is concerned, this Kiosk demo, from what I understand, this is an NTSC version of the PAL demo, from what I understand, that I believe was given to stores on September 28th, 2011. That was a couple of months before its release on the Wii on November 20th of 2011. And I later got a Switch version in 2021. Apparently also this demo that we're going to take a look at, it's, from what I understand, although I wasn't able to get completely a good sense of this online, so the idea that this may not be as well documented as you'd think, it apparently is close to the E3 2011 demo. Basically, when they showed it at E3, when they had a pretty disastrous showing at E3 as far as Nintendo, in the sense that they showed this game being controlled as far as the Wii Remote. It was really unresponsive. Even Miyamoto was trying to, sweet talk his way through it, saying, oh yeah, it's just because of all your cameras on your cell phones and things. It's like, yeah, the Wii never really had that problem as far as interfering, as far as stuff like that. So I kind of questioned that. A lot of people said, uh-oh, what's going on here? Of course, that's when they unveiled the Wii U, and people thinking, well, the Wii U is not a new console, because Nintendo kept pushing the Wii U gamepad to the point where there's so much confusion. Adam Sessler of G4, he asked Reggie Fils-Aimé, as soon as he stepped off that stage, he had the first interview with him after that press conference. The first thing he asked him, he said, is the Wii U a new controller for the Wii, or is it a new console? And he said, it's a new console. So that was kind of a question, but then when they put that demo, or the demo you're going to see, to the E3 floor, back in the day of E3, the press did say that, hey, it controlled well. At the time, I kind of questioned that. Partially because of my lukewarm response to Twilight Princess, we'll get to that in a little bit, but also the question of, this game requires the use of the Wii Remote Plus, or the Wii Motion Plus, which is a little dongle you put on the bottom of the Wii Remote, that will also have a pass-through, so you can put in other Wii accessories like the nunchuck, which you need for this one, or the classic controller, or something like that, to give you one-to-one movement as far as the Wii Remote controls, because a lot of people said, hey, you're waggling that remote, I'm doing that right now as far as what it is, but the idea that, was it ever really that accurate? In the case of, sometimes people saying, hey, was the case of the Wii it not really being good as far as, the motion control, which is the thing that set it apart across from other things? I mean, it depends on the game. There's some games I've went back to, and they seem to have more issues with their Wii Remote controls than I remember, like WarioWare Smooth Moves. I love that game. I'm going back to it. I said, this maybe feels a little off in certain ways. I mean, as I said, depends on the game, but it's something that I guess Nintendo was thinking, hey, we can do that and make it so that it feels more like you're actually doing the activity that's on the screen. And the game they bundled it with initially was Wii Sports Resort for the Wii, which came along with it. And point is that you do need the Wii Remote Plus or Wii Motion Plus. Wii Motion Plus is the dongle that goes in the bottom of the Wii Remote for the normal ones. But there also is one that has that element built in, which is what came with the Wii console I have as far as it. So they used that for the purpose of enhancing the motion controls for this game. It was seen at the time pretty well as far as how it was, but a lot of people were saying, hey, we don't like the motion controls. I remember the Reviews on the Run program was Victor Lucas's show, and also Scott C. Jones, who was on the show for that period, saying, I'm done with Wii Remote controls. Specifically, he said, I hate these things as far as what they are. And he also was saying, I'm not a believer in Kinect. He was quiet, tellingly about the PlayStation Move. And he also said that the Ouya would be a runaway success, but, hindsight's 2020. But at the same time, he said, this is one of the best games I've ever played in my entire life, and they both gave it 10 out of 10. They said, even with what I said on the motion controls, this game is amazing, and I'm willing to put up with it for the purpose of this. But for this demo, there are three things they give you. They give you bird riding. This lets you do the 25th running of the Skyloft bird ceremony. They give you a dungeon to run through, and they give you a boss battle that goes to stuff early in the game, particularly for these two. We're going to do these in order. It's also worth pointing out one other thing for this demo. It's kind of interesting. Hitting the home button, no going home from here, kiddies. So yeah, you're stuck in this perspective, and actually, I'm going to have to turn the console off. So thank God I have this connected for the purpose of my RetroTink 5X for this, with component cables, so this is looking as nice as I can get it going, and since the Wii does only output at 480p, I do have it upscaled to 1080p running through that, and I did force widescreen for it because this game does have native widescreen. As far as Twilight Princess, which are the GameCube version, I'm going to actually have to do a swap up of tech to run that with S-Video, and also to change the widescreen display, because that does not have native widescreen. It's the only version of the game that does not have that. Yeah, we're going to get through that. I'll start with this, as far as what we've got. Again, just to go this quickly on Skyward Sword, is hearing this great orchestral remix of the save slot screener, the fairy fountains from the other Zelda games, which has fully orchestrated music. This is the first Zelda game in the series to have that, as far as it, which is really, really nice. Which, by the way, it's worth pointing out, was done by a couple names. That being Hajime Wakai, who did music for of games we played before. Star Fox 64 and F-Zero X also did music for Pikmin's 1, 2, and 3. New Super Mario Bros., Nintendogs, Star Fox Command for DS, and both of the Pokemon Stadium games, as well as Shiho Fuji, who did music for Wii Fit, Animal Crossing City Folk, which is the Wii edition of Animal Crossing, New Super Mario Bros. U for the Wii U, Splatoon 2, and Super Mario Odyssey, and also Mahito Yokota, who did music for Dynasty Tactics for the PlayStation 2. I think that might have been on other stuff as well. Donkey Kong Jungle Beat for GameCube, both the Super Mario Galaxy games, and Super Mario 3D Land for 3DS. And also Takeshi Hama, who did music for Super Mario 3D Land, also the 3DS game, Ocarina of Time 3D for 3DS, as well as Holy Invasion of Privacy Badman, What Did I Do to Deserve This for the PSP, which is actually that really long name that I remember Nipponichi published in this country. They were maybe nervous saying, is DC and Warner Brothers going to sue us for this name? They didn't, but then they said for the next one, they just said, what did I do to deserve this too, is basically what they called it. So they changed the name. As far as this game is concerned, it was directed by Hidemaru Fujibayashi. Yeah, fine. Hidemaru Fujibayashi. I want to say that right. I want to get the names correct as far as that, so I'll definitely do that way. He was the director of Magical Tetris Challenge for the arcade, Nintendo 64, and PlayStation, as well as he was uncredited on directing the first Zelda games he directed, those being Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons and Ages for the Game Boy Color, as well as Legend of Zelda Minish Cap, and directed the most two recent entries of the series, those being Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, both of which, of course, are coming to Switch 2 in new versions, as well as being on the original Switch and Breath of the Wild being on Wii U. As far as this game is concerned, there's some interesting stuff to this. I'm going to show it off as far as how it is, and I do quite like this game. So you can have a look at this, and for the meantime, sit back, relax, glad to have you for the show, and feel free to let us have any memories you got on Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. Did you play these Kiosk demos, or this one, because I can't show the other one, because it's not working, unfortunately. Did you play it back in the day? Maybe go to like a Best Buy or a GameStop or something like that, or maybe a Toys R Us, going back, I'm dating you, I guess, for the purpose of that, when they were still around as far as a dedicated store. Maybe you saw this and, oh, the new Zelda game's coming out. They have it in a Kiosk demo. I can play it. I can see what I'm going to get in about a couple months from what I understand from when this dropped in stores. Let's take a look. We'll start with our bird racing. I get a sense of what this game does really well to start its art direction, but also some nice stuff with atmosphere and stuff with story. As I said, with time permitting, which I think we're going to have a case of. I might also show the intro of the full game, because I do have this game on the Wii. I do not have it on the Switch yet. Crusader64 has been on my ass for the past 3 years saying, you're going to buy this game for the system, right? I failed and have not done that. I will answer that next week again when it comes to our next part of Shadow Hearts Covenant. And it is on sale now for $50, so it's like, alright, fine, I probably should get it on that. But I do have it on Wii. I think it's a good game, although, from what I understand, it's even better on Wii U for cleaning up the graphics and enhancing the motion controls. And also giving the option to not have motion controls if you want to. Basically put the element of the swinging of your Master Sword or any sword on the right analog stick. So it's like total punch control from Fight Night, except total sword control, but I've heard mixed things on that too. But anyway, we're at the wing ceremony. Game to Worry would proceed without Link. That was going to be us, but no longer concerned. You'll probably see later why that is, because I'll basically play this part of the game to show it off. And we'll go into aspects of the characters a little later, with a couple exceptions. I'll name 3 to start. But all right, we got rules, so let's talk about those. There's a statuette that's going to be attached to this bird. We are in Skyloft, by the way. This, by the way, also being the first game in the series canonically, I believe. Which then was followed by the Minish Cap for Game Boy Advance. But anyway, on the signal thing, you could use the A button, because we do have Wii remote controls, and of course you got to have that nunchuck for the purpose around this too. To dive off the ledge, once you're in the air, you mount your loft wing, that being the birds you're riding. To call them, you press D-pad down on the Wii remote. And catch the bird, claims the statue with the A button, basically get close to it, hit A. It's almost like the golden snitch in Harry Potter a little bit, and you'll be the champion. Those are real simple, right? But you need to hear them again. And you do his selections, you aim the Wii remote to the left or right to say, hey, do I want to hear it again or not? Let's have it again. Why not? Very well, but listen close this time. I don't think he'll say, like, oh, I'm only going to tell you once. But either way, same deal, which is that basically you got to do a race to go get that bird and get the note that's on its leg. Or find the statue that's on its leg, I should say. But it's simple enough and not too bad. And now, there we are, by the way, as far as Link. He is the second in there. And right next to him is the tall guy, Groose. He's kind of the band of troublemakers around here. Probably show him a bit later. But all right, let's go. Excellent. So, the idea here is that you're graduating to the next class of becoming a knight. And that is what Link's take is right now. You also receive a gift from the young woman who's chosen to play the role of the goddess in this year's ritual. It's a special day for a lot of reasons, but of course, the 25th anniversary of a fine institution. And to celebrate this, you get a gift when you go up to the statue of the goddess. And of course, like a lot of the Zelda games go, you have those very important words that are in colors. And the young woman performing the role of the goddess this year crafted the gift by hand. And you also know who it is, right? Well, it's Zelda. One of her best depictions, honestly, if you ask me. And we'll get into that as far as it... Man, I think I just should show it. I should say fuck time as far as it... Fine, it doesn't matter. I can make this show go as long as I need to, as long as I'm feeling up to it. And fine, it's 5 p.m. or fine, 5:22 p.m. as is right now. So at that point, we're all set to go. I got my water. I got everything going. I got pages of notes. And we're going to show this off. And thank you again to Ultra94T for being able to provide this aspect. And at least I do have a reason to try and get the Twilight Princess demo going on for you to be here. And also anything else he wants, which I think he said off screen to me. He's a bigger Sonic fan than even I am. And I did float the idea of doing a second chance on Sonic Adventure 1 for the Dreamcast, which he'd probably be controlling because I had my fun with it and he can have his as well. But we'll figure that as we go down the road and we'll talk about it as we go. Okay, but of course, don't get in the way, otherwise you're going to have to answer to me. Says you, Groose. Yeah, so Don't Bring Me Down, Groose. I think of the song, Don't Bring Me Down by the Electric Light Orchestra. I'll have that in the link list below. Okay, so with that, get ready to go. Alright, at your marks. Go! Alright, so you run and you have the stamina wheel. This is the first game to have it jump down. Yeah, you do the whistle by hitting down and call your Loftwing out. You're flying. I do love the flight of this. It's really, really cool. You get this great music. But basically what you do is you aim the Wii Remote by moving left and right. You also should look at the basic controls, hit the 1 button. This shows what you can do for everything, but for the purpose of running the bird here, the Loftwing, steer by tilting the Wii Remote. You can also send by swiping it downwards. And you do charge, which is on A button, there are wings indicated, and you can do a brake on B. Not going to be much reason to brake. In this case, just keep aiming and swing it downwards, and you're able to get yourself going up by 1 level. Hit the A button, do the charge. They run on those wings. It's kind of like the carrots in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. What you do is you follow where the bird is, the yellow bird. Get close to him, tilt around, but don't go too far. And if you do get in a case like, hey, my controls seem like they became weird, hit down on D-pad or go into that menu and say, hey, I can recalibrate the controls as far as the Wii Remote Plus. But I got them all, cleared out. And they will go in one increment as far as them coming back. It's not like the Nintendo 64 Zeldas where if you have them all depleted, they'll come back all in one case themselves. Just keep going. Just pace yourself, speed yourself up. And we get close, hit that A button, and we got it. Yeah, but Groose is a troublemaker. We'll show that perspective. Like, it's my time to have the glory. So yeah, he is fighting dirty. He's gonna crash into our Loftwing and scare us. He's like, yeah, you're gonna have egg on your face. So now they're throwing eggs at us. Where they got those, I don't know. I don't know if the game even explains it as far as how it is. They just keep going and keep aiming towards the bird. Ow. But they will not catch it, so don't worry. They may try as far as screwing you up, but they're not that competent. I do love the controls, honestly, for this. This feels really, really good. Get close, and we got it. And of course with that, every time I play this game, by the way, and I get an item, I have to hold the Wii Remote upwards. To the point where some people who I'm no longer on speaking terms with got annoyed, but honestly, fuck them. But anyway, I got the bird statuette. Proves that we won, so there you go. Not too bad. I do love the Loftwing gameplay in this. It is a lot of fun. Okay, so we got our prize. So yeah, Link. And here comes Zelda. She's doing the jump. Yeah, she definitely has an adventure streak. It's like, yeah, she's like, yeah, she has her own Loftwing she can call too. But like, yeah, we got her. She's like, yeah, I wanted to be with you, and so like, yeah, congratulations on winning. Alright. Yeah, don't worry, I'm fine. Yeah, we're gonna love the look as far as Zelda for this. I think honestly the way this is gonna go, I will have enough time to show this, and I will, to show why I love this version of Zelda. And Link as well. Alright, I'm fine. There you go. So, and also how expressive she and Link are. Congratulations, great flying. Yeah, with controls like this, yeah, not bad at all. Actually, I do really like the motion controls here, but we gotta get on with the ceremony. So there you go, that is our perspective of Loftwing flying. As far as the ceremony, we'll see that later. That is not in scope of the demo. Next on our list, though, is going to be the dungeon. In this case, also hitting that D-pad down basically recentered the pointer for the purpose of going to the dungeon. At this point, we're going to see where this game really is emphasizing itself when it comes to its motion controls, as we are making our walk in to this section of the Skyview Temple. This is a pretty early temple in the game as far as how it is. And if you have trouble, you can hit the 2 button and ask for help. So like, move with the analog stick that's on the nunchuck, hit the Z button on it, put the camera behind you. When you're in that case and holding the Z button down, move left and right to move up and down or that way. And of course, hit A to do the dashes and the jumps and things, just like the Nintendo 64 Zeldas. And if you need something, you do a lock on, hold Z, close that up, and yeah, pull my sword out, swipe, you slice the keys down. Yeah, basically you are shaking that Wii remote, but as you're seeing here, I'm moving around in a circle. Unlike Twilight Princess, it is recognizing my movement. So like, hey, it is one-to-one with how I'm moving it. I'm looking at kind of over there, that way, and that way. Make sure everything is set. And when you hold your sword aloft, you get in that lock state and you charge it up like that, you slice, or you slice like that. And it will also slice in direction. And that's the idea about this game, what makes it very specific, but also kind of contentious in the sense that, yeah, when it comes to attacking enemies, you can sometimes do the swipe the way I was doing with those keys. But the other thing that you have to take into account is the fact that when you slice horizontally or vertically. So you have to take account of that. And also you slice diagonally, like that. Or press forward and do a stab. So that's something you gotta get used to. And a lot of enemies, there are a lot of different ways you have to take them out, including that spider up there. Yeah, Crusader 64, he loves his Zelda, but he hates the fucking spiders. So in that case, you gotta knock him aside and then stab him right in the eye. No. Basically slice him in order to get that, and then press forward in the eye, but you gotta time it. It is a little weird. There we go, got it. Ouch. But don't let him hit you. There we go. And yeah, there is some blood. Yeah, this game is rated E10, by the way, for its blood, and its fantasy violence, and its comic mischief. But not too bad. To start, I'm going to show how stuff with the sword fighting goes. It's pretty fun, even though it is a little specific. Now, from what I understood, I have not played the Switch version as far as it does enhance on these controls, as you're seeing the Bobkin, I believe it is. If that's not right, I'll indicate, because honestly, it's been a while since I played this one. Basically, wait till he either does that, and then he explodes into a nice puff of purple smoke. It's kind of in between a little bit with the dark look of Twilight Princess that we're going to see, and also the cartoony look of The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker from GameCube. And also from Wii U and Switch 2, because remember, Legend of Zelda's Wind Waker is going to be a launch title for the Nintendo Classics side of the Switch 2, basically a new name for Nintendo Switch Online for the classic stuff. So that and GameCube, of which we're going to get 1.5 Zelda game, but what do you mean 1.5? Yeah, because getting Wind Waker, we're also getting Soul Calibur 2 from GameCube. So in that case, yeah, we've got another version of that to play, with just definitely in it on GameCube. And also launching going to get F-Zero GX on top of that. And we'll have native widescreen as we're slicing that dude down. So in that case, he's kind of moving his hammer up to kind of block my way. So you pretty much have to pay attention where the enemies are. And you get into where do I swipe the Master Sword in this case. Actually, is that the sword I got? Because, yeah, hit the minus button. That's your inventory. Have heart potion they give you, as well as a fairy in a bottle. So if you have that, if I die, we'll be able to have ourselves recovered. We have wooden shield, iron shield, and Hylian shield. You can also turn it off and on, and you can also hotkey stuff. So in that case, I have the sword that way. Just tap the minus button, it'll go away. We do want the shield on, which, by the way, you use the nunchuck for the purpose of this. Basically, press it forward in order to put it up, and then hit forward with the nunchuck in order to do the bash. So they're pointing out, you're also noticing another thing, which is Link is right-handed in this game, because they're taking into account the fact that I guess a lot of people were left-handed, or no, right-handed, I should say, when it came to Wii. And so, for the purpose of this game, and also for Twilight Princess, they said, fine, we're going to have Link as a right-handed case, but he is canonically left-handed. I mean, I don't know when it's like would have made that much of a difference to, you know, people thinking that, hey, it looked weird that way. But, or, I don't know if they swap it off. We'll talk about that with Twilight Princess, because there's a story to go with that. But just kind of go around and enjoy the great atmosphere and the great music. Oh my god, it's terrific. And you also have the, as I mentioned earlier, you have the stamina wheel. This is the first game to have. You hold that A button, you run as far as it, but if he runs out, ooh, you're getting tired. Like, Where he's like, oh god, I gotta stop and take a break. And it's not like Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild where you can upgrade it. You were going this way the whole way. So yeah, what I gotta do is get that spider out of the way, spin him around, and stab him in the eye. But it is also kind of wonky when it comes to how the responsiveness of this goes. Not, honestly, as horrible as sometimes people say. But fine, maybe it's a case, I'll tell you this, because fine. From what I understand, this tends to be the Zelda game of this era that people like the least, compared to Twilight Princess and compared to even Wind Waker, which, remember, Wind Waker was a case when it first came around. People were judging that book by its cover right from the beginning. And they're saying, oh, they're going to screw this up, and then they play it, and actually, no, it's really good. But even then, certain things they have issues with. But this one, it's something where, and I've heard the criticisms saying the controls, that being the main aspect, but also the idea that it is kind of drawn out the same way Twilight Princess is. Although, honestly, I think Twilight Princess is worse in regards to that. We'll get to that as it is. Not that I think that's a bad game, but still, a case I actually prefer this one. Even with the aspects of controls, also to point out, where stand still, hit the A button to pull it away. But also, if I hit... There you go. You shake it to open it up. You do hear noise coming out of the Wii remote. You not get out of the Switch version. And I've heard the Switch version does have better stuff when it comes to its controls for motion, as far as it. But it's something that I do like the way this is set. And although it is worth pointing out, if you do run into cases where, hey, this does not feel right, you can do Calibrate Wii Motion Plus. Basically, at that point, you go down here, you hit it there, you put it down on a flat surface like a table, let it go. It goes delete. Then you basically pick it up, point the Wii remote at the center of the screen, hit the A button, and you're all set to go. Something I wish Metroid Prime 3 Corruption had. I will say that specifically, because, yeah, that seems like you're kind of losing your calibration a lot. So, as far as the controls seen here, you swing with that Wii remote, of course. You can center yourself by hitting down on D-pad. Dashing on A button, selecting your items on B. I'll show the items in a second. In your pouch, which is where I have my stuff for shield and all that stuff. And we'll get the map of the dungeon. And then, as I mentioned, also on the nunchuck, you have the C button. Use that in order to put a first-person view on yourself, and then use the Wii remote to look around. It's like, hey, there's a lot of stuff up there. And you can also center your aim if you're like, hey, that seems like it's kind of going off. But here's the deal. You have items. That's on B button. So you hold that trigger down. You basically point it at the items. They give you the items of this dungeon to start, so we're pointing out. So you have the bow, you have the bomb bag, you have the beetle, and you have the slingshot. I'm going to use the beetle. Here's what you do on the beetle as... it's timed? Okay, I didn't know this was timed. Okay, so fine, the demo's timed, so we're gonna have to go through. I did not see that on the test. Maybe because I was going leisurely as far as that, but fine, we're gonna show the whole damn thing. I guess that's the case of being in a store, It's like, hey, you don't necessarily want somebody there playing for like half an hour. It's like, fine, you're not gonna buy anything, I guess. So, I guess they time limited it. Okay, but fair enough. What we will do is I will show that. I will go around... I'll go through that dungeon as much as I can, or as much as they let me go through. And then we'll show the boss battle. But I'm also given an idea of what this game was really doing. And chat, any memories you have or thoughts on Skyward Sword, either on Wii or on Switch, feel free to hit them with them. Hit me with them, or hit us with them. Okay, so they are saying look up. What I'm going to do is, for the purpose, I'm going to actually pull my items out. You have the beetle, and you have the slingshot. I'm going to run the beetle. What you do with the beetle is you aim it, shoot off, and you pilot it by aiming the Wii remote around. You have to hit these... pressure targets here. Kind of like the diamond things in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Hit those and usually open doors. Like that. And of course you do the ding. Do love that. No, come back. But if you do, it's like, oh no, I don't want to do that. Hit the B button. Or hit the A button, the B button, and you come back. Alright, so we go in the door. Because you have a fight we have to do, because of course, yeah, they lock the door behind you, as is the case of that, and it looks like we have a Stalfos, but we don't need to bomb this dude. You have to take advantage of the fact that, hey, pay attention to where he is, and you have to hit where he is not aiming that way. So in that case, slice from left, slice up. And if you're in a case of that, get yourself out of the way. Slice across. It's sometimes not easy to do that, so you gotta be careful. From right, straight across any direction, from right, up. I did diagonal. It's actually very easy to do diagonals. Do a couple cases of that and move it down, but it is also a little slower. So I think I will say that I understand that aspect as far as people not liking this one. Although it's interesting because I don't come back to Crusader 64 again because he's one of our Resident Zelda people. He loves this game more on the Switch. He said buy it on the Switch because he said I think the controls on it are way better. That's also Fee there. You have down on D-pad. We'll get an indication of her right now. She's your help in this one. People also don't like her. Because of the idea, like, she's tutorializing a lot of stuff. Fine, like Navi did in Ocarina of Time. It's still a case that, yeah, fine. Pledge your heart at your earliest convenience. We can do that in a second. Whoa. Oh, fine. I can do it that way because there's hearts lying around the area. Of course, if I get down to no hearts, I'm dead. But there you go. Got him. So yeah, you do have to be a little more precise, and it is slower. So I guess that is the consequence of saying, hey, you know what, we're gonna make it more specific with the element of the swordplay. Of course, you do have the nice stuff opening up the chests. And of course, you hold that shit up high like I always do. Yeah, this is the Hook Beetle. It is an upgrade to the Beetle. I thought it was not when I was doing my test on this. It's actually been a while since I played this game. But anyway, you're able to pick up things with it and hit the Z button whilst carrying and drop it down on enemies. Bombs away. Hello, hello. And usually when you get stuff like that, she'll give you the explanation. Hi, how are the controls? Good to see you, Ultra94T. Going well. I also do have bad news for you. The Twilight Princess demo does not work. I was getting a disc read on my Switch for it. I don't know what's going on with it. I'm not sure if it's a case of a newer version of it. So I said, fine, we're going to look at the Kiosk demo of Skyward Sword, which so far feels mostly like the main game. Not really too much of a difference I'm seeing. And then I'm going to show off preview on the GameCube version, because that's the best I'm going to do. So you have a good reason to come in for the purpose of doing that demo. As I said, I don't know what's causing it. I didn't really do much as far as trying to fix it. Because, like, yeah, I know this costs a lot of money. Thank you, by the way, for donating these for the purpose of today's show. But it's a case where, yeah, I don't know if the fact that I have a 2012 Wii is doing anything. I don't think so. And every Wii game I tossed into it after I noticed that did not have a problem with that way. So, but so far as the controls, they feel pretty good, honestly. If you were to go into memories on any of these, your elements of the Kiosk demos, because he's the reason, by the way, we have this. I'm glad for that. Thank you so much for providing that as well. And definitely, yeah, your call as far as what you want to do as far as coming in for a show. Maybe showing the Twilight Princess demo if you can get it to work. As it is, I don't know if maybe it's something with the problem with Wii, but I don't think so. You just said I can't recognize it. In fact, I will probably indicate that. I believe the Wii U will run the disc. Okay. So then maybe it's not that. All right, that's yeah. Thank you for that insight as far as like what's going on with that, because I don't necessarily know why it would be doing that. But all right, we're gonna go hook people and get ourselves out. Actually, you know, if that's the case, I'll say this. I ran on my Wii U. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what I'll do. Since I do have my Wii U as well, I think what I might do is I might try hooking that up and see what I can do. Alright, so yeah, come back. Can we get our way out? No, yeah, right. We have to go we have to go and hit that thing again. Anytime. Of course. Thank you. I appreciate that for sure. Alright, so yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pull out the Wii U. Actually, I should have thought of that. I was like, fine, I should just think of doing that. You're right, run the Wii U. Remember, the Wii U is back compatible with every game on Wii, so maybe that's it? I don't know. I mean, none of the games I put into my Wii had that problem. Even the two that seem like they're the worst off as far as how they looked, which were, for the record, Mad World and Metroid Prime 3 Corruption as far as looking the dirtiest. Yeah, but either way, fine, let's go through and get rid of those, fine, pass with Biodecker Bob, let's open the door. Also, apparently this, the dungeon demo's timed. I actually did not know that as far as how it is. Okay, so yeah, I am liking this game for sure as far as how it feels. Honestly, this one does not feel different to me from the main game. I do have the Wii game as far as that for it. In fact, in that case, I'll tell you that since we potentially have a workaround, because fine, the one thing I didn't think, I probably should like, wait, put in Wii U, you're right, it's totally back compat, why not? We'll try that. But I do like the aspects of this game. I kind of like the thing they're doing with the controls, although I also get the idea that, hey, it's kind of changing the pace of this, for sure. I definitely like how this game looks as far as its art direction, and definitely some interesting changes it takes. And also, I do love stuff with the story. Oh, shit! Spiders! Yeah, Crusader 64, like, fine. He loves Zelda, but so, stab him down. Right, you hit the fatal blow and get him over like that. Basically pull the Wii remotes downwards, or fine, Wii remote and nunchuck downwards, just stab him in the chest and kill him. So yeah, if you ever played games like Manhunt 2 and Godfather on Wii, people say like, hey, you know, in Manhunt 2, you're basically able to, you know, get stuff going on so you can pretty much murder people in cold blood. Or strangle people in the game based on The Godfather. You can do that sort of in this game too, but not nearly as, you know, violently as far as this. It's me controlling Link in Twilight Princess's Kiosk demo. That was not the best. And I've heard that, and honestly, I'll tell you, my experience with, I gotta get these eyes looking in my way. Come on, eyes. You basically have to rotate the eyes around so that they will, you'll get dizzy. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And you're probably gonna say, like, what the limitations on the Wii Remote are concerned. Yeah, my experience with Twilight Princess on Wii is not much. Honestly, it's, well, okay. What am I trying to think on this? I don't think I have to hit him. Oh, the block behind you. All right, yeah, thank you. I actually have not played this game in a while, so in that case, I'll be happy to go on that. And you can also use the Wii Remote to leap upwards. Yeah, you're right. So I can hit that, pull out my my beetle, hook beetle, hit downwards. There we go. Yeah, but instead, I played, as far as my experience with, what was it? With Twilight Princess to start on that one, a friend of mine had it on Wii. So I played it, but I didn't have a Wii. In fact, I didn't have Wii until 2012, when actually I was given this game with it. When I played it after that, I played it on the GameCube, which is what I own it on, and also is the rarest version of the game by a pretty substantial margin. It's also the version per your request that we will be playing for the purpose of show, and yeah, that is all yours. Yours and Gemini 96, as you both call dibs on Twilight Princess. I think we have witnesses to that as the case. All right, so fine. What I gotta do is get up on the block, or fine, pull the block. There you go. All right, because you need all three, right? So pull that sword out, and basically draw with the sky and get dizzy. There you go. All right, so I had the right idea. I just didn't remember. Like, wait a second, where am I putting myself? Okay, and you get the item. Also, I guess, from my understanding, I think the demo is for the dungeon is time-based. As you got a key. Of course, every time I do that, I have to raise the Wii Remote up as far as this game. But that being said, we got that set. Okay, so we're gonna go to the door and see if we can get there in time with a nice sprinting ability, which first game in the franchise to have it. But as far as getting back, well, we can do that, or fine, actually, we have to do that. So we have to go upwards. Yeah, soak in the great atmosphere of this game, no question. Except, yeah, wait a minute, I gotta go and use Beetle to get up there, I think, or, hold on a second. Yeah, all right, I have to use that in order to hit the trigger point. Boom. Yeah, because it's been a while since we played Zelda for show. I can cut right through. Yeah, I can go right through. And just turn very slightly. Got it. Also, I know what your experience on the Switch version of this game is. Feel free to go into that as well. I have not played the Switch version. I was, fine. Container 64 said, like, play the Switch version. Like, put it on the Wii, though. But I've never beaten it on the Wii, so that's also my problem, too. I just gotta say, fine, I'm beating that. That and Suikoden. Okay, also, the original version, 2. I had the opportunity to purchase the E3 2005 demo of Twilight Princess, which is only playable on GameCube, but the person was asking too much, if I remember, or too much for it, and I don't know if the price was back there, because it was quite a while. So, all right, you go back far to this, and I appreciate that input, because it's actually something we have not really had going, as I'm gonna slice through and get through. Look, yeah, straight, break free, look. Yeah, spider, you're going down. Stab, stab, stab. Now, fine, I gotta do the blink thing. Hot! Yeah, there you go, you have to do that and get that going. But yeah, you've been actually a very interesting case as far as this show for saying, hey, let's take a look at games that you know in different contexts, oftentimes before they even existed. Because fine, that was the case with the GameCube preview disc. It was the first show we did of the year. Looking at games before they came out that were on that, like Beautiful Joe and Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, stuff that was not out yet. And also Soul Calibur 2, because it was, I think, like a couple months for a bunch of those. Actually, I think Sonic Adventure DX is kind of the one that was closest to the release. And then I'll say, hey, with this one, fine, people played Skyward Sword. This game sold well. As did Twilight Princess. Particularly on the Wii, but also the case that it did sell. People played it as far as all the versions of all those games. But then saying, hey, remember playing in the store? Like, well, no, I don't know, maybe not. Or maybe a case that that's something that's not indicated anymore, and was such a one-of-a-kind case. Yeah, he's getting in the way, so yeah, out of my way. Yeah, fine. I'm getting into the total Zelda perspective, which I think is probably the intention of this, as we have these Biodeco Bobbers, which I have to get my stuff set. Wait, hold on. You guys again. Yeah, charge that up. Yeah, fortunately I got hit straight across. But I do love the fact that you've been giving that perspective, honestly, when it's come to the show. Saying, hey, a different way of playing a game, and maybe seeing, honestly, the history of gaming, as we're going to see, and we'll see how balancing works. But I have to kill these things, otherwise I'm going to get myself hurt going across as over there. You can also change the aim if you tilt the Wii Remote very slightly. You do the charge up with the cycle there, and go, oh, no. Also, you have balancing going on the Wii Remote, so you hold it upwards. Or hold it aloft, fitting how they have Skyloft and all that stuff. You know what? Oh, yeah, okay. I also had this happen where it's like, fine, it's recognizing, not recognizing the nunchuck, or it stopped recognizing it, but it's not a case where... Also, yeah, you have to be close on this one in order to get it going. Come on. Because if you're not locked on, I'm holding the Z button. But... yeah, wait a sec. Yeah, you have to be pretty close. Or fine, I'll screw it. We're gonna walk across. Except he's gonna get me, but I'll see if I can avoid it. I doubt it. Yeah, I'm getting eaten. So fine, we gotta get our way out. Oh, and you can do parkour in this game. Yeah, so before, actually, yeah, all this was before, fine, way before Breath of the Wild, like about 6 years. Whoa. Or actually, you know what? Fine, better idea. Let's take, fine, we can bow these dudes. What the hell am I thinking? Just shoot these guys, assuming they can. Yeah, you hold the A button, aim down, boom, there you go. But yeah, why was it doing the other way? Fine, you kind of can do it the other way. There we go. Okay. So do the balance. There you go. Just kind of keep the Wii Remote up. There you go. Let's go. Out of curiosity, you're using Elgato? Yes, I am. I have the Elgato HD60X. That is the capture device I use. I'm running the Wii, by the way, through the RetroTink 5X, which is an upscaler. That it cost me $300 years ago, but honestly, it was totally worth it. It is the absolute easiest way to take older consoles, ancient stuff, and I guess the Wii is kind of the most, the newest of those, in terms of the fact that I'm using component cables for the purpose of this. As also, by the way, it also is coming loose, so if it comes loose, pull that nunchuck out and get it set. Yeah, it looks super crisp. Also, to point out, the other way I'm doing this is that I have component cables. I do have this set to upscale to 1080p, because fine, the Wii has an output of 480p by max, but based on how this works, I will show you this. I have settings there, I have it, fine, it's showing that as far as the YPBPR, that being the component cables I have running through the Wii, but I had set to 1080p as far as up-resing, and I set to generic 16:9 because this game does have native 16:9 support. For the purpose of Twilight Princess, as I'm getting, tossed out. Yeah, the adventure's only begun. In fact, in that case, we'll show the boss battle then. For that one, for GameCube, it does not have native widescreen support. I don't remember, do you know Ultra 94T if the Wii game does? As far as Twilight Princess, does it have native 16:9 for that? The GameCube one doesn't. Which is surprising, because there's a lot of games on the GameCube that came out earlier that do. Actually, when Switch 2 comes out, all the stuff that's coming up on the GameCube app for that, which are F-Zero GX, what's going to be at launch at least. The Legend of Zelda, actually no. I don't think Wind Waker does have it. But I know that Soul Calibur 2 and F-Zero GX do have it. And you can turn it on really easily. Alright, we're going to do the boss battle. I'll take a look and said I'll also pull the Wii U out. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to let that go. So fine, it's going. As you get this great cutscene going on with, yeah, this creepy dude. I love him. As far as how insane he is, and also he's great music. Let's see where the hell my Wii U is. Looking around. It's somewhere here. I did not move it. Everything's downstairs. Yeah, look who it is. Well, I'll let him tell you what it is. Well, I also look around for where my Wii U is. I know all the cables, though, so that's going to be sick. Oh, wait, it's right here. It's being hidden by this. Okay, so there we go. Let's get the Wii U ready. Alright. Thought the tornado stirred up when tossed you over here, but, yeah, we think you'd be in pieces. but no, you're not. No, we're hard to kill. Super Game Saturday is also a hard show to kill in the sense that, hey, you know, if we think that we're gonna have trouble running the game or something, we figure out what we do, we improvise. We do love that. Yeah, the girl matters is the case, and she's probably behind this door. So you said. Twilight Princess on Wii is 69. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I just wasn't sure as far as that one. Although it's weird, because when I was doing my audio checks on Twilight Princess, which is way louder as far as the settings I have to run through OBS. Fine, it looked the same. Although I don't know if there's something the way the GameCube version is doing that's different than how the Wii version is. Alright, but we'll let this creepy dude introduce himself. Yeah, this is Girahim. But I want to be called, you know, Lord Girahim. I do remember seeing this dude as far as like, wait a second, kind of going darker. So yeah, it is the in-between sort of kind of how Twilight Princess went darker in terms of how outlook was, and then I guess the kind of cartoony style a little bit with Wind Waker. Although fine, maybe more of a colorful take, I guess, with this as far as, but like, then you get stuff like this, like, uh-oh. But he's looking like, oh yeah, I have the bright green, like, but I'm determined. Yeah, you're not gonna get in my way. He's like, yeah, pulling my sword out. You really just draw your sword? Ah, yeah, we did. Sorry, we have a job to do. Also, we have the connections for Wii U, which are honestly not be too much. You just swap out, actually, yeah, the only real thing you gotta do, I guess, is, right, swap out the sensor bar and swap out the power. That's all I've got to do. And, oh, right, you're gonna have to resync the Wii remote to the console. By all accounts, the girl should fall on her hands already. Okay. Yeah, so it's interesting. I'm also doing a show from distance, saying, fine, let me hook up my other stuff, all the stories going on, and also seeing the way the colors go in here when it comes to, you know, him getting really angry. I love the way this game's using color for the purpose that it's getting kind of darker, kind of a little more distorted, and a lot more. It makes you feel enraged inside. Also, Nintendo was saying they were going for more of a painting style look for Skyward Sword. Yeah, you're right, and I do remember that, the idea that yeah, I think it might have been when they were emphasizing this in 2011, which, by the way, this demo, from what I understand, this is, I think, correct me if this is not right, of what I found online, researching this. This is the NTSC version of the PAL demo, but it was apparently based on that E3 demo, unless there's something, it is the 2011 demo, but was it from E3 2011? That's kind of all I could really kind of ascertain from it. Actually, the Twilight Princess one's better indicated than this is, in the sense of seeing where does it actually come from. Also, in that case, maybe I can get the Wii U on for the purposes. And I do love the shot. Oh my god. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. So, alright, then there you go. So, we do have that element going on. I do love this look as far as he looks like, uh-oh. Which promise up front not to kill you. So yeah, fine, to go to the, Shining case, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in. Bash it right the fuck in. So yeah, Girahim is definitely getting crazy, I think, with the tongue. I love the tongue thing. I guess it's like Hannibal Lecter from Silence of the Lambs, something like that. But he's gonna beat us within an inch of our lives. I do love the camera angles they set up as well for this. It does give this sense of, whoa, this is getting serious, but also kind of the elegance and the color that goes with it. The paint's early style, you're right about that. As you're dealing with Girahim. So alright, here's the deal with him. He says, hey, there's your hand. You have to hit him in the direction where he's not going, and then that will stun him so you can then start slicing. He puts the hand up. If you put it too close to that, he'll grab the sword out of his hands, and it will not be good. I probably show that happening at least once. No, fine, let's show it now. If you do that... Oh, right, no, because he can grab the sword. That's the other thing I forgot. If you do not shake it out of the way, he can grab it. Basically, you hit him the other way, but yeah, fine. If you don't hit it into his hand... Actually, it's kind of hard to do that, but I do love his boss battle music here. It's amazing. Yeah, he will grab the sword. If he does grab the sword, he will try and throw it back. And you have to go pick it up. Whoa. It's also interesting they start you out with the Hylian shield in this demo versus the final version, where you definitely don't get that for quite a while, ending near the game by doing the trials. Yeah, you're right, which I think is about where we're at. In fact, let's go to that. Yeah, because what they give you the wooden shield, they give you the iron shield, and they give you the Hylian shield, as well as a Fairy bottle and 4 bottles of heart potion. Fine, you can also say, no, I don't want shield, but like, fine, no, we gotta have the Link look. So the case, in fact, actually the dungeon, one thing, they actually gave you a lot of the upgrades in the dungeon to start. I think, actually, I don't know, was the beetle thing, it's been a while since I played it, or played this game, I should say, on the Wii. Do they give you, is that an upgrade for that? I don't think it is. I think that's just the item that you're using. I think they give you upgrade to the game later. But I think, as you said, that thought of saying, hey, the game's not out yet. What is this going to look like? What does Nintendo or any company that does something like this, where you have demos that are released before the game comes out, saying, what is this game going to do? How do they want to sell it to people? And for that matter, also, how do people remember that demo? Because I'll tell you one case, this is a game that's not good at all. As he throws those out, and when he does that, make sure you hit the sword in the direction he gives, and then he'll do that. Make sure you hit him, or he gets sliced down like that. Yeah, the Zelda demos apparently are pretty rare. I would think so, because you're right. The thought that Zelda is definitely a huge, huge franchise as far as Nintendo, in a case where it's kind of, in a way, I think I've talked this before, the case that it is this series of Nintendos that they take the most seriously, in the sense that they, fine, I mentioned the Zelda games that don't exist, that's what Skyward Sword says, which is those being the ones that were going to be on, or that were on the Philips CDI, that Nintendo didn't make. It was part of their fallout of the Nintendo PlayStation, and them teaming up with Philips for that unit. They said, fine, you have rights to make games with our characters in them, but Nintendo didn't make them, those being Hotel Mario, Zelda's Adventure, Zelda 1 of Gamelon, and Link Faces of Evil. And the case that, especially since those, they're very protective of Zelda, but also the case that people are kind of curious, even of those games, saying, you know what are these games? What were they doing? In fact, of those, Zelda's Adventure kind of is in the style of like the traditional Link to the Past case, except way worse done, from what I understand. And also, fine, $2,000 is how much that costs nowadays, if you're trying to get that. And even the other two, which play like Zelda 2 from NES, a little bit as far as the side-scrolling perspective, those go for a lot of money. And I also said, I'll probably edit this in at some point again at the end of this, which is Crusader 64. We have him on video when he beat Breath of the Wild. Him and Chasm22 are going to be on the show next week for Shadow Hearts Covenant for the next part of that. He said, what's the next Zelda you're going to beat? And he said, like, you didn't finish the CDI one. And he says, like, those don't exist. And I said, like, you know what, I don't have those games, they cost a lot of money. And he says, quote, listen, if you ever get one of those and want to do one on your Super Bowl game Saturday, I'll sit in just to badmouth it.
You didn't beat the CDI one.
It doesn't exist.
And I can't, well, okay, I don't have the system for it, and those cost over like $500 each.
You know what? If you ever do get one and you want to do one on your Super Old Game Saturday, I'll sit on that.
I am
just to badmouth.
I am tempted. I was like, fine. At some point, that's gonna come by. Fine. I bought the CDI controller for the Switch, so that's kind of coming around. I got that game. Was it RZ Jewel Fairmore, which is kind of a takeoff on those CDI Zelda games in case, like, what if they make them good? And actually, they did pretty good, honestly, as far as how it was. But you're right, Zelda is a huge franchise that every release, even if it's a case where people don't like them, or if they're, like, questioning them, like with Skyward Sword here, as far as that, that's sometimes the thought where they say, hey, you know, they want to know more about it. What are your thoughts, by the way, on the Switch 2? All right, we put up more of a fight than we would have thought possible out of such a soft fight. Oh, we're fine. Don't worry. Yeah, about that. Let's talk that, because it's come out as far as recently. The idea of the Switch 2, we know what it is. It's coming out in a couple months. They are starting pre-orders of it as far as in stores on April 24th. Is that right? Yeah, April 24th. They're also having it so you have setups for pre-orders through the My Nintendo store, which is what I'm doing, because they're also apparently basing that lottery case off of, off of how long you've been a Switch member and things like that. I'm curious what I'm seeing. The console costs $450, and it's $500 if you're getting the bundle that comes with Mario Kart World, which is $80. People are like, uh-oh, that's too much money, as far as like the raise the price, and same also with other cases going $70, and the case like, is everything going to go up in price, of which the accessories are going up in price. They bumped up the $5 on all of them. Although it also is a case where some of the old accessories are going to work. And it's kind of what my thought is. I mean, so far I'm impressed with the tech they've got on it, as far as what they have running with this, when it comes to being able to do 120 frames per second on screen, and on TV as well. The fact that they have the new Donkey Kong game, Donkey Kong Bonanza, the new Mario Kart game, looks pretty good as far as how they are. And also stuff with back compatibility via, actually, a software emulation method. Not a hardware case the way the Wii U does with Wii discs, or that certain variances of the Wii do with GameCube discs. So that being kind of an interesting thing, I'm curious to seeing what it's going to do. I like what I'm seeing as far as stuff with the game chat and things like that. It is also that case that does seem like it has good third-party support, which is often a question when it comes to Nintendo stuff. Price is going to be a case of it, but it's also something that, fine, it will run with the older Switch controllers for certain things. So it's something, if you're like, hey, how are you going to manage that thing, maybe on a budget or something like with a cost, there are kind of easier ways to go. And same also with that bundle with Mario Kart. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to see what I can do as far as getting a handle on that thing. If I can. You know, I was gonna maybe leave this as a surprise, but you know what, I'm not gonna, since you're asking directly. I'm gonna try and maybe see if I can't do a show with the unit going over some aspects of it. If I can do this. I'll try to see what I'm doing. I'm curious as far as it. I'm liking to see what Nintendo's got of other stuff, though weirdly enough, I guess. Now I'm thinking about it. I mean, I'm also excited about the GameCube stuff, no question. The fact they're doing the Switch Online stuff for GameCube. Starting with Wind Waker and F-Zero GX and Soul Calibur 2. But also other stuff they're putting up on that, which they're doing, they're doing Chibi Robo, which costs a lot of money. They're doing Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, which also costs a lot of money. Super Mario Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion. They're not doing Kirby's Air Ride because they're doing a sequel to that, and Ack was going nuts. Like, oh my god, I love Kirby's Air Ride. I can't wait to see a new one of that. I'm curious. I think there's a lot of potential there. Also, cases of third-party companies saying, hey, we can get stuff running on this pretty well. I mean, I guess it's going to be a question, as I said, the question on what cost is going to be, if they can justify to people, hey, the cost as far as what that is, I think that's going to be the case of it. I'm curious on what I'm seeing. I think they have something here, and also the extra power that they're going to run. So I am positive of what I'm seeing. But it is also a case where, fine, there keeps being a lot of different things we keep hearing about it, where they kind of change around, saying, hey, by the way, they initially didn't say how much the cost of the games were, and later they said, oh, it's $80 for Mario Kart World, but Donkey Kong Bonanza's $70. But then other stuff's going to vary. They said, okay, Octopath Traveler is going to be $40 the way it was on 3DS, but use those game key cards, which some companies are going to be able to do that, where they basically have it as a download linkage. One thing I'll say about that, people's like, how dare you do this? You know, let's go to the dungeon again. I can go with my thoughts, and we'll try Twilight Princess demo on Wii U after that. One thing I'll say about that, and we'll go somewhere we haven't gone yet, as far as that. In fact, you know, I'll dart over for the key, because they give me the thing in order to hit the door open, so we'll just do that. Let me grab that. What was I thinking about that? Yeah, the game key card thing. They are kind of being more open about the fact that it's going to be, you need to download something off of it. Although it is something, it's not a code. So it's a case where it's going to, the card will go on the console, you go online to download it, so you do need to have that, so eventually that could go away. That being a question, yes. But the idea that it's not going to be tied to account, it's not going to be tied to one user, so you can sell it if you don't like the game. And also a case of saying, hey, it'll still run that way, you only have to download it once, and then you can run it offline, no problem. I like that's going to be more open as far as how that is. I mean, fine, remember the case of Spyro Reignited Trilogy, when that first came out. You have to download most of those games. Fine, we played Spyro the Dragon 1 that way, Edwack and Nikki did. And you have to download most of that before you even can play it. And also, the PS4 and Xbox One versions initially didn't have everything on the disc because they said we need it out by Christmas, and we'll finish developing it. Fine, the game went gold as far as them printing the disc, and then they will say, and then they said, okay, we'll finish it by the time it gets going. So then you have to download a bunch of stuff on that. So it kind of is helping prevent that idea, but also I guess the thought of, you know, are people gonna go for that? And also the idea that, hey, it maybe makes it a cheaper option to certain cases. Which, fine. Yeah, so Spider's getting in my way, he needs to die. Stab him that way. Like, do what you do as far as a spider. Stab him. There you go, flip him over. Oh, no, I gotta hit it diagonally, right. Huh? That was even shorter than before, when they said, hey, you can just do that. That's weird. Okay, yeah, point is, I'm liking what I'm seeing, and I'm curious to see what's going on. Fine, in my case, I want to see Ridge Racer. I know that seems like a weird one. The fact they're porting Ridge Racer as far as that to the Switch 2, that's a cool case. But yeah, I'm curious about seeing what they're going to do and more what they'll have coming up later. But as far as like launch lineup, honestly, Nintendo's kind of leaning more on third parties on this one, which I guess is kind of an interesting thing. But fine, they got 2 big games. They got Donkey Kong Banana. Well, that's not even a launch title. That's the month after that. They have Mario Kart, and then they have, enhanced versions of other games, like, actually 2 Zelda games, including, not Skyward Sword, the other one, Tears of the Kingdom. Which, fine, I didn't buy on Wii U, so at that point, oh no, didn't buy on Switch. I bought, Breath of the Wild on Wii U. In that case, fine. Switch 2 is that case, as far as what that's going to be, and enhancing it a bit more as far as certain things. So, yeah, I'm definitely curious about it. Feel free to go into your memories. Also, I'm going to try then, since you mentioned this, I do have to grab one other thing. Zelda were pointing, Zelda is my favorite Nintendo franchise of all of them, so do tons of research on the games. Oh, there you go. That is, well, we do that as well, as far as the case that we want to go deep into that element, deep into the minutia, deep into the stories that go with this legendary franchise, and definitely the legend for a reason as far as the case of what they do. So yeah, feel free to keep hitting us with it as far as that, and we can definitely go into that. As I said, what I'm going to do then, your great suggestion, I'm going to switch off a couple things. Fine, Essential bar, you gotta go. Fine, thank God this thing is a really long cable, an insanely ridiculously long cable for it, so I have to pull that out. It's also interesting because it means that, hey, I love being improvisational on the show. That's the idea of what we do, what makes it so entertaining. In my case, of saying, hey, this is not going to go exactly the way you expect, it doesn't matter. You can just completely adjust to it, any perspective. Or to go to the Ren Stimpy perspective of it, as Money Mudskipper always said, like, you wanted to make it in this world, you gotta adapt. Twilight Princess, by the way, the Kiosk demo is $700. Jesus Christ. Okay, we damn well better be able to show this. If we can't, we'll figure it, you understand how to get it working, and then you come back for the purpose of that. Okay, so let me get this set. So fine, I have this going on, feed's going out, and that's going on. So hold on a second. Hold power button for 4 seconds to force the console down. Okay, so I have to do that. Hang on. Get the Pro Controller out. It's right here. I just need something for this. I can plug that right into the front. This is definitely a unique way of doing the show, and I love it. No question. There you go. There is Pro Controller. Thank God I have that. Yeah, for that price, as far as that, we got to show this thing. We'll do what we can before it's shut down. Alright, so I gotta shut this down. We'll be back in a sec. Okay, there we go. So, alright, this is definitely interesting. It also shows the idea, like, what we could do tech-wise on the show. We can kind of do anything we want, as far as how this is. And the other thing is, since I already did that. We're not doing that. No. Stop it. We're playing the Wii U. Actually, I don't even know if I have Zelda stuff on this. Okay, fine. Yeah, Wii U, getting unplugged, gotta go. So, alright, so to link this case, gotta link. So, fine, what I gotta do is I gotta sync this. Let's take the cover off. Hit the sync button on Wii U. We got this. There we go. Press sync button on the controller you want to pair. Pairing Wii U gamepad, hit sync again. Here we go. Here we go. Hit the B button to exit on this. So, there we go. Perfect. There we go. That is controller 2, though, but for the purpose of this... Alright, let's try it. So, you said it works on Wii U, so let's see. Do I have a disc in here? No, I do not. So, what we need to do is we need to go, I think, to the Wii channel. So, fine. By the way, what I have on Wii from Wii on Virtual Console in the system, I have Kirby's Return to Dreamland, Metroid Prime Trilogy, Pandora's Tower, because goddamn, this costs a lot of money. The Pikmin games... Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles, Trauma Team, Zack and Wiki, The Quest for Barbarossa's Treasure. Oh, no, I don't want to start that one. No, stop. We're not playing that game. Cancel. Shit, I didn't mean to play that one. Yeah, we're not playing that game. Sorry. Yeah, sorry for all you Zack and Wiki fans. We'll play that eventually. I need to also get a sense of what we're doing. We gotta put this. Okay, so... We're running this on TV. Use Wii Remote to select this. Alright, boom. Alright, so yeah, this looks familiar, except we're doing it the Wii U way. So let's try this. Yeah, you said it works on Wii U, let's give it a shot. Why not? Thank you for remembering the Wii U is backwards compatible. I was like, okay, fine. The one thing I forgot. Yeah, benefit why we have the best chat on Twitch and the best guests, no question. And you will be a guest on this program eventually, I guarantee that. So come on. Come on. Let us go. Please, please, please let this disc load. Okay, it does. So, alright, I don't know. Okay, one thing I'm doing, I'm turning this shit down. We're going down to actually the number I took for this on that. Okay, so it works on the... Okay, I don't understand that. The Wii didn't take it, but the Wii U is taking it. Okay. Not gonna question it. Okay, we are gonna be able to show this. Who knew? Alright, fine. There you go. Just took our best chat on Twitch. So, alright, we are gonna show this off then. Never mind. Alright. And I guess at that point, fine, we'll also show off a little bit on the other versions, because why not? Link controls are going to be interesting. Yeah, I have not seen this, since I couldn't get it working before we set, and the game is flipped. By the way, let's talk Twilight Princess a bit. First of all, yeah, the game is flipped on the Wii compared to on the GameCube, because Link is left-handed, normally. I mentioned that before you jumped on. But, yeah, they said, fine, for most people, they're going to go right-handed. You were right, by the way, Ultra94T. I want to give you credit on this one, because I said, is there a tech reason as to why why the Wii game is flipped that way? But no, it's not a tech reason. It's just the case that, they just flipped the game, so it's mirrored. And this mirrored version is in, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD, which is on Wii U, which has not been put into anything but Wii U. Also updating that. So we're looking at Twilight Princess now. This is not the E3 2006 demo, right? Because this came out. This demo was. We got it running. So this is also gonna be my first time looking at this. From what I understand, this came out October 23rd, 2006, before the game came out. As far as the E3 demo, I don't know if there's the differences in terms of how it plays, but alright, fine, here we go. Oh shit, okay, fine, oh there we go. So, yeah, unsheathing that sword, and by the way, flashlight warning is potentially on this game. But if nothing else, we're gonna see, like, how did Twilight Princess look, and how to control beforehand. And fine, after I looked at Skyward Sword, I don't know, how's it control this way? Yeah, you're saying it's worse than even the main game was, apparently. So I guess you're not liking the Wii controls on the Wii game itself. And you played all three versions, am I correct? Okay, we do have two things we can select. I'm glad we can select this. Also, I think I want to turn this down even more. I think that's actually too much. The only difference between this demo and the E3 2006 one is they flipped it. Okay, so this is when they implemented the flip of the graphics for that. Okay. By the way, while I'm looking here. Fine, so, right, what we have here. We have two things to look at. One is the dungeon, that's the Goron Mines, and the other thing is the fishing, which you do hennis fishing up by the Upper Zor River. Chad, do you have a request of what you want to see? It's otherwise the same thing as far as it applies to the flipping. What do you want to see first, Chad? You want to see the dungeon? You want to see the fishing? Also, yeah, fine. All red. Okay, there we go. I just need to be sure, like, yeah, that's set. Because we have not Navi here. Looking around as far as how they are. By the way, if you want to point this and press A and B at the same time to start something, you want to start the dungeon or you want to start the fishing? It's your choice, chat. I will take your selection. Unless you're saying, hey, you want to defer that way. Yeah, so far I'm noticing, fine, just from the movement in the menu, it feels a bit different. In fact, actually, looking at the stuff I have on the Wii itself, this is, I think, the earliest thing that I have right now at my disposal. The only one after that is WarioWare Smooth Moves, which came out in 2007, early 2007. I guess fine, we probably should take a look at the dungeon to start, I guess, because fine, that's where we're gonna see it. And that admittedly is the first time I saw this game. Because the brother of a friend of mine back in the day had this. Got the Wii when it launched. And so actually that was my experience of being able to play Wii to start. Specifically playing this, playing Wii Sports, because of course it came bundled with the console. Also playing some Virtual Console stuff they bought, like Bomberman 93 from TurboGrafx 16. There were a lot of people I knew who bought that game. And also Far Cry Vengeance. Oh my god, Far Cry Vengeance is awful. Fine, that's also gonna be my judge, which is that, you're saying the Wii controls are bad in this. You ever play, Ultra94T or Chad, you ever play Far Cry Vengeance? We'll see if this is better or not. It is a Wii port of, of Far Cry Instincts, which was on Xbox, which is a great game. It's a first-person shooter series of, Ubisoft's, set in a nice tropical island. But it's also a case that, yeah, it looks awful. Really, really awful. And it's also something that, when you run it, it runs really badly and it doesn't play well. The motion controls are really bad. We had fun laughing at it, though. Nothing else. Won't be easy from here. Use the Wii remote to swing the sword. Use the B button to use items strategically. Hi, Midna. Yeah, that is Midna, by the way. She will be going on as far as the play of this. Make sure you swing the nunchuck lethally left and right to form a spin attack. I don't know if, it's been so long since I played Skyward Sword. I don't know if Skyward Sword has it. I think it does. And the controls begin for his movement. Okay, well, let's see. By the way, if you feel like you need Midna's advice, or my advice, press up on D-pad to give me a signal. Alright, so here we go. So here's what we have. There is our pointer. Actually, I don't... Okay, this is new, I think. Ultra 1914, if you're going to tell me this, I don't think this pointer was in the final game. Fine, I said with Skyward Sword, it, for the most part, feels like it is one-to-one with the final release. Fine, it's kind of like, oh, look over there. So, okay, there we go. So it is the same control as Skyward Sword, in the sense that Z button is your target back. C button is looking around, or getting in the mode to look around and use the Wii remote. Also surveying the land, use, oh, because you use the analog stick as well, and the inverted, okay. And we have our items on D-pad, you can talk to Midna, that's on up on D-pad. You also have the claw shot, they give you that early, shit. Yeah, a lot of enemies, so we'll try this. Okay, so she has the same advice. You have the boomerang, you have the claw shot. Damn, this is really loud also coming out of this. Also, I'm gonna try one other thing. We're not quitting this, but... Okay, yeah, it disables the home menu as well. Not that it matters, I just want to get a sense of it. And yeah, like with that, do remember that. You put those iron boots on, hitting down on D-pad, and B button is your case of that. Alright, whoa. Fine. Yeah, okay, fine. Compared to Skyward Sword, it's definitely more sensitive. But so far, it's okay. But fine, let's see. Okay, so fine. Still moving with the nunchuck, the analog stick and the nunchuck. What are his items? His items are the iron boots, the claw shot, I think. Okay, and also the bow, I think. Actually, let me look at the inventory. Oh no, we want to continue. No, we don't want to quit. Unless they tell us we gotta quit. Okay, here we go. Items, yeah, you're right. Hit minus for that. Do a claw shot, hero's bow, iron boots, Gale boomerang, the lantern oil. So fine, it is like the CDI ones. Love the lamp oil, rope and bombs, the red potion, and the fairy. Okay, and you can pretty much put anywhere you want. We're going back. Okay. Oh no, but no, we don't want to add on. Okay, so fine. Here's the dude. Hi. There's a scarecrow here. Why don't you use it for sword training? Right, good idea. The enemy nearby, hit Z button and swing it with the Wii remote. If you're surrounded, shake the nunchuck to the left and right to spin. Alright, so let's do it. Okay, that went okay so far. You'll do fine in combat. Oh, fine, Midna's saying that, but I don't know if I trust that. Okay, so fine. It is pretty much just swipe and swipe and swipe. Doing the spin like the hot. Fine, you gotta do that right. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it is fine. I don't know, was it right that I played Skyward Sword first? Fine, the only reason I did is because I said, I don't know if we can play this. I'm glad we can. I'm glad you thought, hey, we can do this. All right, pick up the box. All right. And feel free, Ultra 914 chat to go in your memories on Skyward... Oh, fine. Skyward Sword as well, if you want to. Hit that dude. You can bash him with the shield, or fine, that could just spin him. Feel free to go in your memories on Twilight Princess. Elements on demo. What do you think on the controls as far as what they are? Fine. From my untrained eye, thinking back to when I played this on Wii very briefly, it seems mostly the same. It's also loud as shit when it comes to this Wii remote. That's fine. In fact, in that case, I probably should push the mic back. There we go. Okay. Fine. Like a lot of stuff early on with Wii, I'm seeing like, hey, where's my aiming going as far as it, but so far okay. Oh, the final controls are more improved off of this. Yeah, I guess so. How particular? What do you, oh fine, what do you feel as far as running the controls on Wii in the final release of this? Which, by the way, came out about a little under a month after this one, on November 19th, 2006. I use the bow to aim at enemies with the B button and aim the reticle. Yeah, make sure you hit the scarecrow. So yeah, the scarecrow's going down. Aim for that scarecrow. All right. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Fine. Unlike Skyward Sword, I'll say this. I get the sense that, fine, I need to aim that more. Also, I gotta get my bow out. So there you go. Okay, you also do have to be more precise. That's good enough. Just keep on your arrows. I do have tons, so that should be okay as far as running. Whoa, shit. Okay, fine. That was bad. But it does look fine. Movement was easier to control. Okay, so fine. Because, alright, fine. The movement's the one thing that's not based on the motion. Really. Fine. The movement as far as him. So, okay. Fine. There's the roll. Yeah. Okay, what I played of the GameCube version for the purpose of getting ready for the show today. When I thought, oh, I can only show that one. But fine, I probably will still show it, because why not? It feels maybe a bit tighter, fine, on GameCube. So yeah, it is, yeah, because I think the other thing is why I noticed that, yeah, it does skid backwards, which, I don't know, did he do that in the final version? I think he did. But honestly, what I did on test of this one was not with anywhere while I'm playing as Link, or not much. Yeah, he did. Okay, thank you. Yeah, but they're coming by as far as what this is. Yeah, so they got fire arrows, they gotta go, so what do I want to do? I could shoot them. Blech. Alright, I'm just trying everything just to see what's going on there. Or say, fine, just pull out the arrows and shoot him. Because I don't think I can even hit him with the claw shot. Fine, you don't even get the claw shot like a couple dungeons after this, I don't think. But honestly, my memories on Twilight Princess are a little fuzzy. I believe you said this is your favorite of the 3D ones, is that correct? Feel free to correct me if that's not right. Okay, fine. Point at the screen, sorry. Fine, the game is going to scream you saying, like, wait, you have to point that thing at the screen. Fine, it is more exacting how to hit this than Skyward Sword, yes. And I guess from what I remember of this, although, honestly, the last time I played the Wii game, I think it was 2006. Yeah, you get this at the Lake Bed Temple. That is definitely after this one. Alright, look. Alright, and you do have finish it, so finish it! Yeah, in this case, just hit a button. So if nothing else, it's also giving an idea of, like, what did, what's Skyward Sword really doing against this one? Uh-oh, that's creepy. Okay. So fine, that's one thing I don't, get on the GameCube version. Fine, even the... Because I don't know, I don't have the Wii U version. I don't think... Did the Wii U version have Wii controls available for it? Actually, the box of, Breath of the Wild says it does on Wii U. I was like, yeah, that's not true. But either way, the 4 propellers serve a purpose, use a boomerang. Alright, so make sure you lock on. You can log on to 5 spots with it. Okay. I do feel, I'll say this. First reaction on the motion controls here. I do feel like I have to kind of push forward or backwards more than I did in, fine, in either Skyward Sword or in this, yes. There you go. Okay, so fine. You basically go there, hit that, lock on once, twice. So in this case, okay, fine. What I'm seeing is you have to use the analog stick more for the turning than... Okay, I don't know if you had to use it less or more on the final release. Right, there you go. You spin those around, that should open, unless, wait, there's a 5th one I'm missing. Wait, there's a dude there that needs to die, so let's, kill him. Oh, no, back, stop. It's like, yeah, they keep us until I keep pointing the damn Wiimote at the screen, you're right. So it is, I mean, this is also probably a really funny case to, like, yeah, fine, run, yeah, I'm missing him, so fine, I gotta get back. Oh, wait, oh, that's the, oh, right, that's the scarecrow, so never mind. Like, wait a second, hold on. So fine, I get the idea of maybe becoming discombobulated when it comes to this and nothing else, although fine, maybe that's the case of the Wii version itself, but hold on. Right, I have to hold the B button down. Because, yeah, I'll say this also, Ultra 94T, this is, I think, the most we played with Wii remote controls on the show, because the only other game we played on Wii has been, what was it? Castlevania Adventure Rebirth. And fine, I'm missing something here, so fine, we have to come back. I guess. Oh, right, because I had to turn on the magnet. So where is the other thing for this? He said, yeah, you can hit on 5 targets. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll survey. Actually, to be fair, this is also how what my element was when I first played this game on the Wii, as it was. But nothing else to be able to soak this game in, or soak what we're seeing in. Actually, I'll say this. Graphically, it does look kind of sharp running through this. Fine. Also, maybe because of the way the tech is running. Oh. Okay, fine. Let me go to that. Since we're doing back compat on Wii U, it does take the highest resolution that the Wii output. So fine, let's see. There's only 4, so hold on. Unless I need to hit more than... Oh, wait, no. I have to hit... Fine, let's see what she's saying, because it's doing this. You have to do it in the right order. Look around carefully. Okay, so there you go. So fine, I got the wrong order. Let's see. Fine, what does it say on the ground? Anything there? Oh shit, it does that too. Alright, fine. So fine, the game's saying like, yeah, screw you, you took too long. Alright, fine, you're right, I did take too long. We gotta get past that thing. We're not ending this yet. Okay. Alright, so fine. Well, fair enough, that idea that, hey, you're going through this and then seeing, you know, what's going on. Alright, fine, let's give this a shot, because I gotta remind myself, like, what the hell am I doing? Although, to be fair, this is kind of maybe more of a loose one. Yeah, by the way, this is also the first Teen Raid Zelda game, which was for its fantasy violence and blood, or animated blood. So, the back of the GameCube box says, although it is also the same on the other version. Okay. Alright, let's try this again. We gotta go through and get that set. Alright, fine. Hi, Midna. It's like we met you a few minutes ago, so let's go. Let's see, do we have to do the attacks? I guess we do. Fine, let's hit him. Okay, fine. Stop. We have a job to do. Pull the sword out. Ow. Okay, go good. It didn't explode on me. Yeah, the enemies are problems, so let's get that bow out. Which I think is the only thing I can hit with distance from. Oh no, well, no, it is. So bow time. Point that screen. Oh, fine, I shot his head off, damn. Fine, not the first case, well, not the last case as far as shooting, even with this, because fine, there was also, I don't know if you played this, Link's Crossbow Training. That was on Wii, that was the packing game with the Wii Zapper. I do not have the Wii Zapper, I have the Perfect Shot from Nyko. But I probably need to get one of those, and that game is like dirt cheap, so... So they did, so alright, bye-bye to you. There you go, you're right, you do that. Forward, you basically stun him and then slice. Alright, fine, I'm used to the way of hitting downwards on Skyward Sword. So fine, I gotta get out of the Skyward Sword mentality, so alright, fine. I gotta hit... Oh, right, they've no, they don't. The fly of the order you lock on to the pattern you have. Okay, I gotta get the pattern down. We gotta make this happen. Let's see. No. Oh, whoa. Yeah, it's getting jittery probably because I'm close. I don't know if the final game had that. Yeah, I don't know if this is right either. If not, I'll also say, like, fine, where am I going, and make sure I unlock this thing. Whoa. Yeah, what do you gotta say, Midna? Look around carefully. Right, I gotta look around carefully. You're right. Or if it does get bad enough, I'll say, like, what do I gotta do? In fact, you know what? I'm gonna do that now. What do I gotta do? Or chat, do you remember what I gotta do for this one? Let's see. Or on mines. So yeah, I am looking this up because... Because it is the same as far as where we're starting. Oh, no. Is it? No. No, this is not the Goron Mines. No. That's... No. This is, no, that's not right. Okay, fine. Well, we gotta brute force this thing, so fine. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go this way. Oh, wait, someone's shooting at me. Oh, up there, he's shooting at us. So, actually, maybe I gotta kill them. Where is he? I know we're not doing that. Whoa. Oh, no. Oh, there's a sign. We can read that. Hi. Use your claw shot. Okay, fine. We could do that. Alright. Oh, this is later in the game. That's not that. There you go. Hey, yeah. So fine, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go this way. Alright, so we got money. Yes, 10 rupees. Alright. So let's see, what can we go next? Fine, no, let's just make our own way to start. Take what's around. We can also show, you know, the door open and stuff, which I do like this game. If we can go in. Yep, we can. I do like it kind of rolls it as a wheel. Okay, here, no, okay, no, we are here. Alright. So no, this is the Goron Mines, never mind. I just want to make sure that I was understanding that right. No, I'll just go around and just kill stuff, why not? Okay, fine, he's down there. Yeah, you're right, it is pretty basic as far as how the motion is. I don't know if it's that bad, but it's also the case that, fine, I might be the wrong person to ask this because my only frame of reference is the fact that I played the Wii version, like, I don't know, out 6 years ago. No, not 6 years ago, almost 20 years ago. Jesus. Oh, stop it. Uh-oh, I'm gonna get myself hurt. Okay, so it did shoot up. So, alright, fine. I'll say this. Fine. Pulling that out quick is a problem. Looks like the bridge is up. How do I get past here? Maybe over the ropes. Yeah, good idea. Where are the ropes? Fine, let's look at the ropes. Ropes, right there. So let's cut it down with... fine, I guess the bow. Yeah, stop it. Like, yeah, they keep telling me to do that. There we go. Yeah, I'm in trouble, so I gotta get my sword out and start killing. In this case, yeah, I'm just waggling. I probably should be on camera for this, but it was also something I don't necessarily want. I don't have my camera out with me right now, but also a case where I don't necessarily want to, you know, obstruct the screen. Oh, okay, that does look like, fine. Oh shit, Jesus Christ, look at that. As far as the slowdown, well, fine, I know part that's intended as far as the element of that. Those look like Jersey Devil. We can see them when we do Wolf Among Us. Fine, it's gonna go up on the YouTube site. Yeah. There we go. Also, talk about stuff with the music of this game as far as who did it in just a sec. That's boss door, can't go there yet. But at least we do have an element of, well, kind of where we're going, at least to show something different. In this case, yeah, just like Ocarina of Time, you roll around a lot. Okay, is it bad in Wind Waker is my favorite Zelda? Or is it bad that Wind Waker is my favorite Zelda? I don't think so, Heronbot. It's so good to see you tonight. We're looking at the Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess Kiosk demo from 2006. We also looked at the Skyward Sword one. Thank you to Ultra94T again, or thank Ultra94T for this. Also for saying to me, hey, remember, the Wii U's back compat, it worked on that, even though it didn't work on the Wii for some reason. I don't know why. We're taking a look at that. Oh, but no, absolutely. And hey, there's a great stuff on Wind Waker. Actually, you know what? You know what? I was gonna show off like a preview of this game on GameCube. Fine, I can't go here. So actually, fine. Oh no, I can go down here. Go swimming. So there's a lot of stuff going on where we're going. Maybe I could take a pull out of that one as a little bit of a brief indication. Maybe. I mean, fine. Since I was gonna do that. That's the idea. Feel free to go into memories on other aspects of Zelda, or also on Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword as well. Yeah, basically I'm going to be kind of just delineating this like a bunch of different things. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of interesting stuff that Wind Waker did. In fact, I'll also say this, Heroin Bob, to you. I like Wind Waker better than this game. I don't dislike this game. I think this game's pretty fun on anything, whether it's Wii or it's on, what is it? It's on Wii, on GameCube, which is where I have it, or on Wii U. Fine, go back, give me this. Whoa. So yeah, okay, I'm kind of going in the direction. Whoa. Okay, I'm aiming at a weird angle. I was gonna say, like, fine, I'm too stubborn to move a little to the right. Any WrestleMania predictions for this weekend? I don't know. To be honest, I haven't been following WrestleMania that much, but I don't know honestly like what the prediction. What are like the market bets going or looking like as far as that? Also, I gotta see about this damn thing. How I do this. Fine, let's do this. Also, yeah, what do we want to do wrestling as far as games? We haven't shown that off on the show yet. Not that way. How about the other way? maybe go clockwise. No, turn there and then go clockwise. Oh, wait, what? Okay, there you go. Oh yeah, who are you looking forward to get going as far as this? Also, yeah, I gotta see about how to do this. Okay, fine. I get the sense this has given me a lot more time to run this than before. Because there's time out the demo, apparently. Fine, let's try this again. I do want to solve this puzzle. Whoop. Oh no, I want to aim it. Yeah, basically aim at it with the Wiimote, hit Z. Oh shit, I didn't do that right. Okay. I do want to show this happening, because I think we got to show one thing that's unique about this dungeon, thing with the boots. We're going to show everything as far as every weapon we got. Right there. Oh shit, I keep hitting A. It's fine, that's my fault. So fine, to give a quick idea is what do I think on the controls on this. Part of it's my own stupidity of saying, hey, I gotta remember what the button is. More than, hey, the controls are bad. But it is very weird. I want Tiffany Stratton to punch Charlotte Flair's face off her head. Oh shit, stop, sorry. It's like, yeah, it's like the game is like saying like, no, I can't do that. Alright, I'll be curious to see what that's going on, because yeah, that is this week. I forgot about that. Actually, I was under the impression a couple years ago that I couldn't actually connect to Twitch for a show because of the traffic of that, but I don't know if that's true or not. Okay, fine. We're going to take a look as far as that wind puzzle. Hang on. I want to show this going on. Wind switches. Yeah, benefit of looking that way. Anything you want to do on the game, you just look it up. Well, maybe this isn't it. Okay, no. Well, okay, we're getting there. Okay, fine. Also, fine. Other thing I'm looking at. There's something to this. I just want to make sure this is set and fine. Chat, if you're saying something in there now, I'm not necessarily ignoring you. No, not yet. Okay, fine. The game said, no, you're taking too long. You gotta stop. Okay, fine. I gotta find what these wind switches things are on Twilight Princess. Well, nothing else, you also get to hear the really good music. Although, fine, I wish it was full orchestra. It's not, unfortunately, in this game. Let's see. There's a Z colored different path on the ground. Look at the ground. Okay, got it. Okay. Let's try this again. And then we'll do some fishing. And we'll pull some other stuff Zelda out since that's coming up. Yeah, as far as the music, I'll go on the names of the music then whilst this is going. It was done by Toru Minagishi, who did music for Pokemon Stadium, Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, as well as Yoshi Tachiko on DS, Splatoon 2 on Switch, Super Mario Maker 2, the voice of Peter Prawn in Super Mario Sunshine, which I played for the show before. Also doing the music was Asuka Hayazaki, who did music for Mario Kart Wii, The 10 Dogs and Cats in 3DS, Ring 3 and 4, Ring Fit Adventure, and Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures. And also Koji Kondo, of course, did the music for the original Legend of Zelda, Super Mario Brothers, Devil World, the final piece of music in Power Wings for Super Nintendo, and many, 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 many more. And the game was one of the last games of Zelda, directed by Eiji Aonuma, although he is basically overseeing the franchise as far as how it is. Who did designing on NES Open Tournament Golf, did graphics designing on, and also his first direction on a game called Marvelous Mohitsu no Takarajima, which only came out on Super Famicom. It is on Switch Online if you have the Japanese app for that. And he also co-directed Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. He directed Wind Waker as producer on Four Swords Adventures, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, Skyward Sword, as well as Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and Echoes of Wisdom, which is the most recent. And this is also his last game on the GameCube as far as Nintendo, publishing in late 2006. So fine, we're gonna Okay, yeah, it took me a lot to just slice the dude. Alright, so I have to look at the Z on the ground. Okay, now I remember that. Yeah, it keeps telling me point the... Oh, fine, that's, I guess, annoying. The case of telling me, like, point the Wiimote at the screen. Yeah, I'm trying to. I mean, it's not the worst Wii controls I've ever felt. Fine, Far Cry Vengeance is worse. He's like, fine, what's the spectrum of the Wii remote controls? Oh, fucking hell, there it is. I feel like an idiot now. So, like, alright, fine. Fair enough, but fine. To be fair, I have not played this game in a while, but still no excuse. Kill him. Okay, he's gone. Okay, so pay attention to the Z on the ground. There's the Z on the ground. So, now that I realize what I gotta do, pull out that boomerang and hit targets in a Z form. Stop it, Midna, which is... So fine, we're doing the Z for Zoro. So, in that case, there we go. There you go. Yeah, I love that. Actually, I don't know if there's a game based on Zoro. If there is, we should show it. Because I do like my Zoro, no question. Yeah, and you do get that out of the Wii remote. That is cool. Alright, so there we go. We did open it, thank God. I just want to open it and see what's going on. I don't know if it's a case where I'll be able to get to, I guess, the boss door. Whoa, shit, right, they have, you know... Okay, so it is like, no, stop it. Fine, I gotta take some cover and pull that out. Alright, I forgot, it's an exploding barrel. So yeah, any game that's an exploding barrel, shoot that and things are gonna die. Shit, no! I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get my way out of here and I'm going to hope they can't hit me from a distance. And in that case, hope you're dead shot. Okay, I kind of am a dead shot, so boom, they're dead. Awesome. Yeah, make sure you go backwards as far as seeing that. Okay, because we do want to turn this on. I do want to show how those iron boots work. They are cool as far as what they go. So in this case, on the Switch... right, I have to jump down on that. Yeah, because you have to weigh it down. Yeah, this is where it's kind of diversifying itself, because fine, I like but don't love this game, admittedly. Part of that is because I feel Nintendo is paying attention too much to the fact that people are saying, like, hey, we don't like... Wind Waker because of the graphics. I said, fine, if we do this like Ocarina of Time, people like it more, which they kind of did. But on GameCube, it didn't sell as well as that. Whoa, where are we going? Oh, just like that, there we go. Perfect. Okay, you should flip over there. So it does take us to the same place, but I don't think we have what we need to go in that door. But we'll give it a shot. And then we'll do some fishing. Okay, so we got some arrows. Actually, I do need to pull my arrows out to stop. You do have to be quick as far as how that is, so that's the other thing. I feel like I'm working harder, admittedly, for this one than I did with Skyward Sword. Even with Skyward Sword, or even though with Skyward Sword, you need to... What is it? You need to... Fine, kill him, send him to the lava. But also Skyward Sword, you have to pay attention to where you're hitting, whereas in this case, fine. I guess the swing is more of a glorified button press, and fine, it is in the sense that... Hi, Midna. Yeah, the bridge is up. Yeah, we'll shoot down those things. There we go. Right, hi, guys. It's still pretty fun, though. I mean, fine, as far as the idea, and also, as I said, playing a case of gaming history. This is fine. That's what this is. This is gaming history we're looking at here, ladies and gentlemen. Because it's an idea that you went to a store before this game came out, you wanted to see what was this game like, the case that maybe it's going to give you enough for preview of the game you're going to be buying in about a month when this came around. But also, hey, the Wii was the new case, the new hotness of saying, hey, we're going to swing that Wii remote around. It's going to make everybody want to play games, which it definitely did. This console took the world by storm for like 4 years about the fact of that. In the case of bringing people to gaming that never would come. And saying, hey, what do? We have a launch game as far as Zelda. Fine, go back to Switch 2 discussions. That's the first time Mario Kart's ever launched with a Nintendo console that I know of. No, it is. I was thinking, did the Wii launch with one because they had one of the Mario Kart games on Wii Virtual Console start? I mean, I don't think it did. I'll let it down below if I'm wrong about that. But, well, it's kind of interesting to think that. And fine, same here with Zelda, saying like, hey, Zelda launched with the game. Well, fine, with the game, not with the GameCube, with the Wii. Fine, designed GameCube. All right, here we go. We got our boss. Fine, I guess the controls mustn't be that bad if I'm able to get through that. But yeah, you definitely feel like you're working harder, which I guess goes to the idea of the Wii, which is definitely an interesting thing to see. But there you are. He's breathing heavily, but he's looking like he's chained down. Uh-oh. And also seeing the idea like, hey, you know, we're at this boss. Holy shit, look at that. That looks dangerous. Oh, he's taking those chains off. Yeah, Virus. He's the Twilight Warrior. Yeah, Twilight Warrior? Okay, fine. I don't remember what the fuck I'm doing to him. Ouch. Fine, I know what he's doing to me. He's doing that, but I'll tell you what I can do. You shoot in the eye. Oh, no, stop, no! So fine, doing this under a boss battle condition, fine, that maybe is part of it. Whoa. Or, fine, here's the other thing. Okay, I can't put the fire out that way, but fine, I do have him going. Alright, so I got him. Oh, right, I remember what I gotta do. I gotta run him into this, I think. Come on. Okay, fine, I don't do that. That doesn't seem, that's not right, me hitting him, slicing him in the crotch. Fine, we're killing him as opposed to that. So in that case, that's overkill. So, alright, fine, we are using this. Oh, but I think what we gotta do is... Oh, whoa! Fire. Shit. Actually, also, this does look pretty good, even still, for a game from almost 20 years ago. And fine, I don't think much of this game visually, because, fine, I think Resident Evil 4 is a better game on GameCube, but... See, this is 16.9 and up. Oh, right, I forgot. Right, I gotta grab the chains. Oh, crap. That's what I gotta do. I trip him. I gotta trip him. Ow. We're gonna get him. Where is his chain? Here we go. Whoop. There you go. Trip him over. Oh no. I guess I don't trip him over. Fine, that's not working. Oh shit! Go out of the way. Get out of the way. Okay, so one thing I guess I'm wondering is that, fine, when it comes to the controls, maybe the controls are something that, maybe before the game came out, it didn't necessarily... Oh, I think I got it. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not. I'll trip him. Fine, I'll stop. You know, Midnight can help us. What do you have to say? Watch out for its flame blast. Hunter's over, run away. If it's flame blasts you, won't be a hair left in your head. Okay, what else? I was just saying that. It's like, alright, fine, I got that. Ouch. Like, yeah, wait, hold on. I'm aiming at the screen, right? Okay, there we go. Actually, I do like the lighting on this. Alright, so there he is. Anything you got to say now? Flying around, use the chains to bring it down. We saw I just drag. Oh, right. Okay, now I remember. Grab onto this and hit my. No, boots. There we go. Right, because I'm weighing myself down. He's gonna trip his way and hit the ground. Perfect. There we go. I just had to fool around. It's like, okay, and then take that off, put that on, get my sword out, and slice the ever-living hell out of it. There we go. There we go. That is Zelda right there. So to remember, like, yeah, what do I do? That's, but then again, nothing else. It also shows what you gotta do sometimes in Zelda. Think that, okay, what's the puzzle? And fine, usually it's the case of this, which is that you use the item you get in the dungeon, and then you use that to fight the boss and do something to get rid of it. Fine, actually, I realized when I was doing my checks for everything today, the last time I played this game was like 2008, as far as how it is. So fine, I gotta come back to this game, I guess. Even, fine, and you're also wondering, like, fine, if I said, like, fine, it maybe seems in some ways derivative of Ocarina of Time, fine, yes and no. Yes, in the way that sort of they kind of went the direction of saying we got to go this way because people don't like Wind Waker graphics, but they like the game as was. But also, I guess the case, fine, Okami on the PlayStation 2, because fine, that's the one thing we're not gonna see in this demo, I don't think. We're not gonna see Wolflink. Fine, I played Okami, which came out 2 months before this did. I think that cleans the clock of this one, personally, but it's also something that, fine, I'm prepared to do a better game, what I think is a better game. And also the case of me thinking, wait, there's something better than Zelda. But either way, we got the sword, rip, back in the sheath. We got him. Yeah, so thank you for playing the demo. That being said, this is not a fun game. It's just a case that, fine, I really like that game, and it's like, fine, Zelda's case, like, would I like it more than that? But either way. Alright, so that's that one, and we're going to take a look at fishing now. I am glad we get to show this, and thank you, Ultra94T, for thinking that through again. Fine. I just had to trust, I was like, I'm trusting the console it came off of. So, I don't know, chat, does anybody know why this disc didn't work on the Wii, but it did on the Wii U? Do you think maybe it has something to do with the age of mine? Fine, Ultra94T, I'm going to maybe ask you to do some off-screen research saying, if you have the Wii that is, you know, running GameCube stuff like the early one, does it have something to do with that? I don't know, but either way, let's go fishing. We're going up by, doing Henna's fishing over on, the Upper Zor River. And here's Henna. Hello. In this case, you're on a boat. Okay, this is different than, Ocarina of Time. You get the really nice rainbow effect. As, her oars clip it through, but hi. What's going on? I like going on the natural bridge in the lake, but if you're looking for longer, you want to go in the waterfall. Okay. Paddle canoe around a good spot, but don't get too close because they'll fish off. So yeah, we have to get our way going on the boat. Yes, this does look really, really nice. It's also very peaceful as well. Alright, fine. We go to where we want to go. Hit that B button. Raise. Hit the A button, and then cast. Oh wait, I gotta let go of it? Hang on. Yeah, right you go. Fine, I'm so used to Sega Bass fishing from Dreamcast, which also has this control. Oh, yeah. Alright, good. Hook it. Fish. Alright, so you have to use the nunchuck, I think, to reel it in and pull. There you go. Hook it. Fish. Except the only thing missing is you know, like the heavy guitar music. Like, it's gonna be a big one. You're almost there. Okay, this is pretty fun. Actually, I think these controls it pretty well. Because I never did this on the Wii version, I'll tell you that right now. Come on. Wait, can I get him? Come on, take him out of the... There we go. Reach out. No. Small one. So fine, it's like, yeah, fine. I'm gonna do the Sega Bass fishing thing, it's fine. That's my aspect of fishing in games. That one is Sega Marine fishing, which do use the Dreamcast fishing rod, which is actually like the Wii Remote, honestly. It kind of was the Wii Remote 6 years before, in the sense that they had that, you're able to just cast that across, have a movement, and then have the reel on the sides. But actually, this is not a bad, you know, replication of it, honestly. And actually, there is a version of Sega Bass fishing on the Wii. It's worth pointing out. All right, they're too slimy. That one looks to be about 24 inches. All right, I'll throw that thing back. Even she says, like, yeah, fine, don't take that. That's terrible. Fine, all right, let's go. But see, I'm just waiting until I get bigger ones so I can say the other things about Sega Bass fishing. Fine, I know that's taken away from Zelda. Fine, that's my experience with fishing in games. That and, well, I played Bassmasters Pro, well, Bassmaster's Classic Pro Edition for the Super Nintendo. Growing up, I rented that. And those are the one I do want to play. Mark Davis is the Fishing Master, which is by Natsume, actually. I've heard that's actually a pretty good one. Okay, now actually, this controls pretty well. Honestly, I'll say this. Ultra 942 to give your idea as far as what's going on with the controls and this, what I think. It's a bit, I don't know, it may be inexact as far as you run in the dungeon and stuff like that, as far as saying, hey, I gotta aim quick and things like that. But honestly, the fishing, it does make some sense. So let's see. Select a lure. Select cast a point. Bite it. It's gone. Like, okay, fine, let's try again. And also, unlike Sega Bass fishing, I'm not under a time limit. Oh, I see. So you you use the Wii remote to reel it in, then yeah, use that to get some good action on the fish. So fine, we gotta pull the boat back. So fine, row our boat backwards. So fine, we're going in reverse as far as the boats. Actually, yeah, we know what we're doing on this. Actually, I do like the way this is controlled, honestly. Okay, so let's aim here. There we go. Okay, actually, this is pretty far. Alright, so come on. Hook it. No, fine. Bite it. Hook it. Fish. Fine, they even have the same element as far as, like, fish on. The same way, like, Sega Bass did. Wow. And you get the heavy guitar music. Fine, that's the same. Oh no! Line break! Oh, fine, it's gone. Yeah, when it jumps, you have to lower the rod. Oh no, I should do like, turn the rod left. Lower the rod! It's like, fine, I gotta do that. I gotta remember my Sega Bass fishing again, going back to that. And it is more involved in mainly as far as the fishing than something like even Ocarina of Time. And yeah, Majora's Mask didn't have fishing in it. Come near. Fine, I'm gonna stop quoting Sega Bass and marine fishing. We'll do those games as well for the show, no question. Fine, we'll get to this game for show. That's gonna be a fun case. Fine, in that case, maybe I'm gonna be disappointed that we're not doing the Wii version just because of the way this is controlled. Actually, I like the way this controls. And the way it looks, too. And so far, this is pretty involved. Actually, let me look at one other thing, which is... Fine, as far as what we got on our person, fine, items are the same. Alright, come on, let's go fishing and see the great sights. Fine, maybe that's the thought as far as this game. Fine, this is the darker of the Zeldas on Wii. But also because, fine, where the color is, it makes sense, like, hey, why it's saturated away. But then, when it comes back, it does look really, real nice. But again, Okami. Chad, if you ever played Okami, that's also kind of action RPG like this. I'll say this, if you've never played Okami, at least, I suggest you play that, and that's on Wii as well. As well as on the PS2, and it's also on all the modern systems. Which actually Twilight Princess is not, at least not this recording. Alright, so yeah, go, come on. Actually, they give me a lot of time as far as the case that I don't think they're saying, hey, you gotta stop fishing. I don't know, maybe I don't want to stop fishing. Maybe I want to keep doing this. Hold on. There we go. Come on. Coming near. Come on. There we go. Got the hook. Oh, fish on. Oh, cut off. Oh. I'll keep reeling the nunchuck to keep your line taut. Okay, fine. So you are learning you're learning the methodology of fishing. So fine, I gotta reel it in. All right, so one fish bit really quick. I mean, that being said, this is probably fine. This and Sega Bass Fishing are probably the two best fishing games that Wii has. Although I've heard Fishing Master's kind of an interesting one. It's kind of like an RPG take. I think they're kind of taken off of... I don't think this is Natsume did this one, because they did the Legend of the River King. Basically, it's like a fishing RPG. Which is really interesting, actually. Oh, that's... Hi. While fish by the banks, you cast towards them, you'll be in good shape. If they don't fish your bin, you can reel in by twirling the nunchuck and try a different spot. Okay. I see fish over there, so let's turn around. There we go. It's also very natural how the movement in this works. Hook. There you go. Hook it. Alright, there you go. Let's go. Whoa. Yo, lower the rod. Turn the rod left. Hold it up. Whoa, up. I'm gonna lower it, right. Come on, come on. Got him. Oh. Ah, damn. Yeah, no, fine. Link looks really sad as far as that. Like, I'm annoyed too. I was like, I want to get it. I did, but then it just got away. All right, fine. Let's see. And you can kind of see a decent amount like where they are. I do want to get another good one. And if I can't get one over here, we're gonna go deeper into the way. There we go. And it's a small thing, but I do really like the Wii Remote sounds coming out. Come on. Ah! I was too close. So fine, I had it. And that would be perfect if it would be a case where I got it that way. Come on. Alright, nothing here. Alright, sorry, we gotta get going. Oh, fine, this is the other thing, which is they're gonna kick us out when it gets nighttime. But yeah, look at this. This looks great. Alright, just keep going down. Also very relaxing. It was also perfect for our show with everything we had going in the dungeon as well. Actually, definitely the most relaxing thing we got here. Yeah, Chad, I don't know what your case as far as the fishing in this game is, or other cases of fishing games are concerned, but yeah, I'm liking this. You know, maybe I didn't do this enough when I played Twilight Princess, so fine, I guess I gotta play this game again. And also they did it, yeah, we do have somebody in the boat to talk to, so hi. Change the camera position, we're using the analog stick on the nunchuck. Okay. Well, maybe in the center. Actually, I do really like the reflection off of the water. Fine, as I said, this is also, in a way, it's a second chance for me to look at Twilight Princess a bit differently, but also looking at a case of how they sell this. They want to sell the fishing. I mean, I guess that's a good case of saying, hey, if you're going to have motion stuff going on with this game, why not have fishing of it? And they do it really well. In fact, I think so far, this might be the best aged thing of the motion controls in this game. And in this demo, for sure. Look. Come on. They also look like red eyes. Oh, whoa, set the hook. Come on. All right, come on. This looks like a big one. Got it. Fantastic. Oh, a big one. Hi, everyone. Hi, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. You're in time for our look at the Legend of Zelda Kiosk demos. Ultra94T was not able to join me tonight, but he did provide me with the Kiosk demos for the Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. Look at the Skyward Sword one a little already. But we can take another look. Feel free to let your memories flow on anything Zelda, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword. In fact, we'll go do fishing again to indicate this. Because we did do the dungeon twice, we can definitely do the fishing again. So good to see you tonight. It is long overdue for us looking at Zelda, no question. But I also have other stuff of Zelda I think I want to pull out as a little bit of a preview. Including, fine, a little bit of Skyward Sword, and I guess Twilight Princess on GameCube, and hell, you know what? Let's take a look at I was mentioning Wind Waker. Fine, how about that? Wind Waker off the shelf, though. So good to see you. Feel free to go into anything you got. And having a great time so far on our earlier show, as far as when we started. There we go. So let's have our case of fishing. Yeah, because I don't think we've done a fishing game on the show. Now I'm realizing it. Well, except for Ocarina of Time, as far as doing that part of it. And fine, Sonic Adventure, because we did Big the Cat's Fishing. Fine, that's the other thing I need to do when I pick out something up. I need to say, "So did you biting?" It's like, yeah, no, not yet. And you get this beautiful sight as far as over by the Upper Zora River with Henna. She's joining us in the boat as we're gonna go fishing. And according to what she said, hey, go around to where the waterfalls are and you'll find the big fish. And we get over there, hit the B button, raise up with the Wii remote and hit the A button, and then throw it off and let go of the A button at the end of it, and boom, you were set. What's that game on the Dreamcast where that creepy fish talked to you? Oh, Seaman. Oh, shit, no. Yeah, Seaman. I have that game, by the way, and this thing's coming in. Yeah, I have that game. It's a voice control game from Vivarium, which is the development team of Odama on GameCube, which is also, like, it's a voice-controlled real-time strategy pinball hybrid. The Angry Video Game Nerd made a video of it. Yes, he did. I'll have that in the link list as far as below. And I should show that damn game, but that was huge. But unfortunately, because it jumped and I didn't put the rod down, that was the case of it. Yeah, I do have that. It is really, really weird. It's announced by Leonard Nimoy, late Leonard Nimoy from Star Trek. It's an experience. The way we do that game for the show, by the way, I will advance time like by a day after a couple of minutes of doing our daily things for it, so we get to show the entirety of that game. It's an experience. Actually, I'll tell you one element, because then we can go this idea as far as whilst we're doing the fishing, which is when I did it, I told it, I said, he's like, when he starts talking, because when you have to basically raise them from little gill men, and they take over a mollusk, they eat it up from the inside, then with a frame rate that's horrific for some reason, even though there's not much going on the tech on that game. They come out, you can start talking to them, and eventually they start talking to you more, and they ask you direct questions. Like, he's like, when were you born? What month was that? And I told him, like, fine, December. What day were you born on? And it said 31st. And he said, quote, you know, if your mother had held out a little longer, you would have been born a completely different month and year. I was like, oh my god. It's unbelievable. It's really interesting. It also costs some money now. Not as much as this. She said this is worth $500 as far as this. Yeah, come on, fishy. Oh, except, yeah, too close. Fine, there's probably nothing over there now, but we'll give it a shot. Yeah, but that's the game, and it is really interesting. There's nothing else like it. It was also interesting to think that, fine, Nintendo had their voice control game at the same time, too. They had Hey You Pikachu for Nintendo 64 with that, which, fine, is better as a game, because there's more game to it. But, honestly, Seaman was just so weird. Oh, got it! Seaman was so weird. Seaman, I should say, was so weird, because the guy, fine. Oh, shit. Fine, I guess I'm not reeling fast enough. Maybe that's the problem. Fine, we gotta reel it back in again. Alright. I don't think there's anything over here. I would say the captions on the YouTube video are gonna be hilarious on that. When I say Seaman, are they gonna say, wait a second, something else? No, it isn't, even though there's the advertisement, which is basically saying, fine, the advertisement basically is talking about bestiality. It's pretty much saying that, you know, you decide to get curious as far as different species and look what you ended up with. Like, oh my god, really? Yeah, they did. But, interesting enough, that is the best-selling game on the Dreamcast in Japan. Believe it or not. Which is interesting to think about that, fine, because the Dreamcast was decently selling Japan until the PS2 came out. When the PS2 came out, that was the end. They said, like, fine, we want PS2. And when it came to DVDs, they said, oh my god, we can buy DVDs and watch movies on this thing. While also getting, come on. Bite it! There we go. Yes, right, rotate fast, got it. Oh, a big one! There you go. Or fine. Okay, an average size. Good job. Okay, so fine, we can't actually keep the fish in this one. So fine, it's not like Ocarina of Time, where in Ocarina of Time, we say, like, hey, do you want to keep this fish? Like, no, we can't do that. Although, fine, and I also couldn't find the Highland Welch when we played that game, because fine, I don't think I've ever found that in all the years I've been playing that game. Yeah. Yeah, as far as Seaman, actually, there is a version of Seaman on the PS2 in Japan. Fine, we didn't get it. There's a little Odama, I want to get a copy of that. That game is so insanely crazy. It's like, hey, you know, pinball, strategy, oh crap. Yeah, I got away. Yeah, I was reeling pretty damn fast on that one. Okay, fine, I don't think it's the controls on this one. Plus, I don't know, Ultra 94T. Is it the controls? You know better, because you played every version of Twilight Princess and this demo. Catch by the bank should be set. Alright, fine. You know what? Let's try by the bank. Because, yeah, with the context here is you come out later in the game, you go by her house. So maybe by the riverbank will be able to find it. It is interesting, the idea that they kind of take the, I guess, the philosophy of fishing that way and make it into kind of something as approachable as it is. Alright, hi. It does look really, really nice. As I said, maybe my case on Twilight Princess on graphics was maybe premature, perhaps. I mean, I do love Okami, that's true, but it's also something that... Fine, I don't ever think this is a bad game. I'll say that for sure, just to clarify my element on that. I don't think this is a bad game at all. I think it's a good game. I just thought there was a game that was a little better, but also something that... Yeah, fine. The pacing is my question. And it's also something I did appreciate the Wii U version for making changes for that, but also, I know people said, hey, there's aspects of the controls that seem like they're worse. And some aspects of some of the tech on it. Which I guess then makes it interesting to see when Nintendo Switch 2 comes out, do they port the GameCube version that way? Or do they say, hey, we're going to bring back Twilight Princess HD? And they did also say, as we'll point out, people saying, oh no, because they're putting Wind Waker on the Switch Online for that, or the Nintendo Classics, as they're going to call it, for GameCube. Does that mean no ever on Wind Waker HD? And they said, no, Nate Biedorf, I think it is? I'll have his name down below and edit. He did say never, so he is saying, like, no, that doesn't mean no, we won't do it. And remember, Super Mario Sunshine's coming to that, and if you have that Super Mario 3D All-Stars collection, you can play it on your Switch too. No, small one. Yeah. Actually, wait, that's bigger than the other one I got. You said the Hylian Bass, you said that was 20 inches. This is 21, this is 24 inches. It's like, that was better. So it's like, okay, fine. Fine, we're gonna go till I either get a lunker or I get myself kicked out next. Because this is pretty fun and relaxing. I'll say the controls here, honestly, I think this is probably the best controlling part of this demo. And also, interesting to see that, as I mentioned. And I love the idea that we're able to look at this. I really do. And also, it's reigniting my perspective of saying, hey, I got like demo discs of stuff that might be worth showing off as far as shows as well. Including of sometimes, I think, of games that didn't come out. And there are a couple of those I do want to try and figure. Alright, there's one down there. But maybe because it's underneath the waterfall, maybe it's not seen. So, alright. Alright, good action. Or fine, they'll put on the thing like you could do better, like, Sega Marine Fishing. Fine, I fucking love those Sega fishing games. Actually, the only one I didn't play is Sega Bass Fishing 2, which is on PS2 and Dreamcast as well. Yeah, he's stuck over there, so maybe if I bring the boat over there, it'll, start him a little bit and pull him out. Let's see. Hi. Also, secret making your lure move realistically is jiggle it and then sit it. Okay. If you move too quickly or let it sit too long, they won't have interest in it. So yeah, it is a balance. It's fine. I'm learning about the philosophy of fishing. Also, I guess considers the previewing it to Final Fantasy 15, although, fine. It's a little different case about how Final Fantasy 15 does it. Or for that matter, fine, Okami is fishing too, although fine, in Okami's case, what you do in that one is, you basically have to catch the fish and then you have to use a celestial brush at the end of it in order to do a cut across. In that case, then that stuns it and then you can catch it. And fine, that's also the case because Okami is similar to this in the sense that, fine, there's the wolf thing, which fine, we're not going to see in this demo. And interesting to think that when Twilight Princess was coming out, that was not something initially we saw, actually, till E3 2000... Oh, it's 2005. They showed in 2005 as far as, like, the idea of Wolf Link going on. And since I'm going to show aspects of the GameCube version of this a little later, because may as well. I always... Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, got it. Oh, no. Fine, gotta keep it up. Lower the rod. Turn the rod left. Wow. Come on. Keep going, keep going. Almost. There we go. Another Hyrule bass. 20 inches. Okay, an average size. Good job. Time bonus. And actually, going back to that Wii version of Save Best Fishing, just to go on that, it is, they do redub the dialogue in that one. It is Eric Kelso, who is the voice of Fukusan in Shenmue, and also in Ren in Shenmue 2, we'll get to that one, who's doing the voice in that version. So it's really interesting to kind of think that as far as what it is. Yeah, this is cool. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it might be this. Chat, correct me if this is wrong. This probably is the most involved fishing of any of the Zelda games. Because I know Link's Awakening has it, but it's pretty basic. And they're kicking us out and said, you had fun doing this. And we did have fun doing that, no question.
Wow, record size! A record-breaking size for this lake! You cleared all the areas!
There's also Ocarina of Time that has it. Actually, I'm trying to think, what other thing was there? Was it just this one? Was that, are there only 3 that have it? Okay, we do have that set. Now, hold on, let me think about how my hell is. Because you look at these demos. To start, in fact, you know what, well, so in this run, I like this experience. I'm liking the experience so far. I don't think we're done with the show. Like, yeah, I'm not giving you just a 2-hour show. We show we can show on the demo, show we can show. Although, Dolphin and Harold and Bob, you did come in a little later. So if you do want to see the other one. Actually, I gotta take that out of the Wii. I forgot to do that. When I plugged the Wii, I said, wait a second. I kept that disc in. Fine, let's take it out. Yeah, fine, there's the wolf. Okay, so we are seeing Wolf Link that way. But as I said, I will also toss in the GameCube version as a little bit of a bonus. But that being said, yeah, since I can't quit this, actually, I'm gonna have to turn the. I have to turn this off. Hold on. Can I turn it off from here? No, I guess not. Okay, fine. I gotta turn it off. Fine. We'll put in the. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Unless, wait a minute, can I eject the disc? You know, fine, this is something we haven't seen as far as the intro. Let's let the full intro run. Right, because this gives a perspective of like what we're going to see on story eventually on this game when we come to this. We'll do this game for full-on show, I promise. And I don't know, chat, what's your suggestion of what Zelda you want to see next on the show? Because I know it's been too damn long since we've done a full play of one. I was thinking Link's Awakening, the Switch game, although I'm going to wait for the Switch 2 for that one because they're going to have a patch for it that's going to enhance the frame rate. Yeah, the concept of this game is Link is in the village, as far as how this is. I'd like to see Link's Awakening. Dolphin, that's your suggestion? Okay, yeah, where we'll do Link's Awakening, just to go to that, is Link's Awakening. I will do the Switch version running on the Switch 2 because it enhances the frame rate. The frame rate's got big problems on the Switch 1. So on Switch 2, they're going to fix it. They'll also do that with Echoes of Wisdom, which is under the same engine. We'll also show off parts of the Game Boy Color version, because there's unique things that are only in that one. Yeah, this is the combat with the wolf you're going to see as far as Wolf Link. And there's Midna. She's the person who's going to be helping you out. Because, yeah, the Twilight, they took over the land, and you have to, take it away from them. But, yeah, Link is initially kind of turned into that thing. We went to the Goron Mines, we saw in this demo, seeing what's going on, using the claw shot to hook onto things, and then using the sword and the bow as far as that. And also taking Epona. And also going down the river, I do love that as far as it. And hearing this kind of well, it is orchestrated as far as this music is concerned. Which does sound really nice. And fine, it is a case like, fine, darker case of Zelda. Fine, we played Majora's Mask, that was really dark. In its way. This is kind of darker, but also the case that how it kind of goes into it. And it was seen kind of as the direction going almost like a Lord of the Rings high fantasy concept, which was really cool to see. And Link's Awakening was that Switch version. It does go kind of in a claymation direction. it's something that, yeah, we will show that. I guess show that next, only because, fine, that's the shorter one, but also because, fine, Ultra94 in chat, he called this one. Him and Gemini96, they love Twilight Princess. They said they want to be in on this one. I said, it's all yours. We'll do the GameCube version per their request. They both like that one the most. As far as Skyward Sword, I don't know which one. Fine, Christianity64 said get the Switch version in my case and do the Switch version for it. Also, because it's worth pointing out, the Switch version of Skyward Sword fixes a bug that you actually can't fix anymore on Wii. That being the Song of the Hero glitch. But that being said, let's see if I can't do the Skyward Sword demo again. Yeah, it says insert a game disc. It was like, fine, I have to. I can't. What happens if I do this? I'm only doing this because I can't turn the console off. I tried to turn the console off. It's not letting me. Fine, it's probably not going to give me that aspect. Fine, turn it off. Fine, can I hold this and turn my console off, please? No. Okay. Weird. Yeah, I know. It says that. Yeah, I don't know much of that was coming off, but fine. You're going to see a lot of feed cuts going on tonight for the purpose of this. But either way, we got it. In chat, feel free to let me know if you're still there. I think you should be. I think. Yeah, because I had to pull the Wii out as far as... Wait, can I do the Wii disc? Oh, right, because I can just go into the menu. Just grab the Wii remote. Get that set. We'll go to TV only. Alright, so back on Wii. Yeah, this is interesting as far as how it's going, but either way. Yeah, and the reason I have to do this is we're pointing out these Kiosk demos, both of them, they do not let me go back to the... Well, they don't let me go back to the Wii menu. Or find the Wii U case menu. You know, fine, we did show this demo, so you know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something different. We're not going to show the demo. I'm just going to put the Wii game in. We're going to show that as a little bit of a preview, because why not? So let me pull back Skyward Sword as far as in description here. Fine, I showed it before. You'll see it as far as how it was, but fine. Also to get a sense that, fine, what we saw on Skyward Sword earlier, how representative is that of the final game? I think pretty representative, honestly, of what I remember on Skyward Sword, running it on Wii. Fine, let's, Also, I guess you'll see there's a graphical difference running Skyward Sword on Wii U than there was me running the other way as far as on Wii with my other tech. And I'll have to go back to that for the purpose of GameCube, because with GameCube, you got to run it with, what was it? I got to run it with the S-video cables. So there you go. Here is Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. One thing I also didn't mention when it came to the HD versions, they're both developed by Tantalus, Tantalus Interactive, I believe it is. I think that's how they consider themselves, but Tantalus is the name of the company. We played one game of theirs before on the show. We played South Park Rally for, played on the Dreamcast, but it's also on Nintendo 64, PlayStation, and PC. They also did Funky Barn for Wii U and 3DS. That is a weird one as far as running like a barn that's funky. Also placed this flat to let it do the calibrate. They also made Manx TT Superbike for the PC and Sega Saturn, Stargate for Super Nintendo, Port of House of the Dead for the Sega Saturn. They did Top Gear Rally for the Game Boy Advance, and also the Switch port of Sonic Mania. And they ported Skyward Sword and Skyward Sword to the Switch, and the other one to Wii U. Twilight Princess. Okay, so yeah, we're getting a little bit more on the intro, because fine, this is the full game. I do have Skyward Sword on the Wii, and the other two are on GameCube, as far as how we're looking at. So I take a little bit of a preview on this one, and then I'll do that on Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. Fine. It's been 3 years since we did anything with Zelda on this show, so fine. Till we get to Link's Awakening, which I'll figure that one, I promise. I think we should show off as much of this as we can. We'll have the Kiosk demos. We had those. But also, let's take a little bit more of a deep look on these games. It's fine. Zelda's legendary, so if you're going to let all of your memories and insights or personal stories on any of these games flow. In my case, for Skyward Sword, I got this as a Christmas gift in 2012, along with the Wii itself. I quite like this game, actually, as far as how it looks and how it feels, and especially what they do with story. And this is canonically the first game in the franchise where you take the Hyrule Historia Zelda timeline to effect, although they've switched this timeline around a lot. And they probably are going to switch it around again when it comes to find the next Hyrule Warriors game that's coming out on Switch 2, which I don't know how that's canonical against Tears of the Kingdom, because they said initially Age of Calamity from Switch was. They said no, it isn't. And I don't know what they're going to do with this one. I don't know necessarily where... They've said this since. Where does Echoes of Wisdom pop in as far as the timeline? They're telling the history of, you know, keeping the power, you know, from falling into evil hands. Yeah, the song of the goddess they're going to be talking about here as far as saying what did the goddess do. Sent the sword skyward into the clouds beyond where the demonic hordes could get it. Yeah, basically this is telling the origins of the Master Sword, as far as it's not a spoiler necessarily to say that. And with the humans saved, the gods joined its forces with the land dwellers, fought the evil forces, and sealed them away. Restored peace to the surface until now, because otherwise there probably wouldn't be a game. Though imagine a Zelda game where fine, it's totally peaceful, it's kind of just doing stuff around the way. Honestly, I'll tell you, the closest we kind of got was actually what we saw with Twilight Princess when it came to the fishing. But it is the tale that's been told from generation to generation. Well, of course, there's the other legends as well. Now, the next story in this legend is ready to be revealed. As I mentioned, this is more case as far as doing stuff specific with the Wii Remote, as far as being specific with your sword movement. So a bit slower than we saw with Twilight Princess, and we'll see with Wind Waker as well. Kind of an in-between, honestly, of those two, in the sense of how the style of the look looks. Also, some way with the graphics. But you also have an instructional video for the purpose of running that. Fuck it, let's watch it. Because I don't know when we're going to come to this. And also, I don't know if when we get to this, so whoever's involved is going to say, oh, I don't want to watch this. Okay. Just to let you know, this game requires the usage of the Wii Remote Plus that has it built in, or you have a Wii Motion Plus that's put on the bottom of your Wii Remote. One of these two. I have the latter. Or the former. Right here. It says on the front of it, says Wii Motion Plus inside. So remember Intel inside as far as your PCs, as far as your processor. It's like that. Wii Motion Plus is something you put in the bottom of your Wii Remote to give it the perspective of being able to recognize your movements one-to-one. So fine, since I don't have the actual dongle thing that goes in for this.
Wii Motion Plus accessory.
Shit, they speak of this.
First, you'll need your Wii Remote controller and Wii Motion Plus.
Wow, look at this.
Turn the Wii Motion Plus accessory so that you can see the arrow on the lock switch. Insert the Wii Remote controller into the jacket so that the tip fits snugly. Push the wrist strap through the hole in the bottom of the jacket. Next, pull the strap through until you see the cord. Pull the jacket over the bottom corners of the Wii Remote, gently moving the accessory back and forth. Press the buttons on both sides and insert the connector plug into the controller.
Which I've never seen this done before.
If the cord gets caught, gently give the strap another tug. Be sure to slide the lock switch up in the direction of the arrow to lock it into place. Place your hand through the wrist strap and adjust the strap lock. If the strap lock has a lever, be sure to click it firmly in place. Now you're ready to play.
Okay, that was almost suggestive how that's looking, but honestly I kind of love seeing that. So yeah, the idea of saying how do you go this, but so, and all those are showing the Wii Remote jacket, or fine as it sometimes is called the Wii Remote condom, although, fine, the way she's kind of doing that, maybe it is. I don't know. Am I gonna get... Fine, I'm not gonna get censored on YouTube when I put this up. Then I can say, hey, this is untoward.
Disconnecting the Wii.
So fine, if you do have that little connector as far as it, how do you take it out? Actually, I don't have this, so being able to see this is interesting to see. So it also means, like, hey, if you're not sure how to use your accessories, this game will tell you how to do it. Although this doesn't really have anything to do with Zelda.
Pull the wrist strap through the hole, and then...
But yeah, that's if you have just the normal Wii Remote. You do need that if you have just the normal one, but if you have the Wii Remote Plus that is built in, you do not need that.
Be sure to place your Wii Remote back into its original jacket.
And fine, I do know the reason they have the jacket as far as how it is, because fine, when the Wii came around, people either weren't using the wrist strap, or they were, like, throwing it so hard, it basically went and put a dent in their TV. So it's fine, we'll have that, so if it does that, it bounces off. And also a case of, I guess, making it so that you won't run into a case of, you know, having that happen. Oh, fine, I'm not following that advice. I'm not using the wrist strap, but then it's also something, fine, I've been playing games, you know, forever, so in my case, fine. I'm holding on to that damn Wii remote and nunchuck for dear life, and I'm also far enough away from the mic, so I'm not gonna fuck anything up over there. So fine, as long as you're careful that way, it's good, but fine, if you're not, like, hey, I don't know if I can hold this thing, not a bad idea. But of course, remember, you do need a nunchuck, so how does that work?
Connecting a nunchuck controller to the Wii Motion Plus accessory. You'll need your nunchuck controller and a Wii remote connected to Wii Motion Plus.
You can also do this with the classic controller, but there's no reason to do it because the classic controller is not effective at this.
Now
And
insert
this
the
game doesn't use
nunchuck
it
connector
anyway.
plug. Turn the controller over and be sure to pass the cord under the hook. Next, insert the tab to secure the cover in place.
Okay, I actually did not know that that's how they did it. I thought
Now
it's just
you're
like the
ready to
Wii
use
remote.
your
Just stick it
controller.
in the bottom. That's all you gotta do. But in this case, you're saying no, put something else over there so it actually holds the hook correctly. But of course, if you do have to recalibrate, this is something this game does, and I do love the fact they do it. And I believe of the other
If your
Wii
Motion Plus
Motion Plus
accessory
games I
isn't
have, Wii Sports
accurately
Resort, I believe
following
does
your
this too.
motions, follow these simple steps. Place the Wii remote with Wii Motion Plus face down on a table or other stable surface.
Okay.
Keep it still and wait for a few seconds. Wii Motion Plus will calibrate automatically. If you're still having problems, please refer to the Wii Motion Plus Operations Manual or the Wii Operations Manual.
Okay. Well, thank you for teaching us how the device works. So fine, we're gonna turn the game. It's worth pointing out there are other games that do support this, but this is one of the biggest ones, that Wii Sports Resort. Also, no, Fling Smash came with the Wii Remote Plus in the box. And also, there was Red Steel 2 that used it. You got it. It was kind of late when this came around, like 2009. Alright, you gotta calibrate it. Perfect. You just do that. You have to do that every time you boot this game up, but either way, it works out pretty well. And since we saw the intro already, we're going to skip that, and we're going to take a look at the beginning of the game. Okay. Okay, do not reset your case, and reset. Okay. So yeah, it does look like how we saw the Kiosk demo, that's for sure. So let's take a look at New Adventure. Fine, we'll call him Link for the purpose of this, because yeah, that's canonical name, and also for now. So we're going to get a little more of a context of what we saw earlier. Oh shit, didn't I update for Skyward Sword? Yeah, I did, but OBS isn't showing it for some reason. And also, yeah, the Wii Remote does have rumble to it, so when you get that weird monster coming out of the ground there, you have that going, like, yeah, open the mouth, damn, look at that gape. Or that gaping mouth, I should say. And by the way, this was the game that was made for Zelda's 25th anniversary in 2011. Which, yeah, it was because Legend of Zelda came out in 1986 for NES. And as they said in the intro, your story takes place above the surface in the skies. It's filmed with this unbelievable music. My god, it's beautiful. And full orchestra. God, I love the fact they went full orchestra with Zelda, which is what it definitely deserves. Talk about your royal case as we're at Skyloft. You have groups of people, they jump off of the dock there and they do a whistle and they call to their Skyloft, their loft wing, their bird that flies around Skyloft. Yeah, this beautiful music being played by someone pretty famous as far as this franchise. Someone they don't waste any time establishing. Those of the birds do other things for the citizens here, like they deliver mail. Alrighty, so, yeah, that is fine, I'll just say it. It's Princess Zelda. And this is Link. Fitting, because this is the debut of both of them canonically, in the sense that, hey, what were they doing? But Link's having some bad dreams. Fine, he maybe saw that thing in his dreams. Yeah, the time has come for you to awaken. Yeah, Link's Awakening, but, way before Link's Awakening. Which, by the way, canonically speaking, Link's Awakening is the follow-up to, The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past for the Super Nintendo. Time's come for you to awaken from this. With that nice, purple light. I do love that touch as well. It's like, hey, he wakes up, it's like, wait, there's a bird there. Hold on. Yeah, because it was just delivered in the mail. Like, yeah, oh god, yeah, my name's Link. You may wonder how I got myself into this situation. Or fine, I guess I could do the CDI Link of, oh boy, I'm so hungry, I could eat an Octorok, or, well, excuse me, princess. But it's definitely far removed from that. I was like, fine, that's your mail, I'm out of here. Alright, so here we go. What's our letter say? Hey, sleepyhead, know how much you like to sleep in. So this will be a letter to be your alarm clock this morning. Was I right about that? Rise and shine. Today's the wing ceremony. We did see that in the Kiosk demo. We're probably going to see it again, but we're going to give a little more context to that. Promise me before it starts, right? Don't keep me waiting. Zelda. Okay. Yeah, because what this game does, and I love what this game does, in terms of the relationship of Zelda and Link, it establishes it right at the start, as we're at the Knight Academy. Because Link is in training to become a knight here. And so he knows Princess Zelda as far as it, and you check your drawer, you get rupees. 5 of them are blue. Put in your wallet. You have to buy goods and services, as is the case with all the Zelda games. There's no dashing. That's on A button. You also have the stamina wheel. This is the first game in the franchise to use it. You just go around, see what's going on in my area. Hi. Morning, Link. You ready for the wing ceremony? Everyone else is priced at the plaza, and you seem relaxed about the whole situation. The Crimson Loft Wing's the one of yours. I won the last ceremony, but I don't think I could beat the one of yours, huh? True speed comes down to the skill of the rider. So yeah, that's the idea. It's all about us, but he's a bird researcher. And usually there's great stuff going on in the animations. Anyone does like the lean in there. This is Pippet, by the way. Also, here's our headmaster. Oh, fine, not the headmaster. The day of the wing ceremony is finally upon us. So everything you learned to good use is going to be put today. And all the academic prowess that Instructor Horwell taught you. Remember, you use look around the C button on the nunchuck to take a look at your surroundings, and you can use the Wii remote to point area. But if it gets out of alignment, hit down on D-pad to recenter it. I do love that, my god. So as you said, do that, look around with the Wii remote, and like, hey, it feels off, hit down on the D-pad, you're centered right there. Also, you can kind of first-person Zelda, so the idea, like, hey, you know, Zelda, like, as far as, like, a first-person case of itself. Morning, morning. Today's the big wing ceremony, right? I'm sorry, I didn't make the cut. I had to move barrels to the kitchen. Maybe I could cheer you on, but I can't do it. Wow, buddy. Alright, yeah, we do have our fellow students. They're going to be giving us our case of itself. Let's go outside. Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a brief preview. I do know where I'm going to stop this one, and then we'll get Twilight Princess and Wind Waker as far as that. I'm just going to go a little bit. I consider this a preview program of these games. This might be my favorite of the 3 we're going to look at, but it's tough to say. And fine, if you've never played these games, as we're taking a look at Skyward, this great piece of music, yeah, give them a shot. And if you want a modern context, this is a Switch version. If you never played it, you might want to get on that. Twilight Princess, most recent version is on Wii U. And then there's also Wind Waker, which is coming to Switch 2 as far as the Nintendo Classics line they're going to do when the console launches in June. Hi. Today's the day. You ready? Don't ask you something. Look at this way by pressing Z button and hit H to have a chat. So they're going to tutorialize this a little bit, kind of like Ocarina of Time did, and other Zeldas as well. Hit that Z button on the nunchuck and hit A on the Wiimote to target people. Yeah, it's Z targeting. Remember that. And when you do the targeting, you also put the camera right behind you by hitting Z. So come with me and we can talk. be able to climb up, you dash to the top of the wooden box. A button is your dash, and this is the start of parkouring for Link. So hold the A button down, just run right up. Yeah, I think they were paying attention to Prince of Persia, Sands of Time a little bit for this one. It's kind of a Zelda-ish style, that a little bit, kind of more of a Tomb Raider thing as well. But always remember, your stamina gauge goes down, you cannot run anymore, so be careful as far as it. Also, you can do auto-jumping, of course. Move towards the edge of a platform while running, and you jump automatically. And you make it further if you're doing running. What are you up to, Rush? You get some last-minute bird writing practice in, huh? Someone to meet? Yep, Zelda's waiting for you. Yes, Father Headmaster Gaepora. Which I don't know that to take on Gaepora Gaebora as far as Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Has a pet named Mia and scampered off again. Look. Mia's up there. Can you go get her for me? Or feed her, but the ceremony's about to start, and, yeah, we'll go get him. And we have choices. You can basically say, like, no, screw you, I'm going to do my stuff, but no, I'm gonna help. You'll do it? I know you're in a hurry, so I appreciate that you're taking time to help. But, yeah, the game will not continue until I, get over there, so there's no rush. Yeah, quite the climber. Yes, we are. And, yeah, wait till Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, where in that case we are going to be quite the climbers. Because in that case, he's going to climb mountains. I think this game kind of started that idea. All right, fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and hold A to do this, get that set, but unfortunately I could not. So in that case, we can't make the jump. Well, as we have bugs here, you actually can do a collection of bugs, but I don't think I have anything in my inventory to do that. Yeah, because you can do bug collecting. I know Twilight Princess lets you do that as well, and there's a whole side quest that goes with that. So I believe it's Agatha's the person you do that for. Chad, if I'm wrong about that, feel free to let me know, or I'll correct myself when I edit below in a couple of days. And also, here's the other thing. Fine, also, this is our Easter special, which I probably should have mentioned at the start, because fine, Zelda's technically a Christian game. In the sense that Legend of Zelda, the original, the religion of Hyrule is supposed to be Christianity. But also the idea that, hey, it has this kind of... There is kind of a biblical element going on as this dude is fixing the door. Hi. How you gonna get sleep last night? He's fixing the gate. Squeaky a bit, so we can't have that on the day's ceremony, but send your prayers to the goddess. Okay, there you go. Exactly, because that's the idea. They are praying to the goddess as far as it... But they did mute, by the way, for the release of Legend of Zelda originally, the idea of it being a Christian case. Fine, because they took a lot of crosses off, but there's still some references to that. But Miyamoto, Shigeru Miyamoto, I should say, has confirmed the idea that if you want to do save, I'd say a prayer over there. Bird statues are there, and when you talk to them, that lets you save. Prayer time saves 9. Oh, there's a stamina for you. Get you out, your stamina bar gets increased. Or recovered, I should say. But we do need to go up there. Actually, right, that's what we gotta do. We have to parkour there, and then we hang off and go along. And if you move the nunchuck a bit, you can go across faster, but also your stamina will go down. And if it goes down completely, you drop, so be careful about that. There we go. Oh, I'm getting called. What's going on? I don't care how good a jumper you think you are, you're not going to get up there by pressing A to dash, so we got to use that box. Alright, yeah, just keep pushing that. Yeah, definitely a good relaxing case as far as this game. And actually, I do love the way this game goes as far as how it kind of does a lot to set the world up. It does have kind of a slow case, but yeah, let's take you back. We're not going to throw you, we're just going to bring you over here. Nice work, you brought her back safe and sound. Sure did. Sorry for troubling with this, I know you're busy, but let's feed Mia. Tell the headmaster found his pet, he'll be up at the statue of the goddess, so go over and visit him. No problem. Zelda's there with him, so hurry. Get running, alright. And you're going to see in just a second the strength of what this game does as far as the setup. Because fine, it is a slow burn how this game opens, and Twilight Princess especially is that case. But I think with this one, it does an even better job because of the strength of the relationship between Link and Zelda to start on this. It's really something special. Aside from the next game canonically, which is Minish Cap for Game Boy Advance, this may very well be the best look at the relationship of Link and Zelda. And it's not necessarily just going to be an obvious, like, oh, it's going to be a romantic thing. I mean, it's suggested, and it always has been. But also the case that it's maybe going deeper than that. Even the way they make some of the dialogue sequences in this a little more dynamic than even Twilight Princess and Wind Waker had. But you just noticed that we're here. Hi. And the way she gives the smile, and also how expressive the characters are, which admittingly, all these Zelda games do a really good job of it. But this one, I think, maybe does it the best of the three. Just in the sense that they keep building and building. But it also is going to be impressive when we look at the other two, no question. Glad to see my off one got you out of bed. Sure you'd slip in and forget to meet me this morning. But look at the instrument. Yeah, she does play the harp canonically, as you know that, as far as other games in the series. And also look at this outfit. They're mine to use today because of the ceremony I'm playing the role of the goddess. Beautiful, especially the instrument. Tell me it's just like the one the goddess was said to have in the legend. Sounds gorgeous too, it definitely does. If I ask Father about it, he says this is the harp. Now look at these clothes. I made this wrap myself. I'll get to use it at today's ceremony. Between this and the outfit, I'm going to make a great goddess today. I also got you up early because I wanted you to be the first to see me like this. So yeah, she does think we're special that way, you know? How'd I look? I'm not going to say anything other than great. She absolutely looks terrific. I think so too, but it's nice to know you agree. And we'll change that dialogue a little bit if you say like, I don't know, but like, you know, be nice or something. Alright, there you are. You all prepared for today's ceremony? Sure am. Hello, Father. Even the idea of how Zelda's father is reflecting kind of the bond that Zelda and Link have in this game and also in Minish Cap. Actually, Minish Cap's a question. There's one line when it comes to actually your father in that game, as far as Link is concerned, saying Zelda's the princess of Hyrule, and the thought's like, wait, is he gonna tell me to keep it in my pants? But it's like, no, he doesn't do that. But it's like, no, make sure you protect her. But fine, Link doesn't need to be told that. He will. No doubt today's ceremony you're too excited to close your eyes for once. And when today you get to participate in the post-race ritual of Zelda to give your best. It's kind of almost giving like the wink-wink, saying like, yeah, remember that's your incentive. But about that, what's up? I don't know if he could do it. What? So that's kind of a question right there. The thought that, wait, does she not believe in us? He hasn't been practicing much at all for the ceremony, but she is honest, I guess. And even when he's out riding his Loftwing, he's lazily gliding around and perhaps daydreaming. I don't know what he's thinking, because you have to be in perfect control of his bird to win. So honestly, it sounds like maybe, fine, that could be taken a couple ways. The case of saying, I'm worried to see he's not going to do well, but also saying, am I kind of ringing him out that way? You may have a point, but today's ceremony is just the skill of the rider and their bond with the bird. It's not going to come easy, for sure. But I haven't seen him practicing as hard as the other students. But then again, you've known him since you were very little, so even you should know better than to fret about his skills here. Link and his Loftwing have a special connection that honestly I've never seen anything like. But one half of a pair. So yeah, the fact of your Loftwing and everybody who lives in Skyloft, that does go into the deep legend of this, you know? We're only made whole by our Loftwings, the guardian birds that protect us with the goddess's divine protection. Yeah, I've got a lot of stuff we play like Lunar and things like that. But yeah, it's new version's out now. The physical version is on the way for me for Switch. I bought it as far as it. We can talk about that probably in a week when I get it. We're young. Every one of us beats our Loftwing under the statue of the goddess. It's a big moment for sure. Of course, the one Link and his are extraordinary. The Crimson Loftwing. They're saying, hey, that's something unique. A breed so rare we thought it was endangered. And they have a profound connection, honestly, from the moment they met. Maybe you sound like, yeah, well, shucks. Remember when Link saw that? And I love the way they're cutting back and forth in between this. It's something Majora's Mask kind of started, but also something that, honestly, the way this game does it, even though this game is not voiced, and I know Zelda as a franchise has always been a question about how do they do voice acting. They don't want to do CDI case of it specifically, but cases where Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom really showed, hey, how you can do that. And actually the Hyrule Warriors games being really good examples of that. But also in this case, kind of saying a lot with it. And those little voice clips going on with their kind of like, things, going really well. They just hopped up on that bird and gracefully flew away without even a moment of instruction. And how jealous even you were that day. It didn't go unnoticed by you, huh? So right there, kind of the nice suggestion of all this stuff, you know? Well, what's up, Link? And also the fact they timed those voice clips as the text goes on. So honestly, it makes it feel maybe more dynamic than it would in other cases. Like, hey, you're just gonna completely read it. Or have like a quote at the beginning, the way he had in stuff like Majora's Mask. And you weren't the only one who was envious, for sure. Every person special is bound to catch nasty looks, huh? Yeah, that idea of kind of having to live up to those expectations, like, hey, you're special in ways other people might not be. But even she's like, don't laugh at this, please. The ceremony is something specific, and if you're gonna become a knight of Skyloft, this is their last test. If he doesn't fly fast enough during the race, what if he messes up his chance? What if he's not allowed to become a knight? So she's kind of afraid that we're not gonna be able to do this. Or that we're not gonna be able to have this happen, not because maybe we're not responsible, in the case that this is something he wants. If he doesn't have this happen, what if something goes wrong? It's almost as though you become a totally different person when you worry about him. Yeah, good point. Yeah, even he notices that.
Hey!
Better fly your heart out today. At the very least, you need to squeeze in some practice before the race, okay? And he's like, yeah, I'm going, okay? Come on, you'll thank me later. Yeah, I love the setup of this, for sure. But make sure... Just jump off, call your Loftwing, so try and practice seriously. It's just kind of being funny that way. If I was looking around, like, oh, hold on. By the way, just to let you know, we jump off, hit down D-pad, and you call your Loftwing out. You can't send your bird out there. No? Oh, I get it. You're trying to weasel out having to practice, huh? Nice try, you're not fooling me. Alright, but just a little pushing and we smiling, so like, I'm falling. Make sure to press D-pad and call your Loftwing out. Alright, let's do it. Hit down D-pad. Where the fuck is it? Uh-oh. It's taking a long time to get here. Something's wrong. Yeah, because those are pretty instantaneous when you do that whistle, but... Yeah, mine's not there. What happens? Hang in there, Link, I've got you. So at that point, she realizes, wait a second. It was a fun thing. It's like, you know, he can do it. But then she realizes, oh no, something's happening. I could have killed him, you know? That's sometimes in the jokes like, fine, Zelda almost kills him. But it's not a case, fine, she didn't know that. And then she realized something's wrong. It's like, I'm taking action. I'm jumping without a moment of hesitation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to push you hard. You didn't sprain your wing, did you? Yeah, it's odd. Why is my Loftwing not coming to me? Shouldn't be ignoring the call of the master. Yeah, we have a tight bond, so they're saying, so what happened? And you couldn't sense him, so we did warn it, so it was not, you know, us lying. She didn't know that, but I think if she did know that, she'd probably say like, oh boy, I fucked up, I would not have done that to him, you know? It's a problem, though, because remember, the wing ceremony's coming up. You can't have that happening, right? You said you couldn't sense it. I should have believed you, right? I'm sorry. I need to tend to my own Loftwing, okay? So go find where you can find yours. Alright, so that's our next task. Alright, but yeah, the bell's ringing as far as that. So yeah, school back in session. Instructor Horwell is presiding over the ceremony. Go talk to him and see if you can delay the race a little so you can find my bird. Okay. But you're the headmaster of the academy, right? If you ask him that, he'll probably just come to talk to you about it, right? Yeah, true. Excellent point. Alright, I'll go talk to him. So Link, go on and tell him that, come see me at headquarters, okay? Alrighty. But you gonna be okay, Zelda? Yeah, I'll tend to my bird and make sure he's not hurt. I'll catch up with you later. Does anybody know what's happening in your loft wing? Maybe in town they will. Okay. So yeah, it is kind of a little bit of a breather case. And fine, I'll say this. The question of, we can go into this. Prologue of game. Because honestly, it was with Twilight Princess, that era of, fine, that year, 2006. Games like that, games like Kingdom Hearts 2, games like Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, and even Okami, as much as I love Okami, Okami's a case you're sitting around 40 minutes watching the story to start. This one is also a case where maybe you're not doing the stuff you'd be doing really quickly in other Zelda games. I mean, I don't have a sword yet. But the idea of how does this game necessarily justify that? How does it make you feel like you really are kind of getting into it, and or what? And it's also why I want to give a reevaluation to Twilight Princess a little bit as far as the intro, and also Kingdom Hearts 2, because it's like, yeah, 5 hours doing stuff that seems like not connecting. But also it was a case that was a long time ago for me in those. So, I never really had that concern with this one. This one, I really love the story beats of itself, kind of the atmosphere and the contrast it gives, that it really kind of got me in right away, even though I have to wait to kind of do the stuff we saw in the demo. Or demos, I should say. But yeah, waiting for chivalry, huh? Oh, hi, Link. You fuss or something happened? Yes. My loft wing's gone. I don't know what to tell you. I've been here at school the whole time. Pippin might know. Yeah, we did see him earlier. He does know everything about birds specifically, so maybe he'll have that element. By the way, who are you? Alright, I'll have a name down below, because I don't remember who she is, unless, chat, you know. Because honestly, I'm kind of blind looking at these things, but I said, it's preview programming. It's okay to do that. And there's games I think we should do more preview programs. We haven't done one of these in like a year, until tonight's show. And there's other ones we should do with, including games that I know are really, really long, and maybe we should give a little bit of a case to. I think I owe Electric one for, fine, I owe a play of, what is it? Persona 3 FES. That game is insanely long, but it's also a case that I want to give a look. So, like, hey, let's take a look and soak that in as well, you know? You'll often come when you call, right? Why did Guardian Bird not come? Don't know. I can't even tell you what you're doing wrong because I've never even heard this thing happen before. But, yeah, he's a senior, by the way. As far as I know, I'm not going to leave the underclassmen out to dry. Okay. Go to the plaza and I'll ask people there if they know anything, but I'll ask around this area. Okay, thank you. And with that, that also means that the door out to the plaza should be open now. Oh wait, that's the headmaster's quarters. Fine, he's not here, but I do need to go and talk to the instructor. He's downstairs, so actually let me do that. Oh wait, I can't backflip yet. So I can't necessarily be, you know, as acrobatic as I was in some of the earlier Zelda, saying, by the way, we're set as far as this. Oh wait, that's the mess hall. I know what he is over here. Hey, you gotta go talk to the headmaster. Find that too. Walving North's master's call is definitely not a good case. We did, yeah. We knew this was gonna happen. He said talk to you in his office. He knows what's going on, huh? If he is, though, he'll delay the ceremony. So let's go find your bird, okay? So I know this is also giving the other thing, which is like, how did Link get his, I gotta remember to go out the right door. How did Link get his hat? It's like, yeah, the senior guy has hat. Like, Link's supposed to have hat, right? But, no, not yet. Oh, we gotta go out over here. Also, if you do get lost, you hit, plus, and you'll look where the map is. Yeah, a lot of these things are locked, so we can't necessarily say, oh yeah, we're gonna rob the place. They'll come later. They'll come, I guess, in Link's Awakening in the sense we can go into houses and check the drawers. And you can get into a case where you're called out for that. Alright, but yeah, nice parkour way up here, and we set. And there's our way to the plaza. Let's go. Hi, do you fix the door yet? Yeah, something's really wrong. I need to get in there. The waffling's missing. So yeah, everybody's saying the same thing. Saying, like, wait, you saw him? Groos's bird's chasing off after your feather-tailed fella. Where is he? They're saying they're going down to the wing ceremony, so they might be in town. Go down this path to start, but the gate's not working. You go through the academy. Oh, okay. Through the academy, huh? Oh, you mean like this way? Yeah, I need to get my ass out of here, and I have to go down there and say, yeah, somebody said they know what's going on. Groos. We did see him when we started tonight's show. Oh, it's over here. Perfect. There we go. Going down into town, talking to the kiddies over here. Hello, hello. Oh, you're rolling to a tree. Oh, right. Remember, in Zelda, you hold up. Hi, use the A button to dash and roll a tree. Yeah, because in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, actually some of the other ones as well, you're going to roll in the tree and get items out. Just dash, shake the nunchuck in front of the tree, and do a roll. Alright. So let's do it. Fine. Alright, I gotta run. I gotta do dash, and then you do it. So hold A button. Yeah, first thing you gotta do is hold A to start your sprint, and while you're doing it, hit the nunchuck down. Or shake it down. Okay, fine. Unfortunately, I was too far away. There you go, got Beetle. A sky stag beetle. Wait up. Yeah, I think he's the kid who likes the bugs in this game. And there's the windmill, but yeah, Groos apparently knew something. Like, he's somewhere. By the way, the roll does reduce your stamina a little quicker. Alright, so Groos is down here. Let's talk to him. Yeah, he's kind of like the town bully a little bit, sort of. That was what paid with the scratching and pecking. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, of course it was. Thought Crimson Laughlin like that was going to down the fight. Oh, you motherfucker. We gotta get him. So fine, he is fine, if you've ever seen, like, cases of TV shows and movies and things like that, he's the 80s bully, pretty much. Or it's like Bulk and Skull and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, something like that. The idea is like, I don't care how tough this bird's supposed to be, he's not getting out of the pen anytime soon. So you took him? You bastard. You're gonna have to answer for that, especially because we're here, but they realize, uh-oh. Hi. How long have you been standing there? Long enough. Although Stokey is also saying he's not really giving on. What's your problem? Oh, wait, I get it. It's about the race, right? They're pleading, oh, Bruce, can you please find your heart to let me win today? I'm not asking to win. I'm asking for my bird back. You want some alone time with Zelda on the top of the statue of the goddess. Okay, he is right about that. Would you want that? Well, sorry, pal. I don't do charity for that way. My advice is work hard and wish you all your heart. You might even come in second. Well, we're gonna work hard, no question. I do love the music for Groos. It is this great kind of carnivalish music, as far as it. How come I don't see your bird? Because you stole it, apparently. I can't imagine what could have happened to him. I think his tiny brain got confused by all the clouds and got lost. Chad, I might put this to you. What do you want to say to him? Do you want to tell him bring it on? Nice hair or give him back? Fine, he did steal him, but... I don't know, what do you want to say? I'm gonna give you the choice. I guess we could do that when we play this game fully. I can tell him give it back, or it's like, fine, I could compliment his hair. Actually, I don't know, if I do say that, is he gonna take that right and say, you know what, thank you, I use a nice hair product for that? Also, I'm kind of leaning to that. So, Chad, if you don't make a decision, you don't have an idea or preference, I might actually ask some nice hair one. I don't know if I did. I think when I first played this, I said, fine, I'm just going to want to give it back, because fine, he kind of admitted he stole it. But... also, yeah, the fact that it's using the realism, that just makes it sound really great and really distinct. As far as, like, the horn thing. Yeah, we're talking about the hair. Nice hair, by the way. What product do you use? You will have my deer right now, or I'll flatten you. Everyone knows I've got the slickest pompadour in town. Is that a pompadour? Maybe it is. I didn't actually know that was... I don't know if I actually saw that decision. Yeah, you know, we're getting tired of you never letting anyone forget you and Zelda go way back. Well, fine, we're kind of in the franchise's names a lot of times, you know. Yeah, your friend since you were kids, big deal. It doesn't change the fact you float through life with your head in the clouds. Well, I mean, he's saying we woke up, late. In fact, Zelda even was saying, has he gotten enough practicing? Fine, not like this show. I practice the games enough till I make sure we're fucking ready. Especially when they get really hard. But, waking up, straighten up, and grow a backbone. Ooh, no. I do. Dozier dragging our honored academy through the mud. Oh boy. But Zelda heard all that stuff. Who are you talking about when you're saying that, Bruce? Yeah, he doesn't have an answer for that. I do love when she kind of walks and does the point there. That's amazing. Yeah, don't even try it. You're picking on Link again, aren't you? He's through Academy 2 the same way we all are. Seriously, why do you insist on going around bullying him so much? Well, this might be bad, because he might say, like, hey, you know, we have to have her, we have to have her fight our battles, but, like, fine. We are fighting our own battles. We did tell him, like, hey, we like the hair. Yeah, I suppose. You suppose what? I suppose you... Okay, because he loves her as far as how it is. I mean, everybody does. You're seeing, like, what's coming out of his nose there. So he might lay off. Yeah, forget it. I wasn't supposing anything, really. Okay. Alright, we're out of here. And yeah, they do have the great poses. I do love that. And fine, Dolphin, you mentioned when we did Bakugan Defenders of the Core a couple weeks ago. The fact that, you know, the nice outfits. They have the nice capes going on as far as how that is as well. But Fire Bird, you're gonna sit the race out. We made a setback towards knighthood, so make sure you find it or get used to failure. My special flavor. Yep. No, I get that idea, as far as it. I hate to say it, but I'm beginning to suspect those blockheads have something to do with their waffling missing. I mean, we could tell it. Yep, I love the outfits. Oh, that's what it is. No, right, and fine, it goes to the idea of the art direction of a lot of the Zelda games, and this one's interesting as well. It's fine. It seems we're gonna kind of go backwards on this one. We'll take a look at Twilight Princess, and we'll take a look at Wind Waker as far as it, because Wind Waker goes for a very cartoony cel-shade style. Twilight Princess goes for a very natural, dark style as far as how its look is. And this is kind of in the middle, and as Ultra94T said, the idea is that when they're making this game, they were kind of saying, they were paying attention actually to kind of, like, works of art, as far as, like, paintings and things like that. Which it kind of has, like, a realistic style to certain things, but also very colorful and kind of painterly, especially when you go down to the surface. I don't know if we're going to see much of the surface tonight for this. But either way, they're not going to help us find, so we got to start going to find them. Yeah, you're right. I'll fly around and see if we can find anything, okay? Thank you, Zelda. Appreciate that. Father said talk to Horwell about delaying the ceremony, so we don't have to worry about that. We'll find him in time. Which we did. Alright, see you later. There's like great attention to detail where fine, she's doing like the swan dive. Then again, they all did. Well, fine. Bruce's boys didn't. Okay, so yeah, where are waffling? I keep saying Skyloft, that's where we are. We're seeing the great case as far as the local color. And also, I want to see something around here as far as the look. Okay, we don't have that. I'm thinking something comes a little later in the game. We'll see it when we come to this game for full at some point. Hi. Such a beautiful day. We're too busy to enjoy it. Alright, so they're doing laundry. The only thing my Lugno son is good for is getting grease on shirts. So they're the laundry women. But fine, I'm not good at washing clothes. I need somebody to help me, okay? Alright, they're blocking the way. They're talking, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get stuff going on here. This belongs to Kukyle. That's me, by the way. I was playing with a special friend today. It seems so much fun. Who's that? Maybe it's Waffling? Okay. I do remember where our Waffling is. Also, you do have pumpkins. So you pick these up and toss them. Which, actually, wait, can I yet? Oh, no, I guess oh, yeah, I can. If I do the shake of the meter mode and toss it. You'll get rupees out of it. Also, later you'll have missions where you actually have to harvest these things for pumpkin soup. If you ever played Skyward Sword, you probably know that idea of saying, like, fine, you have to do those pumpkin soup missions. And you have to kind of go and find them quick, because otherwise the soup will pull. It's actually not similar to the trading quest and knocking your time a little bit. His statue has only one eye, huh? There you go. Okay, it's over around there, but actually, yeah, that is where it is. Okay, yeah, now I remember. Fine, it's there, or yeah, we can't go there because we do need to have our sword. Fine, we do not get the sword for a while. That's another thing. In fact, we might not see the sword at all. Fine, or we did when we looked at this earlier for the demo. But I said, fine, I have these games as far as how they are on their actual systems. Heroin Bob's talked about Wind Waker, and I said, fine, I have to swap off. Okay, this is definitely an interesting journey, honestly, for tonight's show. Because first it was Kiosk demos we're going to show. I thought I could only show one of them. Ultra 94T, who was supposed to be on the show, but had something come up which made sense. I was like, okay, great. Thought rightly, it's like, run it on the Wii U. I was like, yeah, I ran on the Wii, it didn't work. Wii U ran fine. Don't ask me why that was. Maybe it's, again, age of the Wii, because I have the newer one. Maybe. But either way, and then kind of one thing went to another as far as the idea of doing that. I was like, hey, it kind of works. Hey, Link. What's up? Over here. I have some information about your loft wing. Do you? Awesome. So much so, I'm making a jump right off. Hey, what's up? I was just looking for you. I'm gonna help search. I asked Fledge. Okay, what do you mean? He started acting weird. You? I'm sorry. Oh, the Bruce found out. Bruce forced you to keep quiet about the fact that your loft wing has been kidnapped. Okay. They didn't notice I was there, and they talked they're gonna plan to do this to hide your loft wing so you wouldn't win. But then I was grabbed up when I tried to warn you because they noticed I was there, and they said if I told you, they're gonna probably break my legs. Yeah, they had a plan to do that and hide him near a waterfall, huh? That's near the statue of the goddess, I think. But yeah, you look at your map on Plus. It's over here with an X. Oh, over there. Alright, by the way, I'm gonna recenter this. So right here. Actually, that's right where we were over here. Zoom in, right there. No remap, right? Press plus to look at it and get lost, hit it. Sorry, I'm a coward. Oh, don't worry. Huh? Also, what else? Go to the waterfall, there's dangerous things like creepy crawly elements if you get a sword. Go to the sparring hall. Alright, so yeah, we need a weapon. Alright, so yeah, fine, we're getting our sword now. So fine, I lied as far as that was. So if I had to quote Halo 2, I need a weapon. Right this way. Alright, but we do need to find where our weapon is going to be. So door in is right there. Perfect. Yeah, it's fine. We need something to fight. Oh, right. We need it right now, right? Because, fine, in order to get our loft wing out. Get this set. Also, yeah, fine. Let's go to the bathroom. So, I did this when we played Shenmue, so fine. Okay, this is more of a traditional one. So, like, fine, it's just tied there. Don't ask where it goes, but either way. Fine, it probably goes into the sky. Fine, it's like an airplane, probably. As far as how that is. Alright, so now the Squire's area. Can we get a sense of where that is? Let's see. Actually, yeah, maybe she can help. Why do you want to know, Zelda? Did you up to no good again? Oh, wait, that is the sparring hall, so I just need to go into that. So, yeah, I totally, made it complicated. So, fine, that's where we're gonna get our sword. So, like, yeah, I probably should remember it's over there. I said also, when we come to this game, I don't know, I guess we'll do the Switch version. Fine, I need to buy it because Crocheter64 said you should have bought that 4 years ago. And he's like, he's right, I should have. But that being said, I do have it on this, so we could at least play it this way. Hi, I need a sword. Can you help me? In the back room. Alright, thank you. Here's the main gameplay hook of this thing, so yeah, we're gonna go and open the box. Of course, anytime you do that, you raise your, up, with the pie going. Yeah, there you go, the do-do-do-do. So yeah, there you go, there is our practice sword. Hit the one button to look at the items you're carrying, and, take a look at what you have on your gear. So here's our gear, here's our wallet, and here's our sword. Here's a sharp edge, so here's the deal. Hit the one button to go back. There you go, pull it out, and there we go. Now you're seeing here, because of the Wii Remote Plus, the Wii Motion Plus, you have that connected, it's following my movement. I probably should have myself on camera for the purpose of this, but that's the idea. Basically using that to kind of go. It is a bit slower how it goes, but it means that based on how you swing, if you swing it across, left to right or right to left, like that, it swings horizontally or vertically if you go up, or diagonally as I just did. There you go. Also, hold it up, which actually we're not going to have happen yet, as my hand is going through the wall. So, like, okay, fine. Yeah, you can do charge up later, but that's, fine. That's something we're going to see later in the game, or that we saw in the demo. Hi. Hey. Ooh, what's up? You can't take him outside. What do you think you're doing sneaking out like that? Not sneaking out. I need this. The loft swing we're missing, huh? I'll go look for it with that thing. Alright, I'll make a deception, but it's peaceful, so if you're a knight, you can't carry a sword, but don't swing it like crazy, okay? Practice these logs, and then you can go stuff going on. Yeah. So they're showing there, you look where the thing is there, basically swing it across, slice it that way. In this case, sling it vertically. And then also in this case, get stabby, press it forward to do the stab. Whoa, but backflip out of the way before I get myself hit. You can also do it diagonally, left to right, and then right to left, like that. Oh. That. Oh, almost. Damn. Okay, fine. That one's giving me some trouble. Yeah, like that, but I need to be closer. There you go. Okay, fine. That's also getting stabby, so let's get stabby that way. Boom. There you go. That's right. Yeah, when you get it down, it really works well, although it's something that, from what I understand, the Switch version makes the controls a little better. And fine, if you don't want to use the motion controls, well, try spin attack, you bet. You have an option of not using that one. Cut them down without moving. Swing the Wiimote nunchuck horizontally at the same time. Alright, so... Ha! There you go. And you have to do that when you're doing any case as far as Zelda. Or fine, as far as Link. Try the fatal blow to close the session. Yes. When enemy's down, charge Z button, swing the Wiimote nunchuck downwards to stab him in the chest and kill him. So take that log, do a side slash, and then hit it down. So here we go. Ha! There you go. So it's effective to use right after you use your shield or well-placed spin attack. You also bash your shield. We do not have shield yet. But they won't stay down for long, so you have to be careful so you can quickly stab them to death. Well, of course, yeah, since it is like the fantasy concept, as I mentioned earlier in the show, this is not like Manhunt 2 or The Godfather on the Wii. Or actually, there is Scarface The World Is Yours on Wii. I don't know if that has specific motions for the purpose of, you know, killing people. Fine, that has an option to do flipping off with the Wii remote, which is hilarious. But, hey friend, walk yourself over here and say hello. Okay, fine. We are on a bit of a thing, you know? I'm a Sheikah Stone. Yeah, so from Ocarina of Time, they're here, and if you get stuck, just come see me, and they'll tell you what's going on. So yeah, basically be your guide as far as saying like, hey, I don't know where to go. They'll help you know where to go. Fine, I do know where I need to go to start. I need to go up towards where the waterfall is, which is back in town. And since the door did shut, or did open, the gate was open now. Shit, I went the wrong way. I was gonna say I'll go that way, but fine, I'll just go this way. And only go a little while longer, and then we'll take a look at the other two as well. Alright, there's hearts. Yeah, we'll store a bit of hearts there. You start with 6 in this game. It's definitely an upgrade from the 3 you normally get in some of the other ones. And they go all the way out, that is game over, unless you have something that's going to let you mitigate that. Like a fairy to bottle or something. I just said, yeah, look at your map, it is over here. By the waterfall. There you go. I do have the attention to detail that when you slice it down specifically, it actually does reflect that. But it is something that, yeah, sometimes you have to be very specific. So sometimes something's been a little contentious. But yeah, there's also somewhere we gotta go in. Alright, so yeah, our bird's there and we hear the cry. So yeah, we're going in. Oh shit, I was gonna say, yeah, cut the sign. But now it's broken, so you can't read it anymore. Okay, so yeah, it's just like some of the other ones. There we go, let's get going. Alright, going down the waterfall way. There are enemies in here, including the keys. Woo! Yeah, they're going down. And of course, cheers. You see them in Wind Waker in particular. Oh, I don't know how much of Wind Waker we're going to show. Oh, they get on, shake, 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 and get them off. Of course, you cut the grass, and there's usually stuff underneath that, like rupees or sometimes hearts. There you go. Alright. There you go. Yeah, you do the Link yells. Oh. There you go. No! The chews get out of the way, but yeah, they definitely drop that chew jelly, which we're gonna get into on Wind Waker at some point when we play that. Yeah, get off, get off, get off! Yeah, I'm tired, like, I gotta wait till that recovers. So yeah, you gotta be careful when you're swinging like crazy in battle. Fine, in this case, we're just gonna keep running. Oh no! Okay, that was lucky, because I thought the bat was gonna knock myself off the way that tends to happen sometimes with other Zelda games. Alright, let's go out. There's a save statue. Oh, here, call. Hey, Zelda, what's up? Any luck? Alright, so you got. We're searching over here, so I'm gonna fly and take a look. Any sign? I heard a noise. Well, not lose hope yet. Maybe we'll find where Groose and everybody is, huh? What's up? You getting a phone call? Oh wait, not in this universe. Sorry. Who's that? Oh, someone is calling you. Oh, never mind. So okay, fine. First reaction, first insight is usually the right one. All right, let's get going. Yeah, look, there he is. Oh, we gotta get him out there. Yeah, that's your Loftwing right there. And he's going crazy, so alright, let's get him out. So yeah, for this one, cut the rope. So again, use that directed sword swipe in order to get him off. Boom. And it's also why you need your sword going through your sword. There we go. All set. There we go. There's our Loftwing. Very majestic animal, no question. Yes, let your wings spread wide. Because that's the idea. Usually the Loftwings just kind of fly around. As soon as they hear that whistle, they come by and jump to action for us. But you did see there, it is the case that, yeah, they definitely like the idea, or they have a bond with our, with their master, or find their trainer, I should say. But I have to ask you something before you go. What's up? I heard a voice a few minutes ago. Yeah, I heard something. I've heard this a lot, honestly, almost as someone's calling out to me. Yeah. You don't know what's beneath the clouds, perhaps? Some say it's barren and empty. But I don't think they're right. Yeah, the story of the legend with the surface. Remember that. Apparently more vast than even Skyloft is, but no one's been down there to see it, and we can't get through the cloud cover. I can't imagine what's down there. It's kind of a Little Mermaid perspective in the sense of saying, hey, there's something out there, perhaps. This may be a bit different. We gotta get going, okay? Now your bird's set, now you can leap off the edge, hit D-pad, and you'll be alright. Alright. In this case, I'm just making the jump myself, and off we go. And yeah, she has hers, so just keep hitting down on that D-pad, and boom, you are ready to go. There you go. And also another look as far as the Loftwing flying. In this case, you basically move that Wii remote around and hit or shake down in order to do the rising up. Also, let's run your bird through basics to make sure he's not hurt. Change direction by tilting the Wiimote to the left or the right, like you're doing. When you want to speed up, swing the remote upwards to gain some altitude and point it down to do a fast dive like so. It's very responsive as far as those work. I gotta say, I do like how this goes. But of course, you tilt up, he does get a little flustered, so you have to do another swipe. How's it going? Flying okay? Like a dream. Also, whilst riding, hit the 2 button to go over the controls of what's going on, if you don't remember. It also charges. Hit your burst of speed, that is on A button, and hit the B button, that is your brake, like that. It's kind of like a flare, almost like when you're doing hang gliding or something like that. There, you hit the A button, and boom, you do a dash ahead. And it runs on those wings. When they run out, you can't do it until they recover. So far, so good. Naturally, thankfully, it looks like he's flying great. Let's go give him the good news. Okay. Want to save? Yeah, why not? I think I'll show a little more as far as this, and then we'll go on to Twilight Princess and Wind Waker. Yeah, considering what he's been through, yeah, it's a good case of it. I'll fly back and tell Father what happened. Yeah, we're all set now. And you...
No.
Yeah, it isn't Link. Yeah, I found my, Loftwing down there, you know. Yeah, I found that dumb bird of yours. Yeah, that news got out real quick. Yeah, you can't tell time. All the pre-race warm-ups that we did were for nothing. Now I'm stiff. Right before the race started, and then delay because of you. Yeah, because you stole it, dude. I get special treatment. It's the case that, fine, I tried to find it, I whistled, I almost got myself killed, you know. Can't you go anywhere without Zelda? Maybe you can't even decide what to have for lunch on your own. I don't think we've noticed what the smoke looks. Ooh, Zelda and I are best friends. We go everywhere together. So he's definitely jealous. I think he's pretty suave. He's going on forever how he's gonna be the one to be with him. He's really got a palm on a ruffle about her. Even his black is just saying, wait a second. He's, kind of obsessing on this, huh? If I know all the gods to today's ceremony, I'm gonna be claiming the sailcloth. Aren't you made yourself, knowing unless a scrawny clown like you snatched it away? Yeah, that's what we saw, or you got a sense of, like, what'd she make herself? But she's thinking about me when she stitched it. First they win, they finished the ceremony, just the two of us will spare a special moment. Alright, we'll see. That was the idea of how expressive he's just thinking about those, I guess, potentially pure thoughts. But, you might want to look behind you. Yeah, I'm in the middle of, fantasy. Yeah, and then she heard it all, I guess. Oh, by the way, when you said what is our special moment alone, yeah. Good question. I was glad you found that red bird of his, and I'm looking forward to a fair race. Alright, later, look at me doing the race. I'll be the one pulling off the dangerous stunts. Wait up, Bruce. Fair race? Yeah, the chances of that happening are about less than 0. But that could get you down. I know you haven't beaten deep down, I know you do. Fine, you know what? I believe that. Let's go. Yeah, Spirit, trust me, you can win.
Hey.
Alright, the ceremony's beginning. And by the way, this is what we saw as far as the Kiosk demo, so it goes back to that as well. So basically what the Kiosk demo did is they let you play this part of the game that we're going to see right now without the story context that I showed you before. And I'll show you what happens afterwards, and I think at that point that's going to be really all we need to have.
Hey.
Attention please, ready to begin the ceremony. So yeah, we did see this about 3 hours ago, as was the case, but either way, we get to see it again and see it within the full game. And fine, put that in that context, I think. Yeah, we have the Kiosk demos, so I'm glad to have shown that. And then also, the case that you're able to have, it looked as like, what's the final game like? And I guess, in this case, since this is the only one of these cases where I own the game on the same console as the Kiosk demo, because with Twilight Princess, I do not own it on Wii or Wii U, I own it on Gamecube. This one, it feels kind of similar as far as how the controls are, so it gives one aspect of how far along was Skyward Sword, but then also how far along was Twilight Princess when they put the demo out. I get the idea as far as with Twilight Princess of what I remember playing the Wii version of that years ago, of how that felt. Maybe it felt a little more loose in this one compared to how it ended out. But this one seems kind of one-to-one. Yeah, remember, catch the bird at the end, when you get close, hit A button, and that's all you gotta do. We do not hear that again. Yeah, we'll get closer to knighthood, we'll get that sailcloth as they mentioned. So yeah, we know now what the gift is, but they didn't tell us as far as what it is. And fine, they also say, oh yeah, 25th anniversary, just like the franchise. Like, yeah, here I am. And don't interfere with everybody out there, otherwise you're gonna go with me. And yeah, double for you, Bruce. Okay. So let's do this, and I'll show what happens afterwards. All right. On your marks. Set. Go! There you go. Do love that touch. The idea, like, hey, you know, you do the whistle either yourself or the game does it, and then call your loft wing out, and boom, you're flying. Music goes, this is awesome. My God. Ow. Well, fine. Okay, I guess I was playing dirty because I crashed into him, but I didn't mean it. Just get close, and when you get over there, you hit A. You, by the way, do not need to have another wing in your possession in order to do that grab. You just gotta be close. If you get more than one, you probably want to do that just so you can get close enough to hit that A button and get him. Got him. There we go. But of course, like we saw about 3 hours ago, Bruce is not taking that line down, so boom, he's bashing us. Yeah, now they're throwing eggs at us. Whoa. In this case, you have to avoid them. They will not hurt you. But they will slow you down. And it's not going to be a case where you necessarily have to worry about the fact that, oh, they're going to catch before you do. Unless you really screw up, but fine. Okay, that's an easier way of doing it. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I do got that, the lit-diddly-dit. Oh, I got the statue, so we won. So yeah, not feeling too much of a difference between the Kiosk demo and this. There we go. We're getting called. Hi, Zelda. Fine, in this case, she's not calling her loft wing out. She's like, fine, I want to jump on yours. Hey. So, how you doing? Fine. Alright, good job. Great flying. Alright, so let's get on with the ceremony. So fine, I'm going to show you the ceremony. The demo did not show you the ceremony. So if nothing else, that idea of saying, hey, when you buy a game, and fine, if there's a demo of a game before it comes out, the thought of, well, then what do you get later? Like, it kind of gives you a nice taste of something later, like what do you get when you get going on later with the game when you fully get it. But here you go, that bird statue. I've got to offer it to the goddess. You have it? Sure do. There you go. So there is the offering. Alright, so yeah, play that harp, my friend. Yep, good job. Alright, so we are set. Great goddess, guiding light and protector of our people, grant us your blessing and mercy as I act in your stead during this ceremony. Valiant youth who grasp victory and celebration of the bird folk in accordance with the old ways, bestow the blessings of the goddess upon you. go. Blessings of the goddess drift down from heaven's aloft to sail, that being this one, which I now pass on to you. So that is the sailcloth. Now you can jump from any height without fear of a painful landing. Except it smells nice as well. It smells like Zelda. So fine, something subtle as far as the idea that, hey, you know, we're noticing her, I guess her scent on it. But quit goofing, because it's supposed to be sacred, remember? But yeah, so that idea that's kind of a little bit of a playful, almost flirtatious case, but also a case that is kind of quiet. It goes to the idea of kind of the deep bond that these two have had growing up. You know, also, they say the gods gave the sailcloth their chosen hero long ago. It's in the same one, of course, I'm working hard to finish making it in time to give it to you today. I'm glad I got to give it to you. Yep. Make sure you take good care of it, right? Well, we will. No question. So thank you for making up to you to do this with me today like you promised. No question. Alright, now to finish the ritual up. You do know what happens at the end, right? Not really. Yeah, because we haven't talked this yet. I thought you'd figured it out by now. What's that? You had to jump off the statue. Okay, so that's the other case of playing into expectations. Like, wait a second, they're getting there. But like, yeah, see that design up there? You need to drop down the center and make sure you use that sailcloth, hit the B button before you hit the ground. How brave are you? If you're fearless, wait till the last second, okay? Yeah, but I'm getting pushed on this one, but I got the way to get down to the bottom. So yeah, hit the B button and we'll get down there. Whoa! Also, yeah, you're falling. There you go, right at the end. Except I missed the target. Yeah, you missed the target, dude. Once you dive off, control the angle fall with tilt in the Wiimote. Wanna try again? I won't push you this time. Okay. Just dash off and do it. And also remember, land in the middle. So, get off. There we go. There we go. Not completely dead on, but close enough. Yeah, I was perfect. I mean, not quite, but I did pretty good. Thank you. There you go. I love this setup right here. Both of our loft wings, both of us together as well. The way they frame that is absolutely wonderful. Seeing as you won. Yeah. And the weather being so nice. Okay. Keep talking. Maybe you'd like to go flying around the clouds together? Yeah, it'd be lovely. Yeah, I think this is the part coming up where I'm gonna want to end this. I believe, if I remember correctly. Yeah, what's up? It is beautiful the way they handle this. The way the music goes, the way they stage this, the way they set this, the way they shoot it, the way they frame it. And also the idea of kind of the way that the personalities of Zelda and Link play off together. I'll definitely always remember this. Yeah, so will I. It was wonderful. Sure was. Yeah, but yeah, we both feel very comfortable as far as that, you know? You know. There's something I mean to talk to you about. Sure, what is it? Oh! What's going on? What was that? Uh-oh, hang on. It's a tornado. Something. Oh, hold on. Yeah, what's going on? See, it's getting serious now. Yeah, this is the part I want to end on. Yeah, she's thrown down, she's fallen down there. Let me tell you something. My first reaction when I first saw that was, oh my god, more than any other Zelda game in this franchise, I want to go save her right now. Because of what we just saw for the past hour or so. I said, I want to go after her. That connection you have with Zelda is so strong as far as the sets up. You understand why he wants to save Zelda in this game. And, you know, a lot of the other ones, in case it's fine, she's already gone. So you have to kind of go and find her. But because they set her up so much in this one, you really get that even more. I think because you see this happening, whereas at least with, like, Ocarina of Time, what we played, she was taken away by Impa before Ganondorf took over. But in that case, we want to say, where's she going? But this case, because we have that time with her, a lot of time. They're like, yeah, we want to go find her, but I'm getting called out. Who's that? I'm waiting for you. Yeah, we'll talk about her. Time has come to awaken your vital mission of great importance. Yeah, after this, we're going to jump off to the GameCube and we'll take a look at Twilight Princess and Wind Waker for a little bit as well. Starting with Twilight Princess because that's the one we had a Kiosk demo of. Oh, there you are. So she's there. We got eaten. Oh, but we're okay. Yeah, we're awake.
Oh.
When you often carry your back, you're limp and unconscious, and I fear the worst. You seem you're alright. We're grateful for that. But now he's realizing Zelda's gone, and he feels like he's failed. Where's Zelda? She was with you, was she not? What happened to my daughter? And he's gonna tell her right there. Yeah, in the case of Link talking, we don't hear it because remember, usually Link is a mute character, except for like yells and things, which is by intention usually. But tell Link. Yeah, he understood my speech. Black tornado. That was no ordinary storm. No, it wasn't. The first thing he's saying, like, fine, I'm going out to get her. Like, please don't push yourself. You have to recover. When you saw her today, did you say anything about her seem off? No, not at all. Yeah, she talked about the surface, though. Oh, fine, we mentioned that. That's not off. She's curious about it, but you have been dreaming about a great mission. Sorry, I was lost in thought. Strange, but I don't know if there's much connection. I'm concerned, but as long as she's a Link, she'll be alright, okay? But you have to wait till the morning, okay? She'll be fine. She's out there alive, I know it. And fine, he doesn't blame us for what happened, because fine, like, we didn't cause that. And fine, if there's anybody she's gonna trust us with, or he's gonna trust her with, it's us. Fine, if something like that goes wrong, we're gonna say, no, gotta go and get her back. Alright, so yeah, there you go. That is the intro of The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come back to this for sure, but that's going to be the idea of what that is. Also, for this, I'm going to actually have to do another swap of tech and turn off the console. So, I will probably have to edit around this, but either way, I will be back in just a sec. Okay, so we're back with the RetroTink 5X. I'm hooking up my GameCube via the S-Video cables. So now for this one, have that set like that. Now the Wii is off for the rest of the night. So yeah, you did good Wii, but tonight, and Wii U as well. Yeah, we're running GameCube now. So on GameCube, we're going to take a look at The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess again. Which looks fine. Fine, not that. Okay. Okay, so I have to make sure my settings on RetroTink are right because we're in S-Video. I'm not doing 16:9 because the GameCube version of Twilight Princess and I believe also of Wind Waker do not have widescreen. I know Twilight Princess does not. When you do a startup for the purpose of this off of nothing, it takes some time in order to kind of cool itself down. Basically get the stuff set right. But in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to toss the clock ready. Because I do need to change my clock because my internal battery on my GameCube is dead. So I have to change the date to... okay, fine. A lot of that stuff's right. And our time of Eastern Standard Time is... 847, so not too far off. Let me also make sure my numbers are right on Twilight Princess. It's 24-1. And on Wind Waker, I'm going to have to guess. So, Chad, if that seems off, please let me know and I will update it. Okay, so yeah, we're taking a look at the technically original version of The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. You're also going to notice, yeah, the game is flipped over. Because remember, on Wii, when we looked at the Kiosk demo, they flipped that version because of the fact that on Wii, they said most people are going to want to run right-handed. Most people are right-handed, so they'll run that way. But Link is left-handed canonically, so fine. This is the way it was. This is the original version as far as how it was developed on the GameCube, but it came out later. It came out on December 3rd of 2006, which was a couple weeks after it came out on the launch of the Wii. And then its HD version came out on March 4th, 2016 for Wii U. It's still its most modern version, unless they put the GameCube version on Switch Online for Switch 2, or if they do a Twilight Princess HD on the Switch or Switch 2, which has been rumored. Fine, we did Majora's Mask 3 years ago. Still nothing's come of it. They still get the perspective of what this is looking like, but in this case we're on the controller. When we play this game for full, we're going to be running it on GameCube. And there we go, so there is our Howlin' case. Alright. Also, this is one that I maybe don't have as much kind to say compared to Skyward Sword, but also one that, fine, I'm willing to give another shot. We're going to take a look at a new game. We'll run Link 2, because fine, we're running... We had one Link, and then I have another one. Oh, you can also name your horse, who is, of course, named Epona. Make sure you check your stuff as far as ratio, but as I said, this game doesn't have widescreen on GameCube, but it does have progressive scan support if you have a setup for that. Or if you have the cables for GameCube to go for $200. Because remember, there are component cables for the GameCube, but they cost a fortune. Best option, honestly, is if you have the Nintendo Wii and you have one that runs GameCube games, unlike mine, get those GameCube component cables, which don't cost nearly as much, and run your GameCube game through it. This or anything. But alright, let's take a look as far as what Twilight Princess is concerned. So fine, we're going backwards. So, 5 years before Skyward Sword came out, we got this one. Colin going a little more of a dark case as far as it, kind of more in the realistic style, but as I mentioned, high fantasy. We looked at the demo, or the Kiosk demo for a couple hours ago. We're starting with Link, looking a bit different, but he's by the waterfalls over there with that guy saying, "Air feels strange sadness as dusk falls. The only time when our world intersects with theirs." Who are you talking about? Regrets the spirits who left our world. Yeah, there's definitely a very metaphysical and kind of, I guess, kind of alternate, I guess, I don't know if alternate reality is the right word. Alternate plane perspective going on as far as the hour of the Twilights. But I got a favor to ask you. So yeah, here's Link in this way. So yeah, kind of seeing some similarities to how he was in Skyward Sword, but also the idea that kind of going a little more rounded. Kind of going the elfish perspective of Link a little with the ears, sort of. Yeah, he has to deliver something to the royal family of Hyrule. Yeah, so yeah, we're not in Hyrule as far as the other one, as is the case, but it's the purpose of the mirror. Can you go to my stead? Sure, you've never been there, though. Yeah, but he's like, yeah, I can definitely do it. The great castle, castle town, far bigger than ours. Far beyond the Hyrules, the rest of the gods created it. Jet back to the village to talk to the mayor about this matter. As far as who he is, I have not played Twilight Princess in a long time, so actually I do not know who that is. Maybe we said later, or if not, I will edit down who he is. We do have our horse. There's Epona. And chat, feel free to go into memories on Twilight Princess if you played it on GameCube, which is by far the most expensive. Or played on Wii or Wii. And any case as far as that as well. As I said, my experience was I played it when it came out on GameCube, and I got actually off of my, actually this is Wind Waker I got from one of my local video stores when they were closing. They had it for $10, so I bought both of them. They're not $10 anymore, especially not this one. This game is like $150, $170 on the GameCube. And this was the last game Nintendo put out on the GameCube before they moved on to the Wii officially. But they nicely did put it on GameCube, even though they brought it out on the Wii. Because you could have been saying, like, fine, we canceled on GameCube, put it on that. They did with a couple other things, like Super Paper Mario and Donkey Kong Bongo Blast. But Twilight Princess did come out on GameCube. Is widely, fine, it tends to be seen in some cases the best version. As I said, I've got my qualms on this game, and Okami from Capcom and Clover Studios is kind of the game that ruined this one for me, I'm not gonna lie. Because that game, I think, is better than this in pretty much every single way. But that's not to completely damn this game with faint praise, because there are definitely some good things to it. And it is a good Zelda game, for sure. It's just one that, yeah, maybe I was not prepared for certain aspects of it. And fine, I had played another game. It's one of those cases I first looked and I said, wait, there's a game that's going after Zelda and it's better. And a lot of people didn't want to accept that, admittingly. So I was willing to, a little bit, but that being said, there's some interesting stuff here. That being said, the pace of this one I think is slower than Skyward Sword was. But alright, let's herd the goats. Yeah, we're a farm boy. That's the idea of what Link is in this game. But also nothing else is good to look at these three, because it does show the different interpretations of Link as far as this franchise is concerned. Some of them kind of go together, some of them don't. And this one... God, I wish Crusader 64 was here, because he would know, like, right off the top of his head, where does this one fall in? This is not at the beginning the way Skyward Sword is, but also, like, which Link is this? Because there's different takes on Link, like the one we saw in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. That's on his own timeline. This, I think, is on its own timeline. Wind Waker's way ahead, as far as it, which we'll see a little later, and Skyward Sword's right at the beginning. Alright, so hello.
Hey.
Hurry up and bring your opponent with you now, okay. So her opponent is... Where is she? Also, yeah, you have, your controls are moving with the control stick. You can use the right analog stick to aim and look around as you roll. B will have for sword and stuff when we get there, and then also items on X and Y, and Z button for something coming up a bit later, too. Okay, where's Epona? I thought Epona was down by the river. Okay, she is down by the river. Right, because that girl took her over here. Actually, in some ways, they're kind of a little bit of a Western style to this game, as far as, not like Western, well, okay, sort of Western influence, but also like a Western as far as, you know, like that milieu. Hello. I watched Opponent for you. Actually, Opponent does look good as far as this. And this game is, maybe just me, but I think this game looks actually a little blurrier than the Wii game had. Although, honestly, it's because I'm running S-Video for GameCube as opposed to component cables. So maybe that's something to do with it as well. And also, this is not native 16:9 as far as widescreen the way the Wii version is. Or the Wii U version. Yeah, she's a girl too, she's treated nice like one. But if you do something for me, use a piece of grass to play that song that Pona likes. Yeah, and here we're also going to get to the case of, you know, similarities with Ocarina of Time, which honestly were kind of distracting to me. But then again, it kind of makes sense in retrospect for the story. There you go, you hit that and play Epona's song from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Oh, you like it? Such a nice melody, she looks happy. But you can ride her back, but don't make her do too much. Okay. So yeah, you do have an opponent from the start of the game, so unlike the other ones where it's like, fine, you had an opponent at the start of Majora's Mask, but she was kidnapped really quickly. We didn't know who she was in Ocarina of Time. This one you have her right away. This one you have the spurs, and you definitely get yourself going a lot faster with her. Also, you can kind of stop and kind of just go as far as a little bit of a trot. So actually, you do really expand out the concept of opponent in this game. Also later, as we saw in the intro, you're able to do fights on horseback with her. Not just, you know, shooting arrows from the bow, which you still have that, but the fact that you're able to use your sword that way is pretty interesting. And you do get the sense as far as the animation of Epona, the way they did that, it actually looks really, really good. Alright, so welcome to Ordon Village. And so fine, going the color thing, or fine, the look of the game is as far as the visual style, is that this is darker, fine, more realistic, I think, and darker with some aspects of the story as well. But also something, it also kind of has like a painterly feel, and also stuff with the lighting. But I do kind of like the way that emphasized that as far as, you know, how time of day passes. That's something that kind of looking at this again tonight, both in the context of the Kiosk demo from Wii and now this one on GameCube, is something that's sticking out. But fine, maybe again, if you have component cables, run it that way. With component cables, because honestly it looks a little washed out. That being said, this does still look good as far as how it is, you know. Yeah, walk up tight, because my husband's not going to be able to do that. Come on, Dad. Can't catch a monkey. So, wait a second. Stuff's getting stolen. Yeah, I don't have a way to stop that monkey over there. Actually, that's chicken. So, yeah. As I said, farmhand case, so go see the mayor. The mayor lives up the way. Actually, right here. Want to help Fado. He's over the ranch, so go finish your chores before the sun goes down. So, yeah, remember, Bruce was saying, hey, in Skyward Sword, you know, you have to understand the value of a hard day's work. We're definitely getting that in this one, no question. It also goes to the animal theming of this one, is Ordon Ranch. And that part is really interesting. I do really like that. Definitely kind of like a perspective of, you know, how the natural order of the land is. I've been a bit skittish, so why don't you herd him in the barn? Okay. Alright, so yeah, let's get going. So yeah, we're doing herding. Actually, I don't think we played a game with this, because we haven't played Sheep for the... It was on PlayStation. We haven't played Flock, which is on Xbox 360, and there's a disc release of that, because it was digital only initially. And we didn't play Hurdy Gurdy, which is on PlayStation 2, which is by the people who made Tomb Raider. They whoop him in and basically gone. Yeah, wait a minute, Epona. You could go in. It's kind of interesting seeing the idea that, hey, you know, you're doing that, but fine. If they get really mad, they're going to charge you and knock your ass off. So, yeah, gotta be careful. So you have to hurt him enough, but not get him too angry. Now, so I have not done this in a while, so this is going to be a bit of an adventure. So this is kind of a little bit of a blind case, because fine, we've sometimes said, when are we doing blind stuff on the show? This is kind of that, a little, fine. The parts that really are fine. The Kiosk demo of this game, because I wasn't able to get it to work until we started the show. I found I could use Wii U. Remember, or fine, chat, remember that. And also, fine, everything else. Honestly, only the Skyward Sword demo, because that's the one I was able to get working. Okay. Oh no, that one's good chase. Okay, that one went in as far as how it was. Like, fine, that one's being an asshole, so we have to get it in. Come on. Fine, like, how do you deal with, you know, annoying animals or, you know, animals that can be hard on you as far as things like that? We do have to have your patience and get stuff set. Oh, fine, the other game we haven't played that has hurting in it is Donkey Kong 64. Remember Beat for Bother. I always play that game probably shuddering by saying that, but that game has it too. Alright, there you go. There is our goal taken care of. Much obliged to both of y'all. What about today? Want to practice the fences? Alright. Get tired jumping, jump out of the gate and go home. Oh yeah, so in this case, we're teaching you how to do, like, jumping over cross fences, which you did have in Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, but in this case, it is a little better in the sense that... Okay, no, okay, never mind. It is still the same in the sense that you can only jump straight. If you're too much of an angle, she won't jump. But also the idea, like, how they do, like, the blur thing as far as when you run fast. That's good. Now we're going home. Because it's getting late. And basically, I'm going to stop on this one. As I said, I'm going to probably do a 5-hour show as is. Do you want to save? Yeah, sure. Save where? Save right here. Okay. Save, by the way, during game, you hit start button, so it's like Ocarina of Time. You can save anytime when you have your pause menu up. Honestly, I'm going to show the stuff with the wolf, I think, and that's going to be probably where I stop as far as this one. And I'll show a little bit on Wind Waker as well. Give a sense of that one. Alright, but we're also getting these kids. I remember Crusader64 mentioned when we did Majora's Mask saying, hey, he has an element going on with these kids. He's like, yeah, I don't know about these guys. Especially, I think Malo is the name of him. I said Mallow. That's Super Mario RPG. Assuming I'm thinking the right person, because fine, it's been a while since I played this game. Hey kids. Did you hear? Hear what? It's on Slingshot Town. One of Palva's, you need to try it. Oh yeah, it's Tallow and Mallow and Beth. Yeah, if you want to buy one, you have to pay for it out of your own allowances, but they're terrible. I wish I was born in a family with a slingshot instead of a water wheel. So yeah, fine, that's the case of Mallow as far as that is. And you. We have the day off, so I finished the fishing rod. Right, you're fishing this one. Wait, no, we can't. We showed fishing in this one. Oh, fine. We're not gonna see it the way we saw earlier. My dad said wait till he comes to get it. Okay. You need to bring. All right, fine. So fine. Let's go into town. You said your dad's got a fishing rod. We can show how fishing works in this. It's a bit different than how we saw earlier with this. Cause fine, there's parts you can go and do the thing with the boat, but in this one's a bit different. Well, I haven't hassling to restock the store, but there's a case of that. Use the C-stick to look over there and look at the beehive. I want to knock it down and our cows can come home, so I gotta do something. There's gonna be a way to knock that down. We'll do that later. Well, I'll talk to you. Yeah, L. Yeah, because in this game you use the L button to do that, so it's L targeting. Voice carries it well. I need to teach my kids about that. They don't understand how to do it. I also teach them how to climb vines. Oh yeah, in this case it's much slower going up the vines. There you are, check this out. Sarah at the general store, that's her cat. Maybe wants to catch that fish, huh? What about me? Did you say there's a fishing rod for me? Also see the grass over there? You whistled with that stuff before, right? Yeah, you have auto jump in this one as well. Just move that control stick over there. Grab that up, and you do a whistle. For this one, though, you're actually calling out to the birds in the area. There you go, got our eagle. And so here's the deal. What you do with the eagle is you can basically set it free and aim it anywhere. You need to aim it over where the beehive is. Just aim there with the control stick and hit A button to set it off. So, boom, boom. Except the bees are there. That's not gonna be good unless they come by. That's what you gotta do. You are the one who had that, right? I was the grass whistle as well, but I have to go back to lounging. Okay, so fine, it's not you. Actually, wait, I think he's the guy. I saw what you did calling the hawk down. Why didn't I think of that? Okay, when you do that, you're able to go up here and get parts of the beehive, I think. If I call, no, you'll go up here because if you don't have that, you're not able to get up here. They'll easily come and sting you. Especially because it's a long way up, and yeah, unlike Skyward Sword, we not have a quicker way of going up. Like, yeah, this is maybe the slowest vine climb of any game in the series, and that includes the 2 on N64. So there's money on that tree. And then, maybe more money on that tree. You jump off, and by the way, just like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, you hit forward on the control stick as you fall. You'll be able to roll without taking damage. Alright, so they said the cat's over there, but, what's over here? Jaggle and Pergy. Talo and Malo's house as well. Also, yeah, there you go. There's the doggy. Hello, hello. You also pick up the dog and place him. You can't throw the dog in this game. There you go. I do like that touch. Just kind of taking a look and say, like, hey, how you doing? Hello, hello. You know, in my hubby took a break from working when outside. Probably taking a nap. He wants to make a shield for Colin's dad, Russell. It's over there, but it's not done. Maybe I can take that off your hands. Maybe not yet. I guess we'll have to come back. Actually, speaking of dogs, I do want to show the wolf case. Because that is the one aspect that actually is still unique to this. I don't think we really have anything like that in any other game of the series. Fine, the cat is like, yeah, I'm not going to be around here. But I do need to go get that fishing pole. You just go around and look at the houses and see what's going on here. That's Sarah's sundries. But also in your case, since you did get that down, does that help you out? You put that BOR in a bottle. Oh, right, I don't have bottle. Oh, actually, do I? No, I don't. Okay, I was thinking ahead of time, which you can go and, if you have a bottle, you can put stuff in it. This game definitely loves doing that more, than I think, than even a lot of the other Zeldas that are like this, like Ocarina of Time in particular. Hi. Yeah, welcome. You didn't happen to see my cat out there. Yeah, he's out there. I just don't have a case of it. You know, the fish are gonna have for supper. I gave him a scolding. He didn't come out. He hasn't come back since. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I can't forget anything if my cat doesn't come back. I'll serve you milk later. Okay, so we have to go get her cat back. So fine, I think the thing you gotta do is... I'm trying to remember this. Either you have to lure it back with a fish, or you have to sneak up and grab it. It might be the latter. Oh, hello. Look, my husband took the sword and left early this morning. You haven't seen a cradle come falling by, right? It's baby cradle. So fine, okay, we're going into... Mention the biblical perspective. I mean, I guess that's the idea. It's like Moses going down the river. But no, I haven't. So you do have to sometimes help them out with their stuff when you go around. Morning. Father's handling things on his own, right? Actually, yeah, he's not wrong. Something's going on, so we have to make sure we stop the goat. Basically, you have to go there quickly, and we appears hit A button to grab him, unless he does that. Yeah, town's livestock. That's what it means about leaving the ranch in his hands. Plant your feet whilst grabbing with the A button, they'll stop him. Fine, basically anytime you talk to him, that's gonna happen. I do want to show that happening right. Oh, he has been there. Another loose goat. He does, I think, have infinite ones until you catch. There you go. You have to hold A and then flip it over. Boom. There you go. Yeah, sorry, but thanks to you, that one didn't get away. Yeah, good goat. So, yeah, in that case, sorry I had to do the... I guess it's the alpha dog shakedown, pretty much, as far as that idea, usually. But the monkey's also coming in the village, so be careful about that. Alright, so we gotta find the cradle in the water, and we also have to find the way to get the fishing pole. The fishing pole, I should say. It deals the same content, says the button the way that the N64 Zelda's had. We hit that at certain things, and you can like talk to signs, go into doors, and stuff like that. Yeah, nobody's home here, so we have to go. And this is a case where you actually do have to do all these things in order to make plot progress, but it's also something that you do have the choices, usually, of what order you do want to do them in. In some cases, well, I also believe it's a case where I have to... I might need to talk to, in such great weather. Yeah, who's the guy who has the fishing pole for us? Yeah, we can't go in the store. We went in there. Okay, I think I gotta sneak up on the cats. Let's do that. I did see Sarah's cat, but we need to go grab it. Oh, fine, that didn't work. Yeah, we do need to catch a thing for that. Also, you do get a nice attention to detail there, which is that when you go in the water, Link's model gets a little wet. So basically just they did change the color of his model a little bit. And after a little bit of time, it just goes that way. I don't know if it's necessarily as great looking as other games do that, but it is a nice touch. It shows the idea that, yeah, they did care about putting this game together and having some good stuff going on with it. Fine, this game has the pumpkins just like the last one did, or fine, like Skyward Sword did. Yeah, I can't because I don't have a bottle. Oh, right, because I have to get the bottle off of her, but... If you are stuck on what to do, yeah, right now, tough shit. I don't have anything to do on that, but... One thing I can do, I think I can also jump on the roof over there. And there might be something over there. Unless I have to... use the, what is it? Use the eagle again. Or find the hawk. Okay, yeah, that was related to the question I had earlier, which is... When you do the slide across, how does that go? Right, there you go. Let's do another call over here. I know you have to do it from the mission we did earlier, but also do it from here. No, so you can't skip this hit by hitting the start button. You have to hold the start button down. Like, hey, guy. So let's see. I guess I'm gonna throw it over at the catch. Just want to see something. Fine, didn't do anything. But you only get one toss and then it goes away. So then at that point, right? Oh, right. I have to go and save that thing over there. Yeah, you can't skip that part. You can skip this part as well. So there you go. And they'll tell you what you can skip and what you can't. Basically, you have to go there. Right, the monkey's over there, and he has the cradle. So you have to go aim that around and hit A. There you go, and he'll bring it back. Thank you. I believe you do have to stay out of the water, otherwise it's going to float away. So just jump on the platforms if you said. Yeah, that's it. Did you go to the trouble of finding it? Sure did. Yeah, it's something I'm supposed to give you. You carry that and come back to my house? Sure. Yeah, since she is pregnant, she's walking a bit slower, but that's fine. We just walk along with her. And... yeah, I don't think... yeah, you can't talk to her as far as this. Also, one other thing I'm going to do. I'm going here because you do have options as far as it... you can also turn on sound, either stereo, mono, or... what's the surround this has? Dolby Pro Logic 2. And you have Rumble if you have a GameCube controller with that, and also holding or switching for lock-on. I'm going to use switching. So basically, you only have to hit L once in order to lock on, like, fine, not like that. Oh, no, yeah, like that. So at that point, I'm not holding L anymore, but if she gets out of distance, she'll go away. So fine, this one's maybe more of a deliberate pace admittedly than even Skyward Sword was. I like the way that one does it better, but still, there is some value here, no question. Yeah, I know Forgotten supposed to give you. There you go, she gives me the fishing rod, okay. So hit the Y button or X button and use it for fishing water out, or fishing fish out of the water. Press hold down on the C stick to pull the line in and get a bite, and catch without bait. You can do that, but you want to get bait later on. So actually, they do have a lot of dynamics going on with the fishing in this one. It's better polished, but it's a bit simple. Colin, that's the kid who was looking at an opponent earlier. Okay, so yeah, what you do here is you hit the start button, or no, you hit up on D-pad to look at your items. You can do direct select with L and that by pointing when you have more than one. Hit either Y button or the X button to put it to. In this case, I'm putting on Y button, so what you gotta do is you need to go over here and you need to go fish something out for the cat. In that case, you basically get that set, and you pull it back in by hitting down the C stick. You just wait till it pulls down. Like that. It's a crap, I didn't do it right. I think in that case you have to hold it as far as pulling it in. You basically hold that down. So yeah, this is more like the Ocarina of Time method as far as how it is. Basically just keep holding that C stick downwards. Got green gill. Or start checking the fish you collect. Yeah, because you can collect fish and it goes into the book. Kind of the way Animal Crossing does it. The other thing you can also do is when you have the fish there. Hold on. Oh, right. The cat's going to follow you because he gets the sense that, oh, wait a minute. You got fish. Yeah, because fine, it didn't care until I didn't have a fish, but now I have one. It's like, yeah, he wants everything going on. So, alright, come on. And lead him right into the door there, and you're all set. Or fine, go in the door, and then she'll follow me. Or she? I'm trying to remember as far as the cat, as far as it. Hi. Yeah, my kitty's here. Yeah, you say that, but fine, he's supposed to come in here, isn't he? Unless he disappeared, damn. Alright, so fine, I gotta go catch another fish. But it's not too bad. There we go, come on. Actually, I don't know if the controls for this, as far as when you're just doing from the river like this, is the same in this as it is, or it's same here on the Wii as it is as we saw earlier. Oh, there you go. Right, you have to then give that way, and then it drops, and then the cat runs off. All right, so I sort of had it right. Perfect. Okay, so now we can go back there. At this point, yeah, it doesn't matter me going in the water or not. I can just go over here and we're set. I think that's the last of the tasks we have to do. Hi. They came back. They brought a fish. Now look how he's lapping his milk. Why'd you have some too? Alright, it's free. So you got milk in a bottle, but it's half empty. When you finish drinking the milk out of it, you're able to store things in the bottle. So you can put that in the bottle down there. Actually, you did say I get the bee larvae out of there, so I'm going to grab it. Alright, so drink up. In this case, you just scoop up. There you go. You can also use it as bait, so in that case, that's something said as well. If you want to bait your rod with this thing, assign it to the button you have the rod on. Must be nice having that. Wait, you want it? Alright, since I do have the fishing rod, I want to see the idea of being able to do that. Because I do want to show the wolf case, and then we'll go on to Wind Waker, and that'll be the last thing we do for tonight. Yeah, so we're going to be ending a little earlier because we started a little earlier, but we'll have that going. We're just all look at it a little. The slingshot. Oh, right, we got to go buy that, right. He's like, yeah, trade families. Yeah, I know Crusader 64's thing, I think he said about Malo, saying he's a capitalistic dude as far as what he wants to do, as far as saying, like, fine, everything is about, you know, managing the money. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Okay, so fine. This is actually like Ocarina of Time again, which is fine. A good thing and a bad thing, but you don't have to return the bottle. You can have it as much as you want. I'm sure you never do anything like this, but kids these days toss things out like it's disposable. Anything you want from the store? Yeah, what do you got? That's milk. There's the bee larva, and then it's 30 for the slingshot. Got this for the kids. It's just a toy, but it sings off when you hit something with it. So right, I got a good 30 rupees. Just like in Ocarina of Time, we're gonna go and find some money. You just go around the area and roll around. Roll around and pick up the pumpkins and bash them. Hope there's money. Oh, fine, there's money. And they will come back when you leave area, but there's also a lot of them around. So in this case, just keep doing that till we get 30, and then we'll be able to go buy the slingshot. Yeah, because the kids are saying, hey, wait, we want that. Okay, so... go through the flowers. Sometimes they're around there, sometimes other areas. Actually, I don't know if there's any in the water. Oh, fine, there's one in that water. Yeah, you're right about that. Okay. Actually, I don't know if I can, like, do dive downs as far as stuff with that. Oh, to be fair, it's pretty shallow around here, so there's probably not much reason to do that. Okay, fine. There's some under the bridge, so we'll be able to find this. Oh, fine. What we can do is... yeah, we're dashing as far as... right, okay, we can't... yeah, we can't dive yet. Yeah, hopefully that monkey won't give us trouble. Fine, we knocked him down, so, yeah, he's not around. Yeah, I think there's something over... yeah, there's rocks. I think there's rupees under here. Oh, yeah, there's 5 rupees. Fantastic. Yeah, the green one is worth 1. The blue one's worth 5. The yellow one's worth 10. Red's 20. And I guess it's the same in case of some of the other ones. Purple's 50, silver's 100, and gold's 200 if they indicate that in this game. I don't honestly remember as far as that because it's been a long time since I played this. Although, honestly, it's one of those things playing this again, I'm saying, yeah, you know what? I should probably come back and play this as far as how it is. And he said, we'll do this to the show, and he said Ultra 94T and Gemini 96, they call dibs on this one. And we'll be using this version because they like it the most. And, I mean, I gotta say, I do love the way the fishing works on that Wii version. I'm not gonna lie, even as far as the Kiosk demo, it actually feels really, really good. But fine, it's, there's more to the game as far as that. That's one of those cases where, I don't know if maybe, it seems like a weird case of saying, I'd almost want to buy the Wii version just for the purpose of being able to play that fishing that way. Yeah, don't waste food. Fine, he's complaining, but yeah, I'm taking the rupee. Sorry. Though, I also to point out, if you're wanting to get this game, the Wii version is by far the cheapest one because it's the one that sold the best. So you find it for like $30, maybe $40 as far as it. Whereas on this console, it's like $150 to $200, and on the Wii U, it's like almost $100. Alright, so give me that slingshot. What are you doing buying a slingshot? Too old for toys. Let the kids play with it, though. If we run out of pellets, use pumpkin seeds. Yeah, children love this thing. You hold the 50 pellets on it. Okay. See you later. No, I keep thinking I gotta just start to go in my inventory. Oh, I had to put it on the X button. Okay, so now we have it, we can impress the children. At this point, we also get some target practice in as far as this. So you do get the slingshot maybe earlier. Alright, but here's that guy. Deliver something in my room. Also got the fishing rod. Colin will be pleased. Actually, wait, I think he's Colin's father. Oh yeah, he is. That's who he is. Also, yeah, the spiders over there. So spiders, kill them. Hey kids. You got the slingshot, oh my god. You had enough money to buy it? Yeah, you wouldn't believe what I had to do to get this thing. But you do get your target practice going on here. You wanna see? Preparation complete. Hit the targets and scarecrows. Can't believe you're so obsessed about this. What is it about, you and your toys? I never shut up about it, so you have to show them off, okay? Alright. Break the targets! Yeah, you hit dead on. But the man on the sword says you usually hit targets and you hit the L button when you're close to him. Thought you didn't care, Beth. Okay, that's the interesting thing about Malo. Because Malo, he's kind of soft-spoken, but also the case that fine, he's also very specific, and he kind of is thinking himself through as far as it. So he did pay attention to what his sister was saying. It's like, yeah, weren't you not interested in this? Yeah, so in that case, you can kind of aim and then fire right there and not worry about it. As far as aiming for this one, it's like Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask, where basically you kind of look down the barrel and pull the trigger. Although it's kind of easier to judge it with in this game. But even like, look at their mouth movements, it's kind of cool as far as like, Oh my god, you hit with that thing? Yeah, thanks for showing. No problem. Yeah, you really are amazing. By the way, Captain Colin's dad bring something here? He did. Oh, fine, that is Colin's dad. What is it? Command you to tell us. Like, I don't know what it is. I haven't been inside yet. We'll take a look now and see. Must have been something pretty nice, though. Ooh, we brought a box. Alright, what's in the box? Ooh, wooden sword. Sorry, fine, we got a sword. Use B button. But I do need to put this baby on... Oh, fine, I can't use it on the inside, so I have to go outside and show the kids this, because, yeah. Fine, if they went crazy on the slingshot, they're gonna go crazier on the sword. I think even, Beth is gonna be impressed by this. Hi. Yeah, it's a wooden sword. Yeah, she's swooning over that, but even there's like, can I see it? Seriously, the monkey's been coming in the woods and playing tricks and we want to get him. Teach us how to use it, no problem. Yeah, as you said over there, it's easy. So yeah, now in this case, there's our scarecrow. Let's see that move, the slice. Yeah, since we're not running motion on this, yeah, this is the first case we're not doing that. Hit the B button. Yeah, it's horizontal slice. That's fine. It's the same controls as, fine, Wind Waker, which is going to show in a little bit, as well as Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, where if you just hit the B button as it is, you do a regular slice. If you're moving the control stick as you go along and it's not forward, you do a vertical slice. Yeah, you do an L target. Either whilst you're moving or whilst you're L targeting. And you can also do stabbing with L targeting, hit the control stick forward, hitting the B button. But fine, she wants to do some stab. Fine. Fine, that's the slice there, but like, yeah, it wasn't a stab. Yeah, I did that on purpose. Fine, I was showing the other one. Oh, wait, I thought I held that. But fine, he's still saying, like, fine, no, that wasn't a stab. I'm trying to do a stab. There you go. Yes, you're at it. Why don't you show us the other one? You know, the twirly thing. Oh, the spin attack? Hold the B button down to do that. Yeah, like it's really hard to briefly hold down the B button and release it. Okay, I do love that about Malo. Yeah! Except, yeah, it does stop the game a little bit as far as that. Okay, sorry to waste your time with these brats. You must be tired from all the important stuff you do. But hold on, you have one more thing, the jump attack. No, when you go, yeah, and move through the air. Yeah, you're right, that's an important part. You mean the one where you just hold L and press the A button real tough. Yeah, I know Crusader 64 hates Malo. Fine, he also thinks, like, he looks creepy. Fair enough, but also, like, I do like how funny he is. Like, yeah, he's so self-deprecating. I think I get it. Anytime one of those naughty monkeys shows up, just start slicing. What's up? Oh, speaking of which, hi, monkey. Fine, I gotta follow that monkey. I'm going. Come here, you. Actually, looks like the monkeys from Majora's Mask a little bit. Okay, fine. Let's follow the monkeys into the forest. Why not? That's gonna come into factor later when we get to this game as far as a show. Hey, what's up? Where are they? Talamalo went chasing after the monkey. Can't keep up with him. Sorry. Alright, I also love that touch. Like, she kind of goes down in a hunker position, doing slices. Also, other thing with this one is that you can also slice as you run and you don't have to stop. I do like that. But also, we have to go in here because there's an item in here. Or we have to go this way as far as plot. Honestly, as I said, this is basically a blind look again at this game. But also, in this one, you also turn corners when you do the crawl through. Actually, no, we gotta go this way because I think the gate was locked. Okay, never mind. Maybe it's not. Because there's another way to get over here. Hi, Mal. What's going on? It went that way. The rest is up to you. Yeah, over the bridge. Alright, let's get going. And like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, start rolling, rolling, rolling. Just keep hitting that A button to do it. Also, you don't have as much of a stop as you do it in this game, so actually that is something they did improve. As you go into the Faron Woods. This is getting close to where I need to see is next, or where I want to show next, and then soon enough we'll go to Wind Waker. See, if this place is blocked, so fine, what I'm going to do with that, well, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if there's any, oh yeah, I can do that. I can pick these up, and as you saw earlier, you can play Pona's song here. Call Pona from wherever you need her. Alright, there you go. Always our trusty steed. Yeah, the only thing you mentioned, we played Ocarina of Time with Majora's Mask. Loving Epona. I was like, yeah, we definitely love Epona in this franchise, no question. Use that jump over the fence, and you'll see where it's going. Now, where are the monkeys? Okay, where'd Talo go? Because, yeah, Malo's there. Beth was there as far as where that was, but, yeah, everywhere else. So, alright, yeah, you're going to stay here, but we'll take a look at the sign. Forest Temple Path. It's dark ahead, so you have to go this way, so Koro's saying. Yeah, I think I gotta talk to Koro. See if I can't get a lantern. Hi. Or Nardonian, yeah, because fine, that's the idea as far as where we are. Yeah, how do I get this? Tons of caves and dank spots here as well. Alright, I got a free lantern, thank you. But you need to have lantern oil, so make sure you get it. Alright, so he's giving us a free one so he can sell oil for it later because we know we need it. But it's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubies. Alright, fine. Let me get my lantern. Ready to go. Yep, it's on fire. Runs oil, come and see me to get it refilled. Yeah, in that case, then you'll want to put it away. Alright, so we'll go back and we'll talk to a couple of cases. So yeah, you can also use that to burn stuff, which is always fun. Now, did you get this nice wavy effect? I'll say that. That's actually really nice. Like real fire, you see the fact that it's kind of wavy when you're close to it. So actually, there are some really nice details in this game. I'll definitely say that. The ones I actually didn't really recognize before, and actually, that's one of them. Yeah, if you do want to get stuff cutting quick, you can get that going. Although, other thing you can't do... Okay, I was going to say, no, you can't do it, but fine, I'm wrong. If you rotate the control stick and hit the B button, you still do the slice. Oh, but you guys... Ouch! There you go. Now, let's turn on the light to see the way. Play wooden sword, that's Talo's. Okay, so he went this way. And there's Siege, we can use the slingshot, but yeah, we gotta see where the hell he is. Yeah, we're gonna find him, and then we're going to do some stuff with the wolf, because we can get that soon enough, I think. And then we'll look at Wind Waker for a little bit of a case. A little bit of an extra. And a little bit of a taste, because fine, it's been 3 damn years since we last looked at Zelda. May as well have a little more going on as far as a preview. And next time we come back to this franchise, I guess we're doing Link's Awakening. I just got to find room and schedule for it. I think that's probably going to be a next year thing, or maybe a December thing. And, you know, maybe that's what we do. We do it December. I can start it then. It'll be multiple parts, but well, so yeah, the way we're going to do it, it'll be multiple parts. But actually, that might be the case to do it. Whoa. Just keep going around, seeing where things are. Whoa! And more of the bobbers, yeah, they're getting them away. And the keys as well, so yeah, there you go. Oh, there's chests. I think the small ones have, like, keys or money. Let's take a look and see what's inside this one. Oh, money. Okay, Yellow Rupee. And nothing else, we can get some money going around this way. And actually, as far as my items, I want to have this link. Oh, I want the... I put the lantern on Y. You do have your choices mentioned as far as what button you want to put it on, so... Yeah, it's your decision. Honestly, though, you don't get as many buttons to assign items to as, even Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and the Wind Waker's also the same case. Oh, right, there's another move you have. When you do a roll and hit the B button as you're coming out of it, you'll do a stab forward. Which can be kind of useful. I put away the lantern because we don't need it. Oh yeah, we got enemies here. Yeah. Ready to die, guys? Whoa. I would say he's already gone. I would say, well, fine. There is Fatal Blow in this game, just like there was in Skyward Sword, although in this case you basically just do a final stabbing. But fine, I got a wooden sword. It's probably not going to do much. I don't know, did I splinter him to death? Is that the thought? Ouch. Maybe it's down this way. Yeah, you're also noticing similarities to Ocarina of Time again, because fine. I think that's what Nintendo kind of wanted as far as this concerned. People said, the game you're see next, they were kind of questioning the idea of what the look of that was from the visual perspective, so I think they said, like, fine, people loved Ocarina of Time, maybe if we do that again. To a degree. There's a big item, as well as probably some money in this. It is the kick open, I do love that. Oh, key. That'll open the gate in the woods, which is where we need to go to, and then this is going to be for... Alright, heart piece. Yeah, in this case you collect 5 of these as opposed to 4 of them to get another heart container on your life bar. Yeah, honestly, for not having played this game in a while, I actually seem to be doing pretty decently as far as remembering where to go. And I don't remember where I'm going in this damn game as far as just because how long it takes to play it. Whoa! It's fun to take a look at this again and just enjoy that perspective itself. Whoa. Yeah, fine, for a wooden sword, this is actually pretty damn deadly, honestly. You also see in the way there's quite a bit of slowdown in this. And I don't remember it's that way on the Wii. Yeah, this game was sort of pushing the GameCube limit, although fine, I've said this before. I don't think this is the best looking game on the console. I think Resident Evil 4 is. And part of it is, I think, because of this game looking a little washed out, but I mean, fine. Based on the way I looked at it on the Wii, I don't know, maybe it did look better on the Wii, but I don't know, maybe it's the way I'm outputting it as far as that. Alright, since we did get that, that key there, we can open this. Yeah, fine, I'm just killing these things with no mercy. They're just going down like crazy. They're doing it rich in the process, no question. Alright, Tala, where is he? You know where Kid is? Yeah, I don't understand what they're saying, so they need to die. Now you said they're exploding into, like, things of fire. Oh, talking bird. Right, I forgot about this. When you have, yeah, this is Trill. Or that, yeah, he's the birdie. Basically, what you can do is, you can buy, potions here. You scoop it up and pay money for it. So you have red potion that, replenishes your health when you drink it. That's 30 rupees. And you have, lantern oil refill. That's, 20 rupees. Honestly... Fine, this is just demo, it doesn't matter. If I was to be playing this more, I probably want to have, what is it? Probably want to have the lantern oil. Actually, wait a minute, maybe we're not going to show the thing with... Oh, no, we are. It's fine, Talo was, kidnapped. Fine, I'm already good at killing things, so fine, let's get that sword out and boom, we're going down. Bash his way out. There you go. Oh yeah, the monkey seems happy about that too. Alright, yeah, let's go home. You okay? Yeah, the monkey and I probably been eating. She's actually pretty nice. She tried to protect me, so we got captured together. Not gonna mention my dad, are you? Tell me never go in the forest because of how dangerous it is. There's Colin's dad. Hi. Tal disappeared in the woods and came back, but he's already on the way home. Sorry, you should have been the one to have to do it. But the forest seems strange, huh? Tomorrow's the day we're partying for Hyrule. Right, okay, so this is gonna be it, and I'll show a brief thing on the wolf, and I'll show Wind Waker, so actually it's gonna be a little longer. You might even get to beat Princess Zelda. Not in this game right now, sorry, you're gonna have to wait for that. Alright, yeah, we're thinking in our thoughts, but yeah, my guy who works at the ranch, he's got something going on today, huh? Let's finish up early. Do I have to? I do want to show a little bit of the wolf gameplay, but I'm fine. I don't know if I should show all of it. Fine, let's finish this up. Let's herd these things. Let's get going. Hey. And then after that, we can get ourselves on the road. Alright. In this case, though, we have to herd 20 of these things. We've got a lot of Godins right there. Unfortunately, those will spread out more, so alright, fine, we gotta do this quick. And maybe with Wind Waker, I might do it a little more briefly as far as what I'm gonna do, just because. That being said, yeah, because it was mentioned as far as chat, I may as well do it, because fine, I got it, so I may as well. I don't think there's a little time limit on this, but I think they do judge you as far as doing a better time if you do it quick. I just want him to go in. Alright, at least he knows also to get out of the way whilst I'm doing it, so I do like that. It's kind of a small thing, but actually I'm noticing there are actually kind of some small things here, like when I'm slicing and death, like, yeah, ducking down, I don't get hit by that wooden sword of yours. Thankfully, they're not getting really mad at me today as far as saying, you know, we're gonna go after you. Go in. Yeah, as I said, you're also probably noticing, yeah, this game's a bit slower than even Skyward Sword was. So that's maybe part of my thing with this, and honestly, I think this game kind of gets off the ground, honestly, about 12 hours into it, as it is. But that being said, it's something that maybe I do want to give it another shot, honestly. So far, I've been having a good time, like, doing that, as far as and fine, given how expensive this game is, as far as on this console, I'm glad I picked it up when I did. Alright, 2 more, and then we can go on with our next task. Come on, let's go. Alright, and the last one is, fine, back over there. Now, I'm not doing this as fast as I thought I would, but either way. You go in, and that's the last one. Alright, it's about 3 minutes. What's wrong? You were 2 seconds slower than usual. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, because I gotta go to Hyrule Castle Town. You done hurting for the day? Sure am. Good job. Yeah, the royal gift Russell told you about's ready, so get ready for your trip, okay? And make sure if you're not late, okay? Yeah, bear Link safely along this journey. But hold on. What's up? She's injured, huh? Uh-oh. How could you push her too hard again? I bet you hurt her jumping fences. This is Elia, I think it is. And she's like, yeah, stop it. How are you so easy? You're the mayor, for God's sake. Start acting like it. So fine, yeah, the idea of animals getting hurt is like, yeah, we won't look. It's like, you understand this, right? Oh, we're going to the forest spring. We'll just do and you feel better in no time. But wait, we can't get the gift delivered in time. She's like, yeah, don't you dare talk back to me. Fine, I can talk through. As I said, I'm probably going to show the thing on the wolf very briefly, because honestly, yeah, this is kind of going a bit slower than I thought. Fine, I should have probably known, because I said this game does get off to a slow start, honestly. So honestly, nothing that we're seeing here really is representative of anything we saw in the Kiosk demo. What's up? Yeah, this guy's not gonna let people through. You can go see Elia together? Yeah, if you want to come with. Hey, what's up? Waiting for you. This is so much fun chasing the monkey down. Tell Malo about it, and we'll let go. You get caught? Wait, spoil everything by telling your dad, by the way. Yeah, we got scolded for sure. I thought it was never gonna end. I'm not letting you pass to go through here. Let me borrow the sword. Yeah, take it. Maybe you'll let us for through. With this, I'll show him. So fine, that distracted him, so you do have to give the sword back. Thank you. They're always teasing me. It's fun to swing something like that around. Okay, so he's kind of more of a pacifist. Actually, this is kind of fun. But I'll be just like you. I don't have swords or anything, maybe about learning how to ride a horse. Yeah, sure, I can teach you that. Alright, so they're having fun doing the swinging, but yeah, he still has some, or Talos still has some work to do. Yeah, but they'll be okay. Oh, there's the squirrel, but yeah, he's just running away. Alright, good news is... Oh, wait a second. Oh, you're in there. How'd you get in there? Can't take a bomb back, forget it. Think about what you've done for a change. Fine. Yeah, fine, I already... Yeah, you don't know what happened yesterday, though. She won't listen to you. Let me try explaining about Tall and the monkey, okay? Yeah, so fine. What I did before was a little bit of a prelude to this. She locked the gate. That's what I was thinking. At this point, we gotta sneak in through there. And now there's money in here, so yeah, we can at least cash in on this. Alright, so fine, let's tell Ilya what happened. It's fine, I had to take Epona with me to save everybody. Yeah, I know the details about that, but... Hi. We have a delivery up to make. I'm sorry, I gotta take Epona with me. Imperial Master over me. Yeah, there you go. That is the idea of the bond. We're talking about the bond with Zelda and Link in Skyward Sword, but also the bond of Link and Epona. This game actually does establish that even more, I think, than even Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time did. But it's not too serious, so go on. But... just promise me something. Sure, what do you want me to do? When I have your journey, don't do anything out of your league. And come home safe. Yeah, that's a promise. Oh, shit. So wait, this thing's riding, oh shit, she got shot. Ah, and I got, clubbed. So fine, she's taken by, those, I think Bobbleclins, I think they are. If that's not, it'll say down below what they are. Yeah, we definitely have, I mentioned the Lord of the Rings inspiration as far as, like, the Urukai, as far as that, because they have, like, the horns on the back of the warthogs. Now this is probably a better stopping point than the thing with the wolf, but I gotta show something with the wolf. Right, because, they have their call and we go, over here. I was gonna turn this volume down a little bit because I think this is getting a bit loud. Yeah, it was loud on my test, honestly, so I actually had the volume way down. And on Wind Waker, I'm gonna take a giant guess on that one with a number because I actually didn't test it. But fine. Epona was taken. Ilya was taken. I probably have a broken skull or something. So yeah, Link's saying, let's get going. Right, yeah, that. Oh, we got grabbed and pulled in. That should probably be our stopping point, because I want to show something with the wolf, unless it's a case where I have to wait more to see that happening. Yeah, look at that. Shit. But yeah, remember, Link does have the Triforce of Courage. With that, I'm able to fight my way off, but... Yeah, here we go. This is Wolf Link. I will show a little Wolf Link and then we'll look at Wind Waker. And I said, this is also where the Okami parallel came from, because fine, Okami showed the gameplay of the Wolf when it would debut, when finally they showed it off at the Tokyo Game Show in 2004, which I believe was before they showed off the Wolf thing for Twilight Princess. I'm not saying necessarily this game stole it from that one. I'm saying that that game came to market and outed itself as far as that being an element to it beforehand, and also that game does it way better as far as the combat, quite frankly. And also, honestly, a lot of stuff that up. I'm going to save, yes, we are. I'll briefly show what's going on with this thing, and then we'll go on to Wind Waker as a little bit of an extra. I'll be maybe a little more brief on Wind Waker, but also show off what that is, because chat mentioned it. Yeah, unfortunately, we're chained up. Yeah, Link, unfortunately, is in jail, and he's turned into a wolf. Yeah, but unfortunately, we're stuck, so fine. Remember the idea of, you know, when you have a dog that's tied down to a post or something? It's like that. It's like, yeah, we can't get out. We're stuck. Of course, biting on those chains isn't going to help. Who are you? Found you. What do you mean? You're scary, huh? Yeah, even in our state, we're like, yeah, we're not trusting you. Yeah, too bad, though. Plan on helping you if you were nice. Oh? And then he's like, okay, sure, fine. You humans are beaten to a fault. Humans. But you're not a human, right? You're beasts. Be a good boy and calm down. No need to bite. As far as who this is, I believe they're going to tell us in just a second. Alright, but you did, bust me out. Kind of surprised they'll do that, huh? Sure am. Where are we? Make a deal. Get over here, I can tell you. Yeah, And she's tired. Yeah, it's only 10 p.m. We're fine. Yeah, I'll briefly show this, and then we'll go on. So we do need to dig our way out. Because, yeah, for Wolf case, you have dashing. That's on A button. Your attack is by doing hits. You hold the B button down and do a spin. And then digging around, you hit the Y button to do that. And I'm trying to remember where you got to dig on. I think you got to dig on... Oh, right, you have to do something else. I talked through the bars. Can't force your way out. Maybe there's a hole you can squeeze into. Let's see. No holes here. I'll see where the damn hole is. Let's see. Oh, wait. Because you have digging, but I have to also find where I can dig on. Oh, right. I gotta bust that. Okay. There we go. I can dig this hole. There you go. Yeah, you see one of those dirt patches you can dig underneath. Hi. Yeah, I was able to get out, so what's going on here? Oh. You're not that stupid. I like you, so I'll get you out of here. Alright, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, but yeah, grab my ear, don't do that. Yeah, do exactly what I'm saying. Hit Z button and it'll give me a sign, you can talk to me. All clear? Ow. Sorry, fine, we got someone riding us, so I gotta say, like, who, alright, so who are you? Hit Z button to call me, as long as you go bell, happy to lend a hand. Actually, yeah, they're not gonna say, so like, fine, I guess I gotta go and... Yeah, what's our way out? It's like, hey. Alright, that's a chain. You hit that, and you have this hand. She has a hand, so at that point you lock onto it and hit A to jump onto it and pull it down. There you go. Yeah, fine. I'm going to tell you what her name is. This is Midna. I don't know if she's going to tell as far as it specifically, but we'll get that going on. In fact, that's another parallel to Okami, because you have Isun, who's also somebody else that's riding on your back in that game. Remember, you have X button, you can use senses, just poke around, show that. There you go. Use that in order to do sensing, and you can kind of see what those things are. Yeah, it looks like they're spirits. Yeah, it was a soldier spirit, maybe someone from the other world. Yeah, remember at the beginning of the game I mentioned stuff about two worlds colliding. That's kind of where we're at. And let's see also if I can't get some combat going on here. I think if we fought enemies in human form, it's not going to work the same way, but your instincts will be the same, if nothing else. Fine, okay, there we go. I can always show fighting things. There you go. These you do dive towards them. You'll do a spin, but also something she does when you're on your back, or when she's on your back. And also in that case, that's kind of how you use jumping, because you basically have to have that set in order to make a jump across. Because remember, this is one of those cases where actually the auto jump's not going to help you much. The fact you have this going on is actually pretty nice. Yeah, like those weird monsters coming out. Fine, I'm going to try and get out of this area, and then we'll go on to Wind Waker, and I think that'll be the end of the show after we look at that. Right, because you need that to go swimming across the spikes, otherwise we're going to get ourselves hurt. Well, no, we don't need to go there. What are these black things? Are they coming from? Yeah, we did see that. As far as the answer to that, we'll get that when we come back to this game as far as the full show. Whatever they are, they're dying. This way. Yeah, you have to help yourself. Alright, so fine, we just need to go in the path over here. Ouch, there. Actually, do we? No. I guess I gotta go around, and at that point I'm pretty much gonna stop, I think. Because we're pretty close to where I need to be. Nothing else to give a perspective as far as this, but yeah, the wolf gameplay's a little clunky, I'm not gonna lie. If I compare to Okami, I was like, yeah. And I'll show that one for the show as well. I want to figure when I can show it, or just do a preview program on it. That might be a good way of doing it. Yeah, but I'm down on health, so I'd make sure that I'm able to keep going. Alright, so... Well, that's the water wheel, but there's also a spirit over there. Maybe the spirit will tell me something. Fine, there's one I didn't see. Let's pull that down. Whoa. Oh, right, it's to control the water. Right, that's what it is. Okay. So I have to kind of go and control it back and forth. Right, I can go through here. Perfect. Okay. I need more help. Like, here's a dude. Yeah, we're seeing these people by using their noses, and they're saying evil creatures are coming. Hi. On your senses? Yeah, they're all soldiers, but where are we? Wait, I thought you said you knew where we are. Yeah, I want out of here because I want to show the next one. That's going to wear our way up, and honestly, you know what? I think that's going to be alright as far as what this is, because we have to do a climb. Alright, but yeah, there you go. That's preview on Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Yeah, I mean, the one thing we're not seeing right now is the idea that, fine, we're going to be kind of in a similar pattern for this for a while, and she's giving me the kick as far as it. Honestly, did kind of wear me down as far as it, and yeah, fine, you're coming to kill me? No, you're not. I'm spinning them out of the way. But I did have a good time looking at this and also contrasting it against the Kiosk demo as it is. At some point, we do come back to this game, as I mentioned, Ultra 94T and Gemini 96. They called dibs on this one, and we're going to run it on GameCube for the purpose of just give you a bit of a taste on this one. As I said, normally this would be where I end things for the night, but since chat mentioned that Wind Waker is their favorite, that's Heroin Bob saying that, you know what? I think we should show that. Why not? So quickly turn off the GameCube, turn it on. Take this out. And let's take a look at it. Yeah, I haven't played this one in a while, and as far as the number on the audio on this, I'm going to take a big old guess because I did not test this one. I didn't actually think to do that as far as tonight's show, but I said, when our best channel on Twitch comes with a suggestion that's a good idea, I'm always one to say, yeah, let's do it. Also, I don't know when we're going to necessarily show this one. Well, as I said, I actually did kind of give a hint of something. There might be a context we're going to show that off maybe in a few months, but that's going to be a big maybe. Okay, so one thing before we start on this, and this will be the last thing we do tonight. We're going to take a brief look at the Zelda game that came out on the GameCube first. It's also on Wii U in an HD version. That is its last release. And it's coming to Switch 2 on launch day when it releases in a few months as part of the Nintendo Classics line. This is The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker. Came out in 2003 for GameCube. It was the first Zelda game on the system and one that got a lot of people wondering because when they unveiled this... Okay, two things. When the GameCube was first unveiled, they gave a lot of preview footage of concept videos. Some stuff that turned into games like Luigi's Mansion, and other ones that didn't, like Meowth's Party for Pokemon. There's just a case of like showing what that is. Or others like Mario 128, where it kind of turned into Pikmin. But there was also a trailer of The Legend of Zelda that was kind of going with Link and Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time fighting in a realistic style that looked really, really nice. But then Nintendo was saying, hey, we got a Zelda game coming out. They said, okay, it's coming, don't worry. A lot of people assumed it was going to look like that. It looked like this, very cartoony. people revolted very heavily on this and said specifically, hey, this game looks insanely cartoony. What's Nintendo doing? They're ruining this franchise. There's a lot of people, honestly, that I know, some have been on the show, like Nocturne, who basically had the same attitude about it. So yeah, basically the idea of, you know, they're judging the book by its cover, no question. But for this one, it's something that when it came out, people played and said, yeah, you know what, this game is pretty good. The other people still kind of preferred the other way of looking, which I think is why Twilight Princess came out the same way as it did, because this game sold well, but fine. The GameCube was not a huge seller of a console, let's not lie here, because against the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox, this was the third place console of those in terms of sales. But Nintendo was very experimental on this console, no question, about saying, what's going on with this one? This one takes place quite a bit of time into... Actually, yeah, this is, I think, 1,000 years after Ocarina of Time. For a detail that I believe Crusader64 mentioned. Yeah, he mentioned when we did Majora's Mask. If you remember the Deku Tree Sprout that came out when we played Ocarina of Time, that tree is in this game. We won't see it as far as this brief preview, but it's a case where this takes place a long time after where, yeah, the Hero of Time, so it's going back to that game a little bit, talks about the legend of that, and based upon how the canonical element of that perspective from Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask went, since Link did defeat Ganondorf, fine, the way we played, fine, there's two ways, it could be if he doesn't defeat him or if he does, but fine, playing the game, he's gonna defeat him. After Majora's Mask, everything that happened with that one, eventually he lived out the rest of his days and died of old age. And this game is 1,000 years after that and telling the legend of the Hero of Time from that. And so Link is still here, but it's a different kind of Link, and going to the perspective of Toon Link, as he's known, because this game is cel-shaded with its graphics. A lot of the games that do this, stuff like Jet Set Radio and Wacky Races on Dreamcast, and what we're currently playing, Bakugan, Defenders of the Core, that visual style. Nintendo said, let's do that with Zelda, to emphasize aspects of facial expressions of characters, information on details of the environment and things like that. And it was something that initially people looked at and said, I don't know about this. But then when you play it, you realize, okay, it does kind of fit. But also another one that's a bit contentious, because in this case, we're going water. Because, as you're going to see here, yeah, Doom came to the land after everything that went on. Because Ganondorf, who was sealed in the, what is it? God, why am I forgetting? From Ocarina of Time, when we finished the game, he was sealed in the Great Realm. And the perspective of the kingdom vanished because he broke out and all hell broke loose. And so at that point, the earth became flooded. But on a certain island that we're going to see, it became customary of boys at a certain age to take the green garb and perhaps take on the legend of the Hero of Time once again. And that's what we're going to have as far as this one as well. And definitely a lot of interesting swings this game is taking that also would lead to stuff with the last two games you saw of Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess. But also one that this did become popular as far as what it was, even with being a contentious things like, wait, is the look going to match this or be a good case of it? But then the case that there are other games that had this variance of Link, specifically two on DS, those being Legend of Zelda, Phantom Hourglass, and Spirit Tracks, which I do have because they're on the Wii U Virtual Console. I downloaded both of those before they got rid of the Wii U store. So those are on table for the show, no question. So we take a look at Wind Waker. Now for this one, you have cases of your files. It's 3 again. But fine, this is also the same thing from Ocarina of Time with the stuff for that. Take a look at our quest thing. We're going to do just Link as far as this once more. Except I'm not going to put 3, because at this point I already had... I had a Link file on Twilight Princess, and for this one, I do not. So at that point, we'll have that going. Actually, for this one, it's myself and actually one of my college roommates. Because yeah, I brought everything game-wise with me, and they wanted to play Wind Waker, and so they played it off my memory card. Okay. Feel free to chat to go into memories on Wind Waker if you played it, or your thoughts on Toon Link games, the couple I mentioned as well. Actually, wait, is this gonna go into that story again? Oh crap, I think it's gonna go into this thing again, so fine, we're gonna have to watch this, alright. Okay, so then fine, since we're watching this already, I guess I shouldn't let the, intro play. Unless this is different. I'm gonna take a brief look at that, and if it is different, I'm gonna go into schedule for the next couple of weeks and months. And I also know then when we come to this game for full, I'll make sure that we just skip that part, if I just watch it this way. Which I think is what's going on, so fine. I explained as far as what it was, yeah, sealing him away in the, Actually, wait a second, maybe this is different, because this is explaining the idea of what I said. Oh no, it's not, it's the same one. Okay, fine, schedule time, so let's talk that briefly until this ends. Next week's show, we're going even earlier than this week. We're going at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on April 26th. Crusader 64, as I was mentioning, and Chasm 22 are coming back for Part 3 of Shadow Hearts Covenant for the PlayStation 2. It's going to be another long show, because we're going forward with our adventures with Yuri and everybody, and we're going to be ending Disc 1. The game is on 2 discs as far as its release, and we're going to be going through and seeing what's going on with that, and get more adventures, and see what other stuff comes up as far as us, and anything else that happens. We're definitely going to have that going. I'm looking forward to that next week at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that, we're coming back to Bakugan Defenders of the Court for the finale. That's going to be on May 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I've unlocked everything as far as all of the Bakugan, all their cards, and all the upgrades. And I have Max's Helios as well, ready to go. As far as that, I think I'm going to have to be solo on this one, but for the purpose of showing off the multiplayer, but we'll be able to have aspects going on that. Show off all the modes, all the Bakugan, all the upgrades, all of the cards as far as that stuff. So looking forward to doing that as far as our finale. Yeah, way shorter as far as that game than I thought we were going to have. That's May 3rd. May 10th is going to be with Gemini 96 and... No, shit, no, he's not on the show for a while now. But he's... Oh, Bakugan's fun as far as Dolly Finn saying, yeah, it is a lot of fun. We're going to have more stuff going on with the multiplayer on that. Oh no, they keep going with this. I just want to make sure, like, hey, I'm not, jumping in on gameplay on this one. We'll show gameplay on this, I promise. We're gonna have, on the 10th, we're gonna have Crusader 64 and Chasm 22. We're doing another part of, Shadow Hearts Covenant pretty quick, as far as it, for May's entry. That's 3 p.m. again for that. May 17th, Ultra 94T. I was gonna ask you this as far as on show here, but, since you weren't able to make this, I don't think I'm going to be able to get this figured, because I want to have him in for something as it is. We'll figure that. Him and I will talk. No question as far as that. Him and his girlfriend, Nikki, they will be on the show at some point. They just couldn't do it today, but I thank you so much for making this show happen today. As far as how it is, letting me show off all the stuff with the Zelda Kiosk demos. Help me show off the Twilight Princess one, and then show off a little bit of the games themselves. As we are coming up to our little island here. Outset Island. That's where we are. And, yeah, for the 17th, we're coming back to Second Chance for that month. It's going to be for Sonic & All-Stars Racing Transformed for Xbox 360. We're running on the Series X this time, so it has a 60 FPS frame rate, as we are on an island and this young girl is looking for a brother. I'll go on the rest of the schedule after this. Yeah, this is a cool one. So, yeah, there is the little girl. We'll tell hear her name in a bit. Alright, so... Yeah, big brother. So, yeah, we're getting called by her. Yeah, we're clearly feeling tired. Okay, this is Link, by the way. This is the variance of Link in this Toon Link. There he is. He's kind of a, tired boy. Look how expressive he is. Fine. They're expressive in all the 3 we showed, admittingly, but also unique about how it is. Like, yeah, I knew you'd be up here. Yeah, it's my favorite spot to gaze out at the sea. So yeah, we live on the water as it is. This is Ariel. Or Ariel, I think. Yeah, it's Ariel. That's right. What's today? You still have to sleep, aren't you? So you're not really thinking that way. You forget? Yeah, it's your birthday. So fine. The Jesus parallel. Although fine, Not quite. Yeah, because Easter's tomorrow, as far as how it is. Fine. I don't think Link is supposed to be like the Jesus figure. He's not really. At least, well, fine. There's some similarities, but I don't know if that's necessarily the idea. But either way, happy birthday, Link. Grandma's been wanting to come back home because she's waiting. It's a good thing I came to find you. Alright, so we're going to go home and see what she wants, and we're going to see what's going on. Okay, so yeah, here we go. This is actually kind of similar to how Twilight Princess is working as far as, but yeah, we're going backwards. Still the alt target, you hit the start button, you have saving at any point. Options on this, I think you can also do, yeah, same deal, Rumble if you have Rumble case. Switch on that, stereo, Dolby Pro Logic 2, and mono, we're doing stereo. Oh, and that's good. And use the C-Stick to do a look ahead, and then also use free camera on C-Stick. This is the first case to have a second analog stick for the purpose of that. But I'm doing a flip-off, okay. Also, Link cannot swim forever in this vast water area. So in that case, yeah, so that's that. Alright, there you go. Yeah, we're getting a little wet here, but here you go. Does look a little blurry as far as how this is, but that's something that if you're concerned about that, there's also the HD version that's on Wii U. Oi! Like, hi, Link. Run as fast as you can jump out to that rock. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, auto jump. Every one of these has auto jump. As far as 3Ds, yeah, fine. I'm hitting 3 of these 3D games going on. Any other roll that's on A buttons, as always. There we go. And that aspect of like doing the yell as far as him as a young boy. Actually, yeah, that's interesting this way, because fine, in the other ones, he's kind of like late teens, early adult, but this one he's a child. So saw a wild pig. He's perfect. My wife wanted one. Go grab it, huh? But yeah, hold R button to crouch and then crawl behind it. You also use bait. Alright, so hold that R button. Yes, you have crawling, so yeah, it is a little bit of a stealth case going on. Want the pig to look away, though. Oh shit! I was like, yeah, I was waiting for him to. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't pick him up. Yeah, unfortunately, I was too slow on the draw high. Can't frighten him, use R and then pounce on him. Alright, fine, we're gonna try and pounce this thing. Yeah, and this one, when you have the lock on, goes red. Yeah, fine, I don't have the way of doing... Oh, fine, the jump case, I think I can do that. Oh no, it's jump because, right, I'm doing the move, so fine, we're gonna leave the pig. Alright, so yeah, we're being told to talk to everybody, so yeah, same deal, L targeting, hi. Yeah, you just L targeted for the purpose of that. And you also face forward, put the camera right behind you by doing that. Yeah, I'll teach you more things as you climb the ladder. We'll do that in just a second, and then we'll also look at that kid over there, and then we're gonna go see Grandma. We'll also go in the house. Hello, hello? You're growing up for sure. You gotta need more wisdom from this point forward. So what do we need to know? Yeah, you're definitely before us as far as being born, so I know a lot of things. But you're smart, so let's give you some wisdom, okay? Yeah, there's a lot of information on the walls, but oh, what the hell happened? Alright, he's bad. Like, yeah, you knocked everything off your shelves, you damn hooligan. Who's that? My longer, less intelligent brother lives downstairs. He hates studying and just loves, you know, practicing with weapons. He's doing fencing, okay. So he's saying fencing is of no use. Like, fine, yeah, we were playing a Zelda game, so that's not the case. This is Sturgeon, by the way. Basically gives you perspective on how to do things like saving and go and play, as far as that. He also pick up his pots, he'll probably get pissy as far as this, but either way, it's, yeah, hit A button. Okay, he took that way better than I thought he would. So, alright, fine. We'll go and see Grandma. But also that kid on the way I do want to show. Him right here, because, yeah, hi. He has, like, the snot hanging out his nose as far as it's kind of like that. Yeah, Grandma's calling for you, and in a second I'm gonna let him, do this. He'll do it, right? Yeah, there you go. He sniffs it up, and then he, lets it, fall down. And my mom was also looking for you. Alright, first we're gonna talk to, Grandma. Yeah, if it is our birthday, remember, according to legend, the idea is that at a certain age, boys, get their green garb. Alright, where is, Grandma? So yeah, this is a bit of a different case. The idea of, seeing Link's family. Hi. Now, here we go. We got our clothes coming up here. They give it to you pretty quick. Try these clothes on, okay? It turns severely flies. Can't be old enough to wear the traditional garb. I love that look. He's like, what the fuck is this? I don't want to wear these. These look ugly. Yeah, it might be a little warm for this weather. Right, because it is a tropical environment. It's like, yeah, no. This is not going to be good. Fine, the only game in the franchise where Link's like, I don't want to wear these clothes that I'm known for. Although, fine, this Link doesn't know that that's his destiny. He's like, oh, okay, fine. Like, yeah, don't look disappointed, dear one. You have to try him. He's like, okay, fine. My grandmother, we're going to treat our grandmother. You know, they say respect your elders and all that. But, you only have to wear them for one day. Alright, fine. We can be heroes just for one day. Fair enough. Taught the ways of the sword, prepared battle with enemies. But, we don't have that going on. Yeah, we're definitely much more peaceful since, the world's flooded and everything is, going alright. Orga's the only one on the island who knows anything about swords. Yeah, the brother of, Sturgeon. And there's a shield on the wall as far as the family crests. Yeah, they even said, despite him saying, like, I don't like my outfit, like, yeah, it does look right. Does all make sense? Finds a young boy, like, yeah, sure, I'm gonna pretend it does. Doesn't suit you perfectly and they fit you nice. Alright, so we're gonna be having a birthday party. Alright. So yeah, we're getting our nice birthday party. Grandmother's gonna make your favorite soup. Alright. No, looking forward to it, so go get your sister. Alright, we will. Okay, so there you go. Not too bad. But also the idea of this, you're seeing Link kind of looking around as far as his eyes. Sometimes when he'll catch his eye on something, you might look at that and say, oh, by the way, I want to look at this. And also the idea of how expressive he is, too. Now, as I said, not that he isn't in the other ones, but also the way the cel-shaded look of this goes, it really adds a lot to this. And a lot of charm and character to a franchise that already has tons of it as it is. Hello? Yo, Mike, congratulations. That outfit looks really great on you. Yeah, where'd she go? If she wants to lift a jar down, press A. Where is she? Did you say where she was? I skipped past. Alright, she's somewhere around. Fine, we also heard the idea of that, so fine. She's probably at the lookout point. Also, this one, it's been a while since I played this one, too. When we come to this one, I don't know if we're going to use this or if we use the Wii U version. Because actually, I don't have the Wii U version. But it's sometimes seen as the best version of this because they enhance the graphics even more. It is full widescreen, and they do give you a lot of neat things. One thing this doesn't have is it doesn't have the tingle tuner that this version has, which uses the Game Boy Advance link cable for the purpose of the play. That we showed in the GameCube preview disc show we did at the beginning of the year. Fine, here she is. Yeah, when you use that, you basically have it so Tingle, when we find him later on, you can do things and he'll help you out with, find things in dungeon. Go, on the screen. It's kind of interesting. There is a sort of take on that on the Wii U version, but it's not exactly the same. But there are also a lot of quality of life upgrades regarding the Wii U edition. Because actually, one thing we're not going to see, we're not going to see sailing. Because we're going to be sailing this entire ocean. Some people say, like, hey, it's too slow and laborious. I never honestly minded. I actually really liked how the sailing went in this one, to be really honest. But also something that they do give you a little more stuff. They let you control the wind quicker, and it's a little more set to that. So we might use that one. I'll ask around as far as, like, who wants to have this. Because I think it's also one of those cases where a lot of people are going to want to have a Zelda game. Fine, actually, everyone we played has had a guest so far except this previous show tonight. In fact, we intended it to be one, but that being said, fine, we dealt the cards we were handed. Alter 94T did give us everything we needed to do. Gave a lot of great insight for sure, as did everybody in our great chat. And happy birthday to you. I got a gift for you. You've got our eyes to the telescope with this. And yeah, he's happy as far as this, so make sure you treasure this. In this case, you set it to the Z button as far as using an item. So fine, Twilight Princess has fewer buttons to work with for putting items than this one does. But you can borrow this one because you're my big brother. Alright, so she definitely is looking up to us and definitely has a lot of respect for it. Like, yeah, try to look at our house. No problems. Let's go in the menu and hit it on to Y. There you go. And use the C stick to zoom in and zoom out. But what's the post box? It's over there. Whoa. There's a bird. Oh, he's the postman. But he's looking a little weird. What's going on? Look up in the sky. Oh, where? That? Oh, that. Okay, thank you. Oh, it's a bird and it has somebody over there. And pirates. Yeah, there's pirates in this Zelda game, by the way. Yeah, trying to shoot that thing down, but they keep missing. And there's a mini game that we're not going to see tonight for this, where it's kind of like Battleship, the board game. You have to do a guess as far as shooting up, and you have this guy who goes, Speesh! And if they hit, it goes, kaboom! And, yeah, got him, but, that person's fallen down. Uh-oh, we gotta go get that person over there, and finally fell in the forest. This is terrible. That girl fell in the forest. She needs help. But it's dangerous to go alone. We need something to defend ourselves with. Alright, yeah, you're right. Bye. Yeah, fine. I'm also being totally cavalier, saying, like, fine, I'm gonna just dive off. So, yeah, we need our way to go. We're gonna go find her, and then that's probably gonna be the end, because there's another event that we're gonna need to have happening that'll set the story of this one into motion. And honestly, this is also the shortest as far as the intros, and we'll also finish the schedule off as well. But anything about the post box? Good morning. Yeah, they talk. Do you have anything you want to give to deliver? No. Fine, but since it is dangerous to go alone, and Sturgeon said his brother is knowing something about swords, maybe he can help us. Yeah, this is Orca. What's the matter? But it's no laughing matter based on what you're saying. What say you? Yeah, I want to learn the way of the sword. Alright, so yeah, we got our sword pretty quick on this one. Yeah, very good. Your first lesson's horizontal slice. Just hit the B button straight. It's same controls as Twilight Princess. Till you hear me say very good, keep going. Keep slice, slice, slice. Notice all the lighting that goes with that. It's really cool. Very good. Now do vertical slice. Hit an L target and then hit B button. Like that. Keep going. Notice you have kind of sword hit combos on this one, which I do really like. Now thrusting. Yeah, L target, hit forward on the control stick, and hit the B button. And keep thrusting. It's like, okay, yeah, that's line take out of context, but no, not in this case it isn't. Yeah, insert joke about the drummer for the new pornographers here. Yeah, don't look that up, for Christ's sake, do not look that up. But anyway, spin attack. Ouch! Yeah, like, don't do that, otherwise I'm gonna knock your ass to the back. Alright, whoa. There you go. More. Next, parrying. Yeah, this is new because you have defensive perspectives going on in this. Hit L target and you wait till you get a prompt. Hit the A button and you do a defensive hit. Like that. As you look for the green light, hit that, you slide around, and then hit him in the back. So it gives the battles a little more diversity to themselves, which actually I really, really like. And of course, jumping. So, yeah! Yeah, keep going. Alright, that was a fine display of swordsmanship, no question. But something anxious about the sword you hold, an eagerness that goes far beyond the mere desire to be wielded on the fields of battle. Not sure what's happened, but I have faith in you, and you're not going to misuse it. So take it with you. Okay, there we go. We got the hero's sword. Yeah, don't want to let down the kind old man who trusted it to you. Yeah, we're not gonna. In the olden days, been used to fend off evil. Its blade infused with the desire to become strong and righteous. In our hands, it probably is going to. And then the bow. Also, the other thing about this game that I don't know if we're going to see too much of this is that because of the cartoon style of this and the expressiveness, they kind of lean into humor on this one a little more than some of the other Zelda games. But it's actually really nice how they do it. And something that it feels very natural and very infectious. Fine, there's a charm on this game, no question, that really is appealing. It also makes it stand out from the Zelda games. I mean, even though at the time that people looking at this and saying, yeah, this looks really bad, you're going to be ruining this franchise just because of the way it looks. I mean, yeah, there you go. There's definitely something to be said about that as far as that idea and find how people looked at it specifically. But also the case that sometimes that idea of, like, maybe the shot in the arm of something that way. Which, fine, that's why I like it better than Twilight Princess, honestly, because there's a case where they said, we're going to take a chance, we're going to take a big swing. And fine, this is not my favorite Zelda game, necessarily, but as the ones on the GameCube, it is my favorite, honestly. Although there's one outlier I do not have reference to, and that is The Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures, which is kind of a takeoff on Link to the Past, except it's running, unless you're playing it solo, with GameCube to Game Boy Advance connectivity going on, and you do need it. There's also a fairy fountain over there. We do not have time for the fairy fountain unless that's where we gotta go for the purpose of our journey. Which I think actually it is. Right, because we have to go to the forest. Those are great attention to detail as far as cutting down the grass. It looks awesome. And almost the idea that, yeah, you're in this kind of living, breathing world. Whoa! Oh, shit. I was like, yeah, I don't want to fall off that. It also says, like, yeah, like, I'm high up. It's like, uh-oh, I gotta be careful not to fall. Now, honestly, for GameCube, this game is really beautiful as far as how it's looking and really pushing the console really well. In a unique way, I think, as well. Alright, so that girl is hanging by the tree. Can we help her? Yeah, we're gonna help her, and then there's one other thing that I think is gonna happen actually pretty soon. So actually, this one kind of gets up and goes a lot faster than the two I showed. As far as it, it's kind of interesting to see, like, how did Zelda kind of, you know, evolve with the case of that. Like, come on. Okay, you're gonna try and hit me, right? No. Yeah, they explode in puffs of smoke. I do love that touch. My God, it's beautiful. And again, unique. So let's just keep cutting and get hearts for health. What about this? That sign. I'm trying to read the sign. Fairy fountain site. Remains of the ancient fairy fountain. Legendary heroes said to come here after battle to ease their weariness. Oh, and I've also said something at the bottom. It said, whoever met the great fairy was blessed with great fortune, became fountain of the fortune goddess. Okay. We'll see that later when we come back to this game eventually. I don't know who's the huge fan in my circles of this game. Fine, Aaron Bob is. And fine, I know his cousin, Kazan22, so that's the idea of that as well. I guess maybe he might want in. But like, alright, fine, let's get rid of these dudes. Whoa! And you also get the sounds going on, the when you do the hits. Like, whoa! And also the kind of stylistic, you know, sort of stops and plays with frame rate a little on that. Okay, you're hanging. Yeah, stay still, get you out. Oh, too late. Crap. Ow. Alright. What's that get up? Alright, where am I? I don't know, you a fan of it or not? Yeah, that bird came and... Oh yeah, this is Tetra, by the way. She's the leader of the pirates. So So fine, the One Piece thing, perhaps. Fine, I guess she's the queen of the pirates, is the case of this one. When I saw you get dropped over here, I thought for sure something happened to you. Summit? Oh, on the top of the mountain? Yeah, we are. Yeah, wasn't that nice. So fine, that's Tetra's case. Tetra also has a nice, kind of prickly side herself. Kind of like, Midna in Twilight Princess. But honestly, I think I like Tetra more, honestly. But what about this boy? Yeah, I helped you. Yeah, don't worry about him. Like, yeah, you should be paying me handsomely for, helping save yous. Well, fine, this Link is so young, he's like, fine, whatever, it doesn't matter. Oi, big brother. Oh, hey, Ariel, what's up? Yeah, I knew you'd do it. Well, I don't know if you want to come out here, it's a pretty rickety bridge. Except, yeah, the bird took our sister. Brother! Alright, I'm going after her. So yeah, just like we had with Skyward Sword, this case, like, fine, we're going after our sister, although fine, this one, gets up and goes pretty damn quickly. Yeah, but you're so stupid. Yeah, like, I almost ran over the mountain, and she's gone. That's not what we want to hear. Well, I guess Tetra would know, because she got caught by the bird. So fine, I'm looking exasperated, I'm looking, frustrated, and kind of tired. Yeah, you want to come with us? Yeah, like, yeah, we're going on the ship. You say you can follow that bird? Yeah, we're gonna do it. You do understand what you're asking of us, right? We are pirates, you know, that kind, the terror of the seas kind. We'll get out of bringing you with us. A headache. You also get a sword that can run things through. You saw it happen. I understand how you feel about your sister being kidnapped, but that's not good enough. It's not our style. Alright, except that bird over there is saying that, you know, we should do it. Who the hell are you? Where do you get off butting into our conversation? Yeah, if you hadn't come to this island, by the way, it's worth pointing out that girl wouldn't have been snatched away in the first place. You're basically saying, fine, the bird came by, dropped off Tetra here, but then because of that, Ariel's gone. Yeah, she's like, what are you talking about? Yeah, seriously, be quiet and I'll talk to you, okay? Yeah, I'm a mailman, but I go around many islands, so because of that I hear a lot of things in my travels. And again, have you heard the word the young girls are getting kidnapped from all regions? Oh, so this is something that's happening to more people, huh? If long ears like yours have been kidnapped and they never were seen again. Well, that's my eyes are failing me. She also has long ears, much like you do. So, my point is that they thought it was you again, grabbed her, and off you're going. So basically he's sort of trying to guilt trip Tetra on this one, saying like, fine, you maybe cause this a little bit, but also the case that they're trying to get you, but it got Ariel instead. Yeah, but you did save him in the forest, right? Or he saved you, right? Damn right. Also, while I'm at it, the bird that kidnapped both you and Link's sister made its nest also on the heights of Forsaken Fortress. So he knows where the bird's going. That's the place where, well, White's will figure something out. But it's like, yeah, I think it's, you should be giving him some help. Yeah, I don't need you to tell me that. But if I were to consider it, I've heard nothing but rumors about the Forsaken Fortress. We can't possibly go there with that cheap sword. That's not brave, it's stupid. So fine, she's saying, alright, you might have a point morally speaking, but as far as the tactics of this, we're not going to be able to survive. You have anything else for S.H.I.E.L.D., perhaps? Yeah, actually, I do. Come back to some of that, you can go on the ship. And once you leave, you're not coming back here for a while, so go say your goodbyes. So fine, we're going on our adventure. Don't want to get all weepy-eyed and homesick on me, okay? So fine, I'm gonna brief the show that, and then we're gonna go and schedule, and that's gonna be the end of the show. So yeah, here we go. Let's tell our grandmother that yeah, we gotta be going. Hi. I thought her voice was crying. Yeah, is it true? It is true, and we're gonna go save her. I think we're gonna stop and get on the boat. That's gonna be my case of it. You also look how nervous the grandmother is. Where's Ariel? Playing with the gulls. No. Well, fine, she is and she isn't. But I got this, so I'm going to get it. Wait, where's the shield? This is what you're looking for, right? Yeah, that's it. I need it. He's saying, I don't know what to say to her. Yeah, take it with you. Fine, she does know we're going. But fine, in this case, look at him now. Because fine, at first, this shows also how interesting Link's expressions are. Because first he's like, I don't wear this stupid outfit. Then he's like, I'm happy I'm getting the telescope with my sister. Now my sister's gone. He feels kind of nervous. You see him with like the mouth that way, saying, I got the shield. But now what am I going to do as far as this? I don't necessarily want to leave my grandmother here. But I'm also a bit nervous as far as going to find my sister. But I know I'm going to go and do it. Use the R button to fan yourself when you're holding this, and you can hold it up whilst you're doing an L target. And fine, also the idea that they stop the, like, he still does the pose after, you know, the box goes away. I do love that. But she has been kidnapped. Yeah, and we have to tell her. What kind of monster could take such a sweet young girl? It's called a bird, and we're gonna get her back when we come to this game eventually. Oh, Ariel. Yeah, don't worry, Grandma. We'll get her back, I promise. Okay. Fine, let's go on the pirate ship, and when we get over there, that's going to be the end of the show, and I will go into schedule and all of that stuff. Or fine, continue schedule. Hi, Tetra. There you go, that's decrepit old shield. Can you use it to get splinters and cry? It's not wooden. That was the last game. You ready? Fine, before we go on the ship, I do want to have showing the shields. There you go. Hold that R button down, watch your Z target, and get that shield ready. There you go. Now you're ready to do this, right? We don't have time to play games. And yes, we do. This is Super Bowl Game Saturday, but this is not a game. This is us hitting high seas. Okay. And there we go. Bang the gong, and we are off on our adventure. There you go. We're going sailing, ladies and gentlemen, and I do love that idea. And soon enough, we'll be able to do sailing, too. Okay, so, with this, as we're getting our way across, bye everybody, good luck, Link, we know you're not going to let us down. Yeah, absolutely not, we're going to find her. Also, look at that, he's kind of tearful looking back, saying, they're all gone, but also the surprise. So yeah, there's a lot of emotion coming out of Link here. But also looking over there, as far as the boat over there of Beetle, we'll see him when we come to this game eventually. And also Grandma, there she is, like, look over there, like, I'm gonna give my wave off. Yeah, cause just, turn a kiss. Yeah, how long is it gonna go on? Do you have an estimate? What are you talking about? You sure you shouldn't just quit? So basically she's saying, yeah, your emotions are making you weak. You're just getting more sentimental from here on out. There's no time, you know, to start swimming back and, you know, go home. He's looking over there saying, no, we're going. Okay. Yeah, just make sure you're not just standing on deck. Nico's gonna look after you, so go down to the decks and ask him what we're doing. Nothing for now. In the big blue, boys, turn the ship full starboard and head to the North Seas. Alright, go find Nico. Actually, no, fine. Let's go look at Nico as far as where he is to see what's going on. I'll talk to people on the ship, and that's going to be the end. Yeah, he didn't make out half bad with you being New Swabby and all. Yeah, we're New Swabbies. They do the hardest work, but, yeah, it's raw deal, but somebody's got to do it. You just don't disobey Nico. We'll see Nico in a second, and I'm going to go on schedule, because that's going to be the idea of our show for tonight. Alright, jam-packed up. Legend of Zelda preview program, and look at Kiosk demos. Your Link, right? What's that weird get-up of yours? Is Poppy over there? But I have seen something like it before, so he might know the legend of the Hero of Time. Alrighty, so let's go through here, and we'll go see Nico, and we'll be all set. You here? This is Tetris cabin. Most of those real parts aren't even allowed in here, so we're not letting an outsider go in. Fair enough, but I'm looking for this Nico dude. Are you him? Yes, this is him. This is Nico. You have to take the pirate test. Yeah, fine. We'll do the pirate test, and then we'll stop the night. Yeah, make sure to press the switch, the only easy part. So, tilt the control stick upward, step on it, and you're all ready to go. Right, it's a bit of a platforming challenge. As platforms rise to the floor, jump on them. And make sure you get your way to the other side. Oh, right, we're just swinging. Right. And that goes too far to reach, but then you gotta do this. You do enough of a run, you grab onto it, you swing, and at the last way, you basically pull backwards and forwards on the control stick and hit A to jump onto the next platform. Actually, I don't think we haven't played the Zeldas yet that have rope action going on in this. Make sure you get to the entrance of the room over there and don't hit the floor, otherwise you're screwed. But they're not going to stay raised for a while, so you have to be quick. Yeah, we'll play your game, you rogue. It'll probably take you 1 year before you're good enough to make it all the way here. Full of bumps and bruises. If I don't know that's when we play this game, but we'll do it faster. If we do it faster, I'll give you a reward. Cool. Maybe some money. Or how about hit the button? Alright, that brings it down. So, like, fine, there you go. So, fine, the button on the left brings it down, the ones on the right bring it up. Let's make our run. Okay. Radio link? Well, but also be careful of not going off as far as that. And also the lighting. I do love the lighting in this game as well. So it's all these little details you'd think that you might not have as far as the setup. But fine, I guess it shows the idea of, like, never count Zelda out, even when it looks like, hey, you know, they might be doing something strange. Not that it always works out unbelievably, mind you. But still, with this one, it definitely did. And this is a really good one. As I said, of all the Zelda games you get on the GameCube, I think this is the one to get if you're going to pick one of them. Although if you get it on Wii U, you might want to get it there as well. And maybe they'll re-release this, and as we're pointing out, just because they're putting this on Switch 2, Nintendo didn't say, no, we're never going to port the HD version. But people are saying, like, we want that HD version, so I think they know. You did it already? Yeah. Proud to have you as my underling. Alright, there you go. So we earned his respect real quick. It's okay, just give it to him. Let's see, why not? We gotta just won't get busted. Alrighty. Tell you what, you can have the treasure in that chest over there. We're making it over here and doing it within a couple of minutes. And be quick. Alright, what's in the box? We definitely got a big chest here. Definitely looks really, really nice. Let's see, what's inside? Yeah, the spoils bag. Basically, anytime you pick up things from enemies, you pick it up. This is where we're gonna get things you pick up from enemies you kill, including chews. They drop chew jelly. Speaking like the Western case, I always call it chew jelly. It's like, yeah, we're gonna get that chew jelly, and you can use that for the purpose of doing crafting and also for getting upgrades for things. Of the 8 types of items, and you put them onto your button and see what's inside. We also reached the Forsaken Fortress, so get your ass up here. Yeah, okay, fine, we'll do that, because actually there is... Fine, if I'm going to show the comedy thing, I probably should show that. Alright, you have to finish whatever you're going to do. Okay, but we're also making the walk up. I'll continue on schedule. As I mentioned, next week is Shadow Hearts Covenant at 3 p.m. Then week after that's Bakugan Defenders of the Course finale at 7 p.m. Week after that's the next part of Shadow Hearts Covenant at 3 p.m. Sonic Adults Racing Transformed Second Chance on May 17th at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. on May 24th is the request of Electverse. We're going to be looking at, for our compilation program for May, we're looking at Title Legends 2 for PlayStation 2. Got a lot of classic title goodness to look over. 39 games. We got a lot of them there. So we're going to have a good case going on, looking at it for a brief period of time for all those things. Some interesting stuff in there for sure, like Camel Tree, Violence Fights, Pooch Carrot, and Alpine Ski, amongst many other things. Then a week after that, we have our 40th anniversary celebration of Super Mario Bros. For NES. Running through the Switch using Super Mario Bros. On NES to play through the game entirely. We'll show off a little bit of versus Super Mario Bros. Game from the arcade. We'll show off Super Mario All-Stars from Super Nintendo, the version that they did in there. We were getting a nice item from Nico, by the way. Oh no, I was doing my, shit, we're bested. But fine, I don't care. There's something else you need to see, so have a look over there, and it's the Cursed Island, it's Forsaken Fortress. Yeah, we're gonna end over there. And then, going to June, June 3rd, we're gonna have our second chance for, June. That's gonna be Res Infinite for PlayStation 5. I'm looking forward to doing that to correct the audio problems we had when we played the first time 2 years ago on that actual same weekend. Week after that, actually no, it's June 7th, I should say, is that Saturday. Week after that is June 14th. That's going to be 3 p.m. for the next part of Shadow Hearts Covenant. Week after that, on June 21st, is going to be Road Avenger for Sega CD. There's the bird. Found him. Just get ourselves going on, and it looks like this place is pretty dangerous. And then I'm not going to be here for the 27th and 28th of June, so parts 1 and 2 of The Wolf Among Us are going up on the YouTube site exclusively when we get to that point. And then in July, I mentioned earlier on the show, I have something I might be doing if I can get myself a Switch 2 on July 4th weekend. I'll see if that happens. If not, we're going to do Desert Demolition starring Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote for Sega Genesis. We'll also have Shadow Hearts Covenant going on at some point that month. I do have an open show as far as a couple of things. Might be Finale of Croc if I can figure that, and if I can get Nocturne her physical copy of that HD version in time, if I get it in time, because they've not shipped them out yet. We also have Space Invaders for PlayStation. That's the request for July on the request of Electverse. August is a little bit up in the air with certain things, including when I'm doing Toe Jim and Earl for AG42 is the view request that month. And also Shadow Hearts going as far as it. September, just to let you know, we're starting Halloween block early that month. Don't know weekends on this stuff. We're going to have Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. We're going to have Medieval for PlayStation. We're going to be having The Wolf Among Us parts on September 12th and 13th. And we'll also have next part of Shadow Hearts Covenant. Worth pointing out, though, I'm going to have to decide this. I'm going to have to not be on one weekend in October. That's going to be October 4th. So, I said I'm going to be doing I said I'm going to do Scooby-Doo and, not Bakugan, Medieval in one part, or no, 2 parts. I'm going to do one of those in one part. I'm going to have to get a sense when I'm practicing. So I'm probably going to start an early show so we can finish in one part so I don't have that going on the 4th because I can't be there that weekend. And I will put up the Wolf Among Us part then, as far as what it is, to at least give you a show for the week. And then in October, as far as everything else, Electverse said he wants to see Mega Man 7 for a second chance. I gave him the choice as far as what weekend he wants that. It'll be either October 11th, 18th, or 15th, or 25th. I'll ask him when he's next on show. We'll have finale of the game we'll do in 2 parts, either that being Medieval or Scooby-Doo. I don't know which that's going to be. I'll keep you updated as we go. And also, we will have, I guess, Shadow Hearts Covenant still going on by then. And October 31st, Halloween night, we're doing Castlevania Chronicles for PlayStation. And then in November, we have, November 8th is going to be, if we have Shadow Hearts Covenant still going, it'll be that. It'll probably be the finale if we're at that point still with it. We'll figure that, but it might be open. November 15th is the 20th anniversary of Shadow the Hedgehog. I unlocked everything for the Expert Mode. I call it Super Hard Mode, but they call it Expert Mode technically. It's technically the sequel to that much maligned Sonic the Hedgehog game from 2005 that we did show on the show, but we're going to be running through that on the Xbox like we did when we played it before, about 4 years ago. Then on November 22nd, that's going to be our annual Disney show before Thanksgiving for Pinocchio on Super Nintendo on Dolly Finn's request. And then the Delicious Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2 on November 29th at a time to be determined. I'll figure also what's due in December. I'll see if I can start Link's Awakening maybe by then. Maybe Dolly Finn if you want to call dibs on doing that one, perhaps. We'll figure it, but that's going to be the idea. So that's our schedule. So the last thing we're going to do is we're going to see what's going on here because this is going to go on one thing. But yeah, the place is under lockdown. What do we spot before we get anywhere near your landing zone? What are we gonna do? Yeah, before we end the show, Tetra's an idea. I love that. Like, yeah, you know what? You're getting launched in that barrel. I love the cut there. Like, yeah, we're going on the catapult. Like, get me out of this barrel. So fine, that is what we're gonna do. So yeah, go to the idea of the comedic elements. Like, don't struggle, please. This is the only way you're gonna do it. We pirates do this all the time, so don't worry, it'll be a piece of cake. Alright, so ready the catapults. Yeah, we're professionals, we'll be fine, and we'll give you a good launch. Like, uh-oh. I do love that. That's what I'm saying, the comedic elements. Like, yeah, bye-bye, Link. We'll see you next time. Oh, shit, my sword! Oh, crap. So, like, fine. But I hit the water, so I'm gonna be okay. But yeah, I lost my sword, so fine. That's gonna be the idea. It's like, alright. But also this, yeah, you're definitely going into a bit of a stealth thing. So yeah, a little something to look forward to when we come to The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. And also, by the way, if you do get a case of, you know, getting your way out, or fine, if you get caught in the spotlights, it's gonna be a bad case. But alright, fine. So there you go. That is our look as far as our look as far as Zelda, as far as it for the Kiosk demos of Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess, and also looks a little bit previews of both those games in their full forms, and also Wind Waker as well. You had a great time as far as this. Thank you so much for watching Super Old Game Saturday, everybody. Thank you again to Ultra94T for making tonight's show possible. Thank you also to Heroin Bob for making the look at Wind Waker suggestion. It's like, yeah, let's do that. Why not? And Dolly Finn, of course, joining us as well. Had a great time for sure. Thank you so much for spending your night with us. I love doing it, and I appreciate all your input and everything that goes on. Yeah, we couldn't do the show without you, and definitely tonight's show proved that. I had a great time kind of revisiting a couple of 3D Zelda classics. Good night, great show. Of course, Dolphin, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody out there. So have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your week, and come forward. A happy Easter tomorrow as well. And I will see you next Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Crusader 64 and Chasm 22 for Part 3 of Shadow Hearts Covenant for the PlayStation 2. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you later, Link. I will not make you wait another 3 years as far as another look at your games, I promise. Take care, everybody.